From Demon Slayer, Thunder Swordsman. Chapter 1, Sword Heart Clear. At night, in Toyama Prefecture, eastern capital, inside the residence of the swordsman family Kyucho, I saw a long-haired boy wearing a white training suit with a black cloth wrapped around his eyes. His face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, he was standing under the tree, holding the bamboo sword in both hands, motionless. The tall ginkgo tree in the courtyard swayed its branches and leaves slowly in the breeze, and the ginkgo leaves turned yellow and were as big as copper coins. Like raindrops, they drifted towards the ground below in an irregular manner. Breathe. At this moment, the boy took a deep breath of air and then lowered his waist. He raised the bamboo sword in his hand, took small steps, and chopped at the falling leaves in the sky at an extremely fast speed. The bamboo sword in the boy's hand had already been danced into a phantom. But what was weird was that the boy's eyes were clearly covered with a black cloth, but why were his steps and hand movements so strange? Not affected at all? After a while, until the breeze died down, not a single complete ginkgo leaf had landed safely. The leaves stopped falling, and the young man stood there like a stone statue, holding the bamboo sword in his hands with both hands. Only the broken leaves under the boy's feet were still recording the incredible scene that had just happened. Cough, cough. A suppressed cough came from the room behind the boy. Kyujo Tachibana put down the bamboo sword in his hand and untied the cloth belt in front of him. A pair of eyes with distinct black and white are imprinted on the handsome face of the young man. But upon closer inspection, the boy's handsome face now showed a hint of sadness. After calming down, Tachibana walked towards his father, Kyuyosuke's room. In the dim room, only a short white candle was keeping the light on, and the whole room was filled with a strong herbal scent. Tachibana's father, Kyuyosuke, was sitting on the tatami, covered with a quilt and leaning against the wall. With a pale face and lifeless eyes, Kyujoji seemed to be recalling something at this moment. It was not until he was awakened by Kyujo Tachibana who walked into the room that he regained a little spirit. Kyujo looked at his son gently and said softly, "Ju, I'm sorry that you've been worried about your father. You've really worked hard during this period." Kyujo shook his head, helped his father push the quilt down under his body, and didn't say anything. "The temperature in this season is not particularly low, but even though my father was covered with a thick quilt, his arms were still a little cold. And my father's mental state is a little dazed now." Ju knew that his father's time might not be long. Ju had experienced this kind of situation before. Unfortunately, Ju still didn't know how to comfort his father. "I hope my father can go to the next world and live a good life like me." Ju prayed for his father in his heart. Kyuyosuke slowly raised his arm and pressed it on Tachibana's head with great effort. "Ju, you are very talented in the way of swordsmanship, much stronger than your father. I just hope," cough, cough. Kyujo Tachibana quickly stood up, patted his father's back gently, and said sadly, "No, father. Tachibana is still a long way from being well. I just hope you can recover soon and continue to train Tachibana in swordsmanship." Hee. Kyuyosuke looked at Tachibana and smiled. The level of his son's genius was so incredible that it was beyond his comprehension. Ever since Tachibana was 10 years old, Kyujoji knew that his son had left him far behind. He had long since been unable to understand Ju's current level of swordsmanship. Although the current situation of the Kyujo family seems a little bit poor. However, their Kyujo family has also left a significant mark in the history of Neon. The reason why they are in decline now is not entirely because their younger generations don't work hard, but because the external environment has changed too much and too fast. For ordinary people like them, the gap between Japanese and American IAI is really insurmountable. With the issuance of the sword ban order and the advancement of technology, powerful and easy-to-use guns and cannons naturally replaced the swords in their hands. By the time of Tachibana's generation, the once prosperous Kyujo family is now reduced to just Kyujo Tachibana and his father Kyujosuke, as well as this old house. Kyujoji didn't know that his genius son, Kyujo Tachibana, was actually a time traveler. In his previous life, Tachibana was a pure Chinese from Blue Star. Unfortunately, at the age of 27, Ju was in the rising stage of his career. I don't know whether it was because he was exploited by his unscrupulous boss and worked too much overtime, or because he ordered too much gutter oil from takeout, but at the age of 27, he was diagnosed with advanced gastric cancer. Ju voluntarily gave up treatment, and the cancer cells spread rapidly. In less than 2 months, Ju received a box lunch from the previous crew. After being reborn as Kyujo Tachibana in this world, he did not recall all his memories until he was 4 years old. I don't know if it's because of the fusion of souls from 2 lives. When Kyujo Tachibana came to this world, he discovered that he had a memory far superior to that of his previous life, and extremely sharp 5 senses. Even the memories that I had long forgotten in my previous life are now vivid in my mind. Shape, sound, smell, taste, and touch. These 5 sensory systems are more powerful than ordinary people. Perhaps it was because Ju had suffered from illness in his previous life. Coming to this new world, Ju puts his health first. Being able to regain a young and energetic body is truly the greatest gift from God to him. In this life, Kyujo Tachibana must not become a sickly person. With this belief, Tachibana has been exercising and practicing his family's kendo for many years. After persisting for a long time, Ju also reaped his rewards. At the age of 10, Ju had already mastered the family's inherited swordsmanship. Every time he picked up the sword, he would feel a sense of omnipotence and power. Even if he only had a bamboo sword in his hand. At first, Ju thought it was just an illusion and that he was still just a powerless child. Until he was 10 years old, holding a bamboo sword, he defeated a dozen adult thugs. Only then did Ju realize that he was really strong. And this world is very unusual. How could a normal 10-year-old have such power? In Ju's eyes, the strength and movements of these adults seemed weak and slow. He could knock down an adult with just one blow. At least in his previous life, Ju had never heard of such an outrageous thing happening. However, this feeling of control is powerful. It is truly fascinating. This also made Ju more and more obsessed with practicing the family's sword art step by step. For ordinary people, the practice of kendo is boring and tedious, a double torture of the body and mind. But for Kyujo Tachibana, it was a very enjoyable process, a process in which he felt himself becoming stronger. This obsession with kendo, coupled with Ju Yi's little bit of talent. It also allowed Tachibana to complete the most difficult type of training in the history of the Kyujo family. 5 senses enhanced sword training. After completing the 5 sense enhanced sword training, Tachibana unknowingly developed a 6th powerful sense that transcends the 5 senses of humans. This sense was once recorded in family history, and it was called Sword Heart Clear. As for the detailed information of Kenshin Tongming, no information has been preserved. According to the Kyujo family history records, the first Kyujo ancestor who reached the realm of Sword Heart Enlightenment was already 65 years old at the time. At this time, Ju was only 14 years old. After reaching the realm of Kenshin's enlightenment, even if Tachibana closes his eyes, he can still perceive the slightest changes in the surrounding environment without blind spots. Even if you cover your ears, you can still hear sounds from very far away. Smell, taste, touch. The same is true. You can even concentrate and feel the internal conditions of an object. Perhaps it is because of this powerful observation ability that the ancestors of the Kyujo family named it Kenshin Tongming. As for whether Kenshin Tongming has other special features, Ju has not figured it out yet and needs to be explored further. Chapter 2: The Gap. A week later, after handling his father's funeral, Kyujo Tachibana opened the dying letter his father left for him. In fact, until now, Ju, who has come to this world to restore his memory for a full 10 years, still hasn't figured out where he has come to. At first, Kyujo Tachibana thought he had traveled to 19th century Neon. But after all these years, Jujoju felt that something was wrong. Whether it is history, geographical location, etc., they all conflict with my memories of my previous life. It was not until today, through his father's dying letter, that Ju finally understood. What kind of world have I come to? Orange. I don't have anything to teach you about the way of the sword anymore. I just hope that in the future, Tachibana can carry on with his father's legacy and keep moving forward, climbing to the pinnacle of Kendo. 2. These next few words are very important. I hope you will remember them well. In this world, there are terrifying creatures called ghosts. They have sharp claws and fangs, and are as strong as wild beasts. They appear at night and feed on human flesh and blood. Ordinary swords and knives cannot harm them at all. Only sunlight and a unique weapon called the Nichiren sword can cut off the necks of the demons and destroy them once and for all. And this Nichiren sword is a weapon that can only be created by a special organization called the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps and the demons have been fighting against each other for thousands of years. Hehe, Ju, do you think your father is joking with you? Father also hopes that this is just a joke, and he also hopes that Tachibana will never encounter an evil spirit. Nichiren sword, Demon Slayer Corps, these familiar words flashed through Kyujo Tachibana's mind. Memories of past lives come to mind. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Not bad. 3 months later, in the courtyard of the Kyujo family, I saw Kyujo Tachibana holding a long and narrow traditional Japanese sword in both hands, staring intently at the huge boulder in front of him. This is the sword that Tachibana's father once wore. The blade is 110 centimeters long, with an 80 centimeter long blade. The light it reflects in the sun is startling. This is a real sharp weapon. Kyujo Tachibana looked at the huge rock in front of him, maintained the momentum of his sword and did not chop it down, just slowly adjusted his breathing. Although Ju doesn't know the breathing technique yet, he still knows how to simply adjust his breathing to make it easier for the body to exert force. In the drama Demon Slayer, before Tanjiro participated in the selection for the Demon Slayer Corps, his master, Urokodaka Seikanji, once set an extremely difficult test for Tanjiro in order to prevent Tanjiro from losing his life in vain. The test was to split a huge round stone with a knife. In the end, it took Tanjiro a year, and with the help of the souls of Shinkomo and Satsuki, he felt the line of gap and finally cut the stone. The huge rock in front of Kyujo Tachibana is also a test he sets for himself. Only after cutting it open will Tachibana leave the Kyujo family and go out to look for the traces of the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, it would be a bit dangerous to go far away. If he meets people, Ju is not afraid. I'm afraid that if I'm unlucky, I might encounter a stronger ghost in the wild, which would be troublesome. Ju doesn't want to be reborn again. Who knows if there will be a chance to start over. Ju believed that he could still handle a ghost of average strength. His swordsmanship skills are not inferior to those of the pillars in Demon Slayer, and he has the blessing of the clear sword heart. Kyujo Tachibana thought, with the same physical fitness, the pillars in the Demon Slayer world should not be able to beat me, right? He just hasn't learned the breathing technique, and his physical fitness and explosive power are still far behind Ju. As for the line of gap, Kyujo Tachibana had felt it when he reached the realm of Kenshin Enlightenment half a year ago, but his explosive power was still a little lacking in cutting the huge rock in front of him. In Orange's understanding, the line of gaps will guide you to find the most vulnerable point in the object's structure. And if the object is in motion, the end point of the line of gap will not always be in the same place, and the line will also keep changing. However, considering the strength of the boulder in front of him, even if Ju felt the thread of the gap, he was not sure he could cut it. Now, if he wanted to cut the stone, Ju felt that there were only 2 directions. First, learn the breathing method to increase your physical fitness and explosive power to split it. But if I don't travel far, I won't be able to find any trace of the Demon Slayer Corps. If I can't find any trace of the Demon Slayer core, I naturally won't be able to learn the breathing technique. So now Ju can only rely on the second method. The second method is to continue studying the lines of gaps and develop the ability of the sword's heart to be clear, so that one can observe the structure of objects at a deeper level. It's like a house. If you want to tear it down, the most labor-saving way is to destroy the mechanical structure of the house, and then it will collapse by itself. Such as load-bearing walls, load-bearing columns, etc. But the situation of Jujoju is that I can find the load-bearing wall of the house, but I can't break it down. Then what should we do? The solution that Jujo Tachibana thought of was: find the load-bearing wall of the load-bearing wall and destroy the weakness of the weakness. Kyujo Tachibana, I'm going to break the most important brick in your body. Of course, this is easier said than done. Another 3 months later. Drink. After a clear sound of sword, there was no round boulder in front of Jujoju anymore. Call. Ju exhaled a breath with a pale face, endured the stinging pain in his head, and slowly sheathed the knife. Looking at the small gravel on the ground under his feet, Jujoju rubbed his temples and couldn't help but sigh. This should be considered a split, right? This move seems to be quite powerful. It just seems to consume a lot of mental energy. My head is about to explode. A week later. Kyujo Tachibana, who sold the Kyujo family's ancestral home, left the small county town where he had lived for 14 years, carrying a wooden box like the one Tanjiro used in a long cloth bag. In fact, regarding the matter of selling the ancestral home as soon as his father passed away, Jujo Tachibana felt that he still had something to say. It's not that Tachibana wants to be an unfilial descendant, it's just that the Kyujo family is really poor. His father, Kyoyosuke, is ill and has spent all the last bit of money in the family. There are also funeral arrangements to be made, and Tachibana wants to send his father off in style. I have already borrowed a lot of money from outside, all of which was mortgaged with this ancestral home. Plus the training and life of Ju in the next 6 months. So at this time, Tachibana, who was alone and away from home, was not much better off financially than Tanjiro's family. Looking at the setting sun on the distant mountain, Jujo Tachibana murmured softly. I heard that the benefits of the Demon Slayer core are very good. It seems I have to hurry up and find the traces of the Demon Slayer core. Chapter 3, Hammering Xiaoyu. He stacked the thick logs on his shoulders neatly on the woodpile in the backyard of the hotel. Jujoju slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, looked at the short but sturdy old man behind him, and said with a smile. Old man, I've done so much work for you, it should be enough to pay for my meal, right? Inu Changwu snorted coldly and said angrily. Boy! Do you know how many precious ingredients from our restaurant you consumed in that meal? Want to leave? Work for another half a year. As soon as he finished speaking, Inu Chango quickly turned around and walked into the store, not wanting to give Kyujo Tachibana any chance to refute. Although Ju can eat the meal of 3 people in one meal, he can do the work of 5 or 6 people. Even if he needs to pay wages in the future, this deal will not be a loss no matter how you calculate it. Kyujo Tachibana looked at Inu Chango's back and rolled his eyes helplessly. He knew very well what this old man was planning. It has been 2 months since he left Toyama Prefecture. During these 2 months, Kyujo Tachibana has not only not found the Demon Slayer core, but has not even encountered a single demon. All the money he had on him had long been spent, and after 2 months of Bear Grylls-style survival in the wilderness, Ju felt like he was almost becoming a special forces soldier. It's not that bad in places with good ecological environment, and you can even hunt some wild animals in the wild. When we got near Ping'an town, something seemed a little weird and we didn't know why. In the forest outside the town, Ju had never seen even a mouse. There are very few fish in the river. After going hungry for 9 meals in the last 3 days, Ju Tachibana had no choice but to go out of the mountain and into the town, where he had a free meal and was forced to work to pay off his debts. but it was for this reason that Kyujo Tachibana suspected that there was something wrong with this place. There is a high probability that there is an evil ghost living nearby. Otherwise, I can't find any other reason. If there are evil spirits, Tachibana believes that the Demon Slayer Corps will always find this place. In this way, Tachibana, under the pretext of working to pay off debts, waited for the arrival of the Demon Slayer Corps, while going into the mountains during the day to cut trees and look for traces of evil spirits. After practicing sword for so many years, Ju really wants to find an evil ghost to fight with. That afternoon, Ju was in the backyard of the hotel, splitting the logs into pieces of equal size as usual. Just when Kyujo Tachibana was practicing the splitting wood sword technique without distraction, a burst of hurried shouts came from the road outside the wall. "Can anyone help me? The kid in front is a thief. Don't run. Stop. That's all the money I have. Oh God. Can someone help me?" The owner of the voice was a woman in her 30s with a pale face. She was leaning against the wall with one hand and holding her chest with the other. Panting heavily, he chased the boy in black in front of him with difficulty. Daeyu right hand was tightly grasping the cloth bag that had faded to white. He was panting and running forward madly, looking back from time to time. Looking at the woman who was getting farther and farther away from him, had fallen to the ground, and was no longer able to chase him, Xianyu could not help but laugh triumphantly. Ever since that night when, in order to survive, he brought the ghost to the temple where Xingming and the orphans of Baiming Island lived. After leaving the free cafeteria of Jiumei on Baiming Island, Inuyuki once again lived a life of stealing. It's just that now, Inuyama Shigengaku has become more smart. He no longer attacked healthy people wherever he went. Daeyu would go to the local clinic and lurk quietly at the door, choosing his target. This woman today is just like that. In order to prevent himself from being eaten by ghosts, he must become a ghost hunter. And this is what Daeyu did all the time while searching for the ghost hunter. Daeyu ran all the way out of the town, holding his knees with both hands, panting loudly and cursing. "This woman is as stupid as a pig. Even if I leave this money to you, it can't save your life. You might as well give it to me and just lie there and rot." Oh! Kyujo Tachibana couldn't bear to listen any longer. He sighed and slowly walked out from behind the tree in front of Xiu. 3. While twisting his neck, he alternately bent the joints between his fingers with his left and right hands. Kyujo Tachibana looked at this scum of the world, feeling the evil thoughts emanating from Xiu, as if they were real. This was the first time in decades of his past and present life that Ju felt the evil of the world so deeply. When watching anime in his previous life, Tachibana simply hated this character. But today, when Ju really saw Xiu, he felt it. This behavior was so disgusting that it made him sick. Kyujo Tachibana could no longer control his anger. "If I don't beat you into a disabled person today, I'll have less food to eat." Looking at Kyujo Tachibana appearing from behind the tree, it was obvious that he had bad intentions. Yao Yu was immediately startled and asked hurriedly, "Who are you?" Kyujo Tachibana didn't waste any time talking to him. He punched Xiao Yu on the bridge of his nose and cursed, still not satisfied. "I am your father. Today your father will beat you to death, you unfilial son." As soon as he finished speaking, Ju kicked Xiu in the stomach. The whole group of people was stunned. They covered their bleeding noses with one hand and their churning stomachs with the other hand, rolling on the ground. The next second, Ju's toes kicked on Xiu's body like raindrops. No matter how Xiu struggled, Ju's toes always kicked where he wanted to kick. Xiao Yu curled up his body, squirming on the ground like a worm, begging for mercy intermittently. Don't fight, I'll give you all the money, I still have a lot of money." Ju took a deep breath and lifted up Xiu with one hand. With a pair of eyes that were so swollen that only a slit was left, Xiu stretched out his hands tremblingly and took out a few purses from his body. Seeing Ju taking the purse, Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered his head, hiding the resentment in his eyes that he could not conceal. "Let's go, please take the money and leave quickly. I will definitely kill you in the future." While praying in his heart that Zhu would leave quickly, Zhu also memorized Zhu's appearance, voice, and even smell in his mind. Feeling the resentment of Zhu rising to the sky in the air, Zhujo Tachibana smiled coldly and said softly, "Xiao Yu, do you hate me so much in your heart right now? Do you wish I were dead, or even want ghosts to eat me?" When Xingyu heard what Zhujo Tachibana said, his body froze. "I couldn't help but think with fear. He knows my name. He knows it all. He'll kill me." The fear of death made Zhu start to tremble uncontrollably. As if he could read minds, Zhujo Tachibana leaned over and whispered in Zhu's ear, "Haha, don't worry, I won't kill you." Zhu was not deceiving Zhu, he really couldn't kill a human child. Xiang Yu should be thankful that his identity as a child allowed him to survive. It didn't take long for Xianyu to be happy. Zhujo Tachibana whispered in Gyuyu's ear again, "But I will destroy you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhujo Tachibana raised his right fist, highlighted the joint of his middle finger, and lightly hammered on the load-bearing wall of Zhu's lungs. "You can't hit this thing too hard. If you hit it too hard, Xianyu might be dead. Still want to learn the thunder-breathing technique? Eat shit." Zhu cursed in his heart. Then, Zhujo Tachibana held the disabled Xiang Yu under his arm with one hand and walked towards the clinic in Ping'an town. At this time, Zhu no longer concealed his resentful gaze towards Zhujo Tachibana. Although he still didn't know what Zhujo Tachibana had done to him. But Yu believed that this devil would never do anything without a purpose. "Why are you looking at me like that? You make me look like a villain. Just understand, you are the villain." Zhujo Tachibana cursed and slapped Zhu again. Chapter 4, The Second Windwheel. In the Ping'an town clinic, the doctor frowned at Zhu and took the stethoscope from Zhu's chest. He turned to look at Zhujo Tachibana and asked, "You are the new worker of the Anu family, right? What happened to this kid? He was walking carelessly and fell." Zhu looked at the doctor and explained calmly. I looked at the doctor as if to say, "Do you take me for a fool?" Zhujo Tachibana then explained, "If you don't believe it, you can go ask him." Seeing this, the doctor turned around and looked at Xiu. After covering his chest and coughing twice, Zhu nodded, confirming what Zhujo Tachibana said. It's not that he wants to protect Zhujo Tachibana, but Zhujo Tachibana seems to know his background. If the police are involved, then the things he did before may not be covered up. Xiang Yu is not a fool, he certainly wouldn't do that. And Zhujo Tachibana had already known that this would be the result, so he dared to bring Zhu here openly. The doctor shook his head. Since the injured person said so, he was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. He just looked at the two and said, "Except for the damage to the lungs and trachea, there are no other major problems. I just need to rest for a while. I suggest you go to Tokyo. I heard there are foreigners who built a hospital there. Maybe they can cure you." Zhujo smiled, and without wasting any more time listening, he turned around and left the clinic. He also had to return the money that Xiao Yu had stolen in the town. As for the money that Zhu stole from other places, Zhujo Tachibana said that he couldn't do anything about it. He was not a pushover and he had his own things to do. He brought Xiao Yu to the clinic just to confirm whether his punch achieved his goal. As for curing the damage to Zhu's lungs, Zhujo Tachibana felt that it would be impossible with the current medical level. Zhu with lung damage would have to be a disabled person in the future, so let him spend the rest of his life repenting for his sins. A week later, Zhujo Tachibana looked helplessly at the doctor who came to his house and gave him all the money he had. Yes, just after his health improved a little, Zhu sneaked away from the clinic and successfully avoided paying the medical bills. In the end, after confirming that Zhujo Tachibana was really dead and could not afford another penny, the doctor took the money and left cursing. The restaurant owner nearby, the old man Inu Changwu, looked at Kyujo Tachibana and said cheerfully, "Haha, you are out of money again, right?" Ju was too lazy to pay attention to this. A boss like Zhou Baopi. After working for him for so long, he really didn't even mention a word about salary. You don't want to give even a dime? Eat more for dinner. Tachibana thought to himself as he swung the axe at the log in front of him. It was late at night and Ping'an town was exceptionally quiet. Most of the residents in the town had already fallen asleep. Only a few izakayas and some entertainment venues still had some lights on. A middle-aged man with black hair and a beard, and a face full of cracks, walked slowly into the streets of Ping'an town along the road outside the town. The moonlight in the sky was reflected in the man's pupils, emitting a faint green light, which was even more strange. In the ball of the man's left eye, the words SLAYER were deeply engraved. Yes, this man is none other than the second of the 12 demon moons, the lower moon, Ruri. As the pulley moved, it murmured to itself. How many people are going to be eaten today? 3? Or 6? Never mind, just eat 3 people. If you eat too much, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps might come looking for you. Having decided on the windlass, he slowly walked towards the light ahead. Kyujo Tachibana, who was sleeping with a sword in his arms, suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness. Is this the smell of blood? In the sky, the crows hidden in the night were running rapidly towards the distance. Ruri grabbed a member of the Demon Slayer Corps by the neck and lifted him up. He looked at his face, which was red from suffocation, and said tauntingly, "So you guys have already found this place? Haha, it's a pity that only 2 small fish came." Fujiwara Naoto held the Nikaran sword tightly in both hands, but his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at the evil ghost in front of him, holding his companion high up and exuding a terrifying aura. "You'll die. I'm going to die. How can I defeat such a terrifying guy?" Naoto Fujiwara has been training for 2.5 years and is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is his first mission after officially joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Naoto felt that this was most likely his last mission. Looking at Fujiwara Naoto, who had lost the courage to swing his sword at him, Rokuro spoke expressionlessly. "Human beings. Such weak and incompetent creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, the windlass's grey and white thick palm squeezed hard. Pfft! After a low muffled sound, the flesh and blood on the neck of this young Demon Slayer Corps member had been crushed into a pool of mud by the windlass. Blood gushed out from between the fingers of the windlass like a fountain. Ruri stuck out his tongue and licked the blood that spurted into the corner of his mouth. Then he tore off the head of the body and began to eat it in front of another member of the Demon Slayer Corps. When Kyujo Tachibana arrived at the scene, what he saw was a scene that looked like hell. A young man wearing the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps was kneeling on the ground, making retching sounds towards the vomit on the ground. As for the other person, well, the scene was too cruel, and Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help but retching for a while. With a pale face, Ju raised his head and suppressed the churning feeling in his stomach. Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, licked the tofu pudding in his hand clean, and then threw aside the skull that had been gnawed away without a trace of flesh and blood. 4. He stood up and looked at Kyujo Tachibana, who had just arrived, and said, "Another trash fish? Looks like I'll have a full meal today." Looking at the 2 words SLAYER in Lu's left eye, Kyujo Tachibana's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Is it necessary to exceed the quota so much in the first battle? This is the 12 ghost months. And he is a 12 demon moons who doesn't know blood demon arts. Even though it's just a lower string ghost. The battle came so suddenly. Although Ju also wanted to start with the small monsters and level up, the current windlass obviously would not give Ju this opportunity. Momoyama. The pitch-black crow was circling in the sky, looking down at the former sound pillar, Jigoro Kawashima, who had retired due to an injury and had white hair and beard. A rapid and sharp human voice came out from the crow's beak. GUI class members Fujiwara Naoto and Kobayashi Izumi Ichiro have discovered the 12 demon moons in Heian Town. Go and support them. Go and support them. After repeating it twice, the crow in the sky flew away in another direction without looking back. After receiving the news, Jigoro Kawashima did not dare to delay. After taking out his Nichiren sword from the house, he rushed towards the direction of Ping'an Town with all his might. Not to mention missing a leg. Even if I have no legs, what's the problem? As long as I can still hold the knife. I swear to kill all the evil spirits in the world. Chapter 5, War Wheel. Jojoju looked at the windlass that had just finished sucking tofu pudding and was slowly approaching him with blood in its mouth. My heart couldn't help but tighten. If I can't beat him, I'll be eaten too, right? Looking at the windlass getting closer and closer to him, Kyujo Tachibana calmed himself and dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. He bent his legs, slightly bent his waist, took a step back with his left foot, and placed his right hand lightly on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Breathe. He adjusted his breathing and assumed the starting stance of his family's sword technique, IAI/. Staring intently at the windlass 5 meters ahead. In the void, lines connecting himself and the windlass naturally emerged, dancing in the air, clearly reflected in Ju's mind. Looking at Jojoju holding a sword in front of him, Lu frowned and stopped involuntarily. The moment the human boy held the sword, he actually felt a hint of threat. It seemed as if he took one more step forward, he would be chopped into pieces. This absurd idea made Lulu feel inexplicably angry. How could a bug-like creature possibly harm me? Lu cursed angrily and rushed towards Jojoju. The sharp nails were like the claws of a tiger, grabbing Ju's face fiercely. Looking at the explosive speed, the windlass rushed to the front of him in an instant, and the raised claws seemed to be about to grab his face in the next second. Call. At this moment, in Ju's eyes, time seemed to slow down. The windlass's blow, which made it difficult for people to react, became so slow. Ju's eyes were fixed on the joint on the inside of windlass elbow. The next moment, a line of gap appeared naturally. It's now. Thanks to years of training in the IAI slashing technique, Tachibana's sword drawing speed far exceeded that of pottery at that moment. The long sword in Ju's hand rushed out of the scabbard like a raging thunder and slashed towards Lu's elbow in an instant. The long knife cut through the flesh on the surface of the elbow like a hot knife cutting butter, without causing any hindrance. Until the blade accurately avoided the hard hand bones and cut through the elbow joint, the ligaments and cartilage connecting the bones. Jojoju exhaled lightly, put away his sword, defended himself, and took a step back. The next second, Lu's arm fell along the elbow joint to the place where Ju had just stood. But what is puzzling is that the wound on the broken arm looks a bit strange. The wound was extremely smooth, but the bones inside had fallen off intact along the joints. Looking at his falling arm, Lu's pupils suddenly shrank. Immediately afterwards, the pain in his arm made Lulu even more furious. At this time, Kyujo Tachibana had retreated a step in advance and was out of the attack range of the windlass's arm. Lu subconsciously kicked towards Kyujo Tachibana's head. But at the same time, before Lu raised his leg, Kyujo Tachibana sensed the changes in the force of his muscle tissue through his sword heart. Ju also moved, tilting his head back. The long sword in his hand slashed from bottom to top at the air in front of him. I saw that the windlass started later but arrived first. He used his ankle to kick Kyujo Tachibana's blade hard. The long knife cut smoothly into the left side of the flesh and blood of the windlass ankle, and with a slight obstruction it cut out from the right side of the windlass ankle. Kyujo Tachibana took a look at the right arm of windlass that was about to grow back. My eyes narrowed. This growth rate is almost catching up with the upper rank in the drama. Could it be that this Rokura's blood demon art is like that of upper 3 Akaza, strengthening the body to increase combat power? Thinking of this, Kyujo Tachibana did not pursue the victory, but turned around and took advantage of the windlass's legs before they grew out. Run quickly towards the woods outside Ping'an town. Although it seems that Ju has the upper hand temporarily, only he himself knows it. As he is far behind his opponent in speed and strength, he cannot afford to make a single mistake. Besides, this guy Lu has never used his blood demon magic until now. Except for his last trump card, it can be said that he has already exerted 120% of his fighting power. Looking at Ju Tachibana, who was running away, Lu was stunned. Is this an escape? The blue veins on Lu's face gradually began to burst. This kid who doesn't even know the breathing method of the Demon Slayer core and has such weak power, was able to play tricks on him like this? Lu was filled with rage, which burned away his remaining sanity. At this moment, there was nothing else in his eyes. He just stepped on his broken leg and followed closely behind Ju. After Winwheel left, the only witness of this battle was Fujiwara Naoto. Finally I came to my senses. Looking at the broken hands and feet on the ground, they burst into exclamations. Sai-kui! What an amazing sword skill! You can actually cut off the enemy's joints with a sword at such a fast speed. Although Fujiwara Naoto was impressed by Kyujo Tachibana's performance, he still didn't think that Kyujo Tachibana would have any chance of winning against this evil ghost. Except that Kyujo Tachibana is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and does not know how to breathe. There is another most important reason. If I'm not mistaken, the sword in this swordsman's hand should not be the Nichiren sword. Fujiwara Naoto thought to himself. If you don't use the Nichiren sword to cut off the evil ghost's neck, the evil ghost will not die at all. Even if your hands and feet are broken, they will recover. Until the swordsman's physical strength is exhausted. At this moment, Fujiwara Naoto seemed to see the end of this swordsman. Fujiwara Naoto was seen standing there, his expression changing for a while, and then he picked up the Nichiren sword of his dead teammate. Fujiwara Naoto, carrying two Nichiren swords, chased after the windlass in the direction he left with a determined look on his face. Outside Ping'an town, in the woods. Kyujo Tachibana took a deep breath, turned around decisively, held the knife left by his father, and faced the evil spirit in front of him. The reason why Ju brought the windlass here was not because he really wanted to escape. With the speed of the windlass, Ju had no chance of escaping. Only by fighting to the death can you have a chance of survival. There are two reasons why we came to this forest. First, the forest can limit the speed and power of the windlass, which is more conducive to mastering the sword heart and being able to sense the changes in the surrounding environment at all times. Second, avoid accidentally injuring the town residents during the fight between the two. As the wheel slowly approached Kyujo Tachibana, he suppressed his anger and taunted Kyujo Tachibana. Run! Why don't you run? You lowly, reptilian life! I'll crush you like a bug. However, he was missing a shoe and a piece of sleeve, which made him look a little disheveled, and it was somewhat inconsistent with the harsh words he had said. Ju didn't like to say harsh words during a fight. He just held the knife in both hands and faced the windlass without saying a word. Chapter 6 Transparent World. Looking at Ju, who said nothing and was not affected by his words at all. Lu suddenly felt a little bored. He no longer wanted to play with this swordsman of unknown origin. Human boy, today I will let you know how fragile the human body is. As soon as Lu finished speaking, the exposed skin on his body turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Ju's perception, the large gap between himself and the windlass was mostly cut off in an instant. The windlass completed its transformation without wasting any more time. I saw the sole of the windlass stepped heavily on the ground, and then there was a loud bang. The windlass, which had stepped on a hole in the spot, shot towards Ju like a sharp arrow. When he came into his attack range, Lu raised his fist and struck Ju's forehead like thunder. Looking at the black fist coming towards him from the windlass, Kyujo Tachibana's pupils couldn't help but shrink. So fast! The speed of the windlass is at least 30% faster than before. 5. Relying on Kenshin's clear perception, Kyujo Tachibana narrowly avoided the attack by leaning sideways in advance. The big tree behind Ju was smashed in the middle by the windlass with one punch. Faced with the sudden explosion of Windwheel who activated armament haki, Tachibana was temporarily unable to fight back like before. You can only quickly increase the distance. Tachibana could see the flaws in Ruri, but his body could not support him to fight back. He could only passively use the terrain in the woods to dodge the attacks of the windlass. Seeing the windlass being broken with one kick, and a tree as thick as a bucket being broken, Ju couldn't help but swallow. If I get hit by this thing, will I die? At this moment, Fujiwara Naoto, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was holding two Nichiren swords, also arrived at the battlefield. Fujiwara Naoto raised the Nichiren sword in his hand and shouted at Tachibana who was in a tough fight. "Mr. Swordsman! Your sword cannot kill this evil ghost. The only way to kill him is to cut his neck with this knife." However, when he saw Fujiwara Naoto rushing over with the Nichiren sword, Tachibana did not show any joy. He just stared at the windlass in front of him, not daring to devote any of his attention to it. Of course Tachibana knows that only the Nichiren sword can kill demons. But Tachibana's problem now is that he doesn't have enough strength to cut off Ruri's neck. This can only be done by using the trick you use to break boulders at home. However, the conditions for using that move are very harsh and require 100% focus and concentration. Weapons are an extension of one's limbs. How could a strange knife that had never been used before allow Tachibana to perform such a slashing attack? Therefore, Fujiwara Naoto, who came to support with the Nichiren sword, might still be a burden in Tachibana's eyes. Unless he doesn't save her. Haha, do you want to get that knife? Lu looked at Jujiaoju and said playfully. Ju let go of all his senses and just stared at the windlass without saying a word. At this moment, Tachibana suddenly sensed the changes in the muscles of the left leg of the windlass. He's going to kill that member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Thinking of this, Ju no longer cared about the difference in speed and strength between him and the windlass. For the first time, Ju launched an active attack, swinging his knife at the tendon behind Lu's left knee. If we just cut it off, it should give this Demon Slayer Corps member enough time to escape. But at this moment, the windlass, which had already turned half of its body, quickly adjusted its center of gravity back. He kicked towards Ju heavily with his right foot. Although Tachibana could sense the windlass attack at this time, his body could not adjust its movements as quickly as the windlass. He just barely placed the knife in his hand next to his ribs to help share the force of the kick. But even so, Ju was kicked out by the windlass like a cannonball. As soon as Ju landed on the ground, he couldn't control himself and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Using the knife to support himself, Ju stood up tenaciously. Feeling the damage inside his body, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It's still too careless. Two of Tachibana's ribs on the right side were broken, and he was no longer able to exert any strength to deliver his most powerful strike. But at this critical moment, Tachibana suddenly recalled watching the Demon Slayer manga in his previous life. It tells a story about the protagonist, Tanjiro Kamatu's father, Tanjiro. At that time, Tanjiro's father was already terminally ill. But he was still able to drag his seriously ill body with just an axe. He leaped up and chopped off the head of a giant bear with one blow. This giant bear was nearly 3 meters tall and had previously eaten 6 people. Why is Tanjiro able to completely break free from the obstacles of illness? How could a seriously ill and dying person perform such an astonishing act? Just because Tanjiro comprehended the highest realm, the transparent world. Able to use its keen senses to control the movement of every blood vessel in the body. If humans want to hear the sound carefully, it is best to close their eyes. Similarly, when launching an attack, all unnecessary parts should be blocked, leaving only the necessary ones. Eventually you will reach a state where you can open and close the blood vessels and muscles in your body at will. By then, a transparent world will appear before your eyes. This ability can see through the body of a living being and find its weaknesses by seeing through the body of the living being. At the same time, because of the accelerated perception, the enemy's actions will also appear to be slower. This is the comic's explanation of the transparent world. Recalling the ability to explain the world through the comics, Tachibana's expression couldn't help but become very complicated. Does it look familiar? See through the structure of living things, discover their weaknesses, and accelerate your senses. Isn't this the sword heart that is recorded in our family? However, there are still some differences between the subtleties of Kenshin's clarity and the world of transparency, as well as the way of opening them. The method of opening Kenshin Tongmei, passed down in the Kyujo family, is to strengthen the five senses through continuous training, thereby producing a sixth sense and reaching the state of Kenshin Tongmei. This sixth sense not only allows us to observe living things, but also has a certain ability to observe inanimate objects. Ju feels that to reach this level, the requirements for the basic five senses or spiritual talent are relatively high. Maybe this is also an invisible plug-in brought by rebirth. The strengthening of the senses or spirit, Kyujo Tachibana felt that the transparent world should be without his sixth sense, Kenshin's clear and strong. The transparent world realm in the comics is a place where people who are born with strong five senses control their blood vessels and muscles through their five senses. When you have 100% perfect control over your body, you will eventually reach a state where you can open and close your blood vessels and muscles at will. By then, a transparent world will appear before your eyes. This is the transparent world. If you follow the process in the comics and open up a transparent world, explosive power and endurance will definitely be greatly enhanced. After all, from the beginning this path has been the study of controlling the body in order to sublimate the spiritual senses. And after the transparent world is opened, every attack you make will mobilize the muscles and blood vessels throughout your body. There won't be any unnecessary movement and no extra loss. At this moment, Zhujiaoju was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and he even wanted to slap himself hard. Why should I divide it? Why can't I have them all? With the strength of his five senses, he is able to control his body's muscles and blood vessels, and now he has developed a sixth sense. With Ju's current sensory strength, controlling muscles and blood vessels should not be a difficult task. It's just that I've never thought about it in this direction before. Windlu walked slowly towards Tachibana with the attitude of a winner. Is the human body fragile? For me, an injury like this only takes a few seconds to recover. Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. We still have a lot of time. I'll let you watch me as I eat you bit by bit. Hey? Should I start from your hands or your feet? Ju ignored Lu's words and just adjusted his breathing gently, maintaining his sword stance, his mind completely busy inside his body. You are such a bastard. At this moment, Fujiwara Naoto's angry shout echoed in the woods. You bastard demon, what do you think of me? I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before I, Fujiwara Naoto, die, I will never, ever allow you to eat people in front of me. After shouting out these last words, Fujiwara Naoto couldn't control his tears. Chapter 7 Killing the Wheel. Ju focused all his senses on himself. Without any obstruction, in an instant, the perception penetrated the surface of the body and entered the inside of the body. One leaf blinds the eyes. At this moment, Orange seemed to have passed through a layer of sandpaper and entered another world. The mysteries of the human body universe are all displayed before your eyes. This is an experience that I have never had before. The thumping heart was beating inside my body like a powerful engine. Bang, 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 bang. The blood rushed in his blood vessels as his heart pumped in and out. At this moment, Ju felt as if he was in a turbulent river or sea. The waves of blood, under the restraint of muscles and blood vessels, carry this violent energy to the limbs and bones of the human body. Orange controls senses far beyond those of ordinary people, starting from controlling the muscles and blood vessels of the heart, gradually following the flow of blood, slowly spreading to the whole body. Hearing the arrogant words of this Demon Slayer Corps member, Pottery felt as if he had heard a very funny joke. Ha 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 ha! Windlass couldn't help laughing wildly, holding his stomach. It was not until a long while later that Ruri calmed down and looked at the Demon Slayer Corps member who had come in front of Kyujo Tachibana and was blocking him. Lulu said expressionlessly, "An ant-like creature, why are you talking big in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the winch instantly rushed in front of Fujiwara Naoto. Looking at the terrifying evil spirit in front of him, Naoto, who had already realized his own death, was no longer afraid. Naoto took a deep breath of air, practiced water breathing, and tried his best to use his most proficient sword technique. Water breathing, first form water surface slash. Naoto shouted, waving the sky blue Nichiren sword in his hand. Carrying the bond of dead companions, the determination to protect humanity, and the awareness of death. A knife chopped at the windlass neck. 6. There was only a loud bang. With a casual strike, the windlass knocked the Demon Slayer Corps member in front of him away. Looking at the wound on the back of his hand that didn't even cut his own blood demon skin, Lu couldn't help but sneer. There's no need to call out the name of this useless sword skill. I'm standing here for you to chop me, but you can't hurt me. Water breathing first form water surface slash. At some point, Tachibana, who had closed his eyes and walked behind the windlass, whispered to the air in front of him. At the same time, there was a puff sound. The windlass looked on blankly as the world before his eyes began to turn upside down. Until there was a dull thud and it fell to the ground. Lulu looked at Tachibana's back with a confused look in his eyes and asked, "How did you do it? Weak human boy. Why do you suddenly have the power to chop off my head?" Ju slowly opened his eyes, turned around and looked at the windlass. His pair of clear black and white eyes seemed to contain infinite power. This is the power of human beings themselves. Hearing what Tachibana said, Ruri's emotions instantly lost control, and he shouted angrily, "So what? Human power can never defeat a demon." At the same time, the headless body of Lulu standing beside stretched out the sharp claws between its 10 fingers and grabbed Ju fiercely. It's a pity that Ju at this moment is no longer the weak self he was just now. Sniff. Ju took a breath of air. He was practicing the water breathing technique he had just learned by observing the inside of the Demon Slayer Corps members' bodies. After starting the breathing method, you can improve certain physical qualities in a short period of time. Then he controlled the muscles and blood vessels throughout his body and poured all his strength into the sword in his hand. A transparent world plus the breath of water, can your windlass withstand it? Water breathing, first form water surface slash. Ju controlled the blade's light, flashing from top to bottom. Even with the hardened buff added to Lulu's body, it was still as brittle as a piece of paper. The headless body was chopped directly from the neck to the crotch by Ju. Split into two. He ignored the shocked look on Windlass's face. Ju leaned over and grabbed the long hair on top of Lulu's head, pulling Lulu's head up from the ground. With the knife in one hand and the windlass hair in the other, Tachibana walked to the side, where Fujiwara Naoto was already stunned. Kyujo Tachibana stuck the knife in his hand into the ground, looked at the member of the Demon Slayer Corps, smiled and said, "Can you let me use the knife in your hand?" Before Fujiwara Naoto could agree, Kawashima Jigoro, who had just arrived from the depths of the woods, threw the Nichiren sword in his hand over. "Young man, use mine. It is its honor to be able to cut off the neck of the 12 demon moons." Tachibana reached out and took the Nichiren sword, nodding. Then, he bent down and pressed the windlass, who was still struggling desperately and unwilling to give up his life, to the ground like killing a fish, and pulled out Kawashima Jigoro's Nichiren sword with one hand. Hand up and down. The new neck that had just grown out of the windlass was cut off again. He watched as the head of the winch slowly turned into ashes before his eyes. Only then did Tachibana stand up, put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard, and handed it back to Kawashima Jigoro. Thank you for the knife. No need to thank me, young man. Tachibana nodded, looked at Fujiwara Naoto and asked, how is your injury? Do you want to go to the town's clinic for a checkup? Naoto shook his head and said, Mr. Swordsman, it's not a big problem. Just rest for a few days and you'll be fine. At this moment, the Demon Slayer Corps' Logistics Support Unit, IN, arrived at the scene in a timely manner. The leader looked at Kawashima Jigoro and said, Thank you for your hard work, Master Mingzu. Kawashima Jigoro shook his head and replied with a smile, I am still too slow. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Swordsman. All the members of the hidden force bowed to Kyujo Tachibana and Naoto, and then dealt with the aftermath in an orderly manner. Clean up the traces of the battlefield, collect the remaining body tissues of the evil spirits, and treat the wounded. What is this? Kyujo Tachibana looked at Kawashima Jigoro in confusion. That night, the crows in the sky were particularly busy. 2:30 in the morning, inside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya, who is only 14 years old, has not rested yet. Still waiting for the battle report from the front. Yubayashiki Yoya looked on with apologetic eyes as he accompanied his wife Amini. He didn't say to his wife, go home early and rest. Because Yubayashiki Yoya knew that even if his wife returned to her room, she would still miss him. Just like he is always thinking about the swordsmen who are killing demons on the front line. Fortunately, the crows flew at an extremely fast speed and did not make their lord wait any longer. At this time, he had already flown back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with the good news. The people outside who came to deliver the message were as happy as if it were New Year's Day. Looking at the expressions of his team members, Yubayashiki Yoya finally felt relieved. With a joyful smile, Yin quickly came to their lord, knelt on one knee and reported the content of tonight's good news. Chapter 8, Sound Pillar Kawashima Jigoro. Listening to the team members' report on the battle situation, Yubayashiki Yoya excitedly stood up, clenched his fist and said, Another powerful swordsman who can slay evil spirits. The member of the hidden unit nodded and continued. Yes, my lord. According to the GUI class member Fujiwara Naoto, this swordsman didn't seem to know how to breathe at first. He just used his own miraculous and powerful sword skills to temporarily suppress the 12 demon moons lower 2 without using any blood demon arts. Afterwards, he was alone and led the evil spirit out of the town. After seeing our team members, they used water breathing once. The swordsman also used the water breathing and cut off the demon's neck. After hearing the details of the battle, Yubayashiki Yoya couldn't help but exclaimed. What a powerful and kind swordsman! I really hope to meet this swordsman soon. Yubayashiki Yoya didn't mind at all. The powerful swordsman learned the breathing method of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing this, the member of the hidden unit immediately said. My lord, would you like to invite this swordsman over? This swordsman is currently at Wisteria House in Dongchong Town, and Lord Narahashira is also here. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and shook his head, saying gently. How can I let a swordsman who just fought against an evil spirit come all the way to see me? Please let the crow pass on the message and treat this swordsman well. I will rush to Dongchong Town to visit this swordsman as soon as possible. At this time, Yubayashiki Yoya's physical condition was not that bad. The member of the hidden corps thought about it and said nothing more. He turned around and went out to deliver the message. Early in the morning, the Wisteria House in Dongchong Town. Tachibana's initial goal was to join the Demon Slayer Corps and learn breathing techniques. Last night, after finally finding the Demon Slayer Corps, Tachibana certainly wouldn't leave. As for Ping'an Town, Ju didn't have any important luggage, only a few old clothes, which he considered as a gift to that shameless boss, Inu Changwu. Ju Kei had no intention of saying goodbye to him. At this time, Kyujo Tachibana had already followed the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and rested here for a night. At about 5 o'clock, Ju woke up early. After washing, he came to the dark courtyard with a sword. The biological clock that Ju had developed over the past decade was not disrupted by last night's fierce battle. Even though his chest was already wrapped with several bandages, he still had no intention of stopping his morning exercises. He got up early and continued to hone his sword skills. Probably more than half an hour passed. Attracted by the sound of sword swinging, Jigoro Kawashima also came here with the sun blade. Looking at Kyujo Tachibana, who was still insisting on exercising with bandages wrapped around him, Kawahime Jigoro admired Tachibana's attitude towards exercise, but he couldn't help but say, "Young man, you can't rush into sword training. You'll break your body down if you do this." Facing the rising sun, Tangerine wielded the sword, shook her dewy black hair, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said with a hearty smile, "Thank you for your reminder, old man, but this injury won't affect me for now. The reason I say this is not because I am trying to show off, but because it is the fact. Ever since I recalled how to open the transparent world in the Supreme Realm during last night's battle, Ju has understood that his 6 powerful senses can control the muscles and blood vessels of his body at will. You should know that there are 639 muscles and 60 billion muscle fibers inside the human body. Every time Ju swung the sword, he controlled it deliberately and did not use the muscle groups related to the injured part. In other words, the part where Ju was injured is still resting. What Ju exercises are only the muscles in other parts of his body. Although the force of swinging the sword cannot reach his most perfect state, it will not affect the recovery of the injury. And that's not all. By controlling the blood vessels in the injured area, Orange can also adjust the blood flow to accelerate bone healing. Jigoro Kawashima frowned. He only regarded Tachibana's behavior as the recklessness and stubbornness of a young boy. It's just that he is not very good at persuasion and education. 7. Since Ju insists on being stubborn, the old man doesn't mind exercising before breakfast. "Okay, young man, since you said so, then I will practice with you." After saying that, without waiting for Tachibana to say anything, Kawahime Jigoro drew out the Nichiren sword in his hand and rushed towards Kyujo Tachibana in the courtyard like lightning. "Boy! Catch it!" After reminding Kyujo Tachibana, Kawahime Jigoro slashed at Tachibana's chest with a knife. Looking at the oncoming attack, Kyujo Tachibana did not dare to be careless, even though Kawahime Jigoro had already broken one leg. But as the inheritor of the thunder-breathing technique and the former sound pillar, Jigoro Kawashima's combat experience and swordsmanship skills should not be underestimated. Moreover, over the past few decades, maintaining full concentration and breathing, Changzhong has brought terrifying improvements to one's physical fitness. If it weren't for the broken leg and the natural aging of his body, Ju didn't think he had a chance of winning. The current Jigoro Kawashima is not the Jigoro Kawashima who was in the 8 or 9 years after the main storyline began. If at this time you were reborn as a disciple of Jigoro Kawashima, and surrendered because you were afraid of death in a battle with demons, and betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps, you would become an upper 6. Tachibana was sure that old man Jigoro Kawashima would never commit seppuku first. He will only chase you to the ends of the earth. I will not commit suicide until I have scattered your ashes with my own hands. Because he has the ability now. Speaking of this, we have to mention the practice stage of breathing method. The breathing method was developed by Yuichiro Tsugami, a general term for the technique that aims to give humans strength to fight against evil spirits. The basic stage of the breathing method, after learning it, can increase physical strength in a short period of time, allowing ordinary people to gain the ability to kill demons. Most of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen who have learned the breathing technique remain at this level. Of course, this is only equivalent to internal strength, while the swordsman's sword skills are equivalent to external strength. Generally speaking, once the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman has mastered the breathing method and added a few skilled sword skills, he can kill ordinary demons. The second stage is to concentrate on breathing, always in the middle. This state requires the swordsman to maintain the breathing method uninterruptedly 24 hours a day, even when sleeping. After mastering it, when the body gradually adapts to this way of breathing, the swordsman's basic physical fitness will be greatly improved. And afterwards, by maintaining the breathing method over the years, the swordsman's physical fitness can be continuously and slowly improved. Mastering full concentration breathing, Changzhong, is the minimum requirement to approach the strength of the pillars. After mastering full concentration breathing, constant hit, add advanced sword skills that match the attributes of the breathing method. At this time, the swordsman's strength is equivalent to that of a pillar, and he can kill the lower rank demons and fight against the upper rank 4, 5, and 6. Of course, there are many factors to consider when determining specific combat effectiveness, such as the swordsman's physical fitness, proficiency in swordsmanship, combat experience, etc. This is just a rough division. Chapter 9, Competition with the former leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Sug. The speed bonus brought by thunder breathing should not be underestimated. Chijo Tachibana took a long breath and practiced water breathing. He swung his sword and held Kawashima Jigero's Nichiren sword in front of him. Clang! The two knives collided, sparks flew everywhere. Feeling Chijo Tachibana's breath, Kawashima Jigero's expression became a little strange, as if he wanted to say something. But Ju's strength was not weak, so he couldn't be distracted by talking, for fear of losing the air in his lungs. He grasped the hilt of the Nichiren sword tightly with both hands and pressed hard towards Chijo Tachibana. Feeling the impact of the long sword in his hand, Ju couldn't help but frown. This old man is so bad, he uses force to oppress others. Bullying my 14-year-old boy. He couldn't bear it, unless he ignored the rib injury that had not yet healed and released all his muscles to resist the blow. But in the final analysis, this was just a sparring match. Ju thought about it and decided not to stubbornly take the attack. Only one foot is off the ground, giving up the center of gravity. He let Jigoro Kawashima knock him back a step. As we all know, if you can't fly, try not to leave both legs off the ground at the same time during a fight. Because when you are in the air, you cannot control your center of gravity. For masters of the same level, this is an opportunity that can decide the outcome. There are two reasons. First, the force comes from the ground. How can the full force be unleashed without a fulcrum? Second, because of the pull of the Earth's gravity, you will fall uncontrollably. Knock up is also a control skill, solid as a rock. Look at my flying pancake. At this moment, Ju was in this knockaway state, with his legs off the ground, but it was only because of Ju's advanced preparation. My right leg will hit the ground in about 0.3 seconds. However, including the time it takes to regain the body's center of gravity, it is probably between 0.5 seconds and 0.7 seconds. For ordinary people, this little gap in time would probably be too short for them to react. However, Ju's opponent today is not an ordinary person. For the former sound pillar Jigoro Kawashima, the inheritor of the thunder breathing technique who possesses extremely fast speed, will he miss this fleeting opportunity? The thought flashed through his mind, and of course Jigoro Kawashima would seize this opportunity. The current situation that is favorable to him was designed by him. But Jigoro Kawashima's ultimate goal was just to make Tachibana understand that he should not act stubbornly when he is injured. More importantly, if you don't listen to his advice, you will suffer the consequences. Thunder Breathing Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash. Jigoro Kawashima recited the name of the move silently in his mind, stepping on a prosthetic limb, his whole body shining with lightning. At a speed that was difficult for humans to react to, he rushed towards Chijo Tachibana, who was still in the flying state. What? How is that possible? Jigoro Kawashima looked at the strange long sword in front of him with a face full of shock. He discovered that Chijo Tachibana's knife could actually control himself. The knife pointed to the left, so he rushed to the left. Pointing to the right, he followed the knife to the right again. Looking at Chijo Tachibana who had landed safely, Kawahime Jigoro put away his Nichiren sword and asked with a complicated expression, "How did you do it?" Of course he knew that it wasn't Ju's knife that controlled him. Instead, his movements were completely predicted by Kyujo Tachibana in advance, so Tachibana could always point the knife in front of him in advance. Even though he possessed Leihu's extreme speed, it was impossible for him to control it 100% at such a fast burst speed. Not to mention that he is now missing a leg. This is also one of the reasons why Ju believes he still has a chance of winning. To put it simply, it's like us modern people driving. You may be able to keep the direction steady at 120, 130, or 150 km per hour on the highway, but what if you reach 200 or 300 km per hour? Your reaction and control abilities will gradually fail to keep up. If Jigoro Kawahime wants to avoid Tachibana's knife, he has only two ways. First, your own speed is increasing, that's fast. It was so fast that Kyujo Tachibana didn't even have time to make a move. Second, grasp the current top speed and control the body perfectly. If it goes to this extent, even Ju can't stop it. Of course, if Jigoro Kawahime didn't care and fought for his life, he would also be able to chop down Kyujo Tachibana. After all, his explosive speed and strength are much stronger than Tachibana's. However, now the two of them are just exchanging ideas, there is no need to be so serious. Kyujo Tachibana sheathed his sword, and naturally placed his right hand on Kawahime Jigoro's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Old man, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Let's talk while we walk." The two of them could be said to have known each other through fighting. In addition, since Tachibana had the strength to kill the lower moon too, Kawahime Jigoro didn't say anything. He let Tachibana put his arm around his shoulders and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing that Jigoro Kawashima was clearly itching to do something but didn't ask the question out of consideration for his face, Tachibana smiled inwardly and took the initiative to explain. "In fact, the reason why I can see through your actions is because..." Finally, Kawahime Jigoro couldn't hold back any longer, and looking at Tachibana who was still talking, he asked anxiously, "Why?" "Because I saw it," Kyujo Tachibana said seriously with a serious face. Hearing Tachibana's answer, Kawahime Jigoro was startled, then he came to his senses, and immediately blew his beard and glared, and said loudly, "Are you kidding me? Don't be anxious, old man. Just listen to me and I will explain it to you slowly." Kyujo hurriedly calmed down the grumpy old man. Then he began to tell him the principles of the Supreme Realm, the transparent world, and how to open it. As Tachibana began to talk, Kawahime Jigoro's expression gradually changed from indignation and readiness to action, to curiosity, and then from curiosity to amazement. Until it finally turned into confusion. "Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing?" Looking at Jigoro Kawashima, who had a confused look on his face, completely unable to understand, and looked like a poor student, Kyujo Tachibana could only smile bitterly. It turns out that not everyone is Tanjiro. He only experienced a flashback once. After recalling what his father Tanjiro had said about the method to open the transparent world, he briefly entered that realm. Tachibana's original intention was good. After all, Jigoro Kawahima is now missing a leg, and if he can comprehend the transparent world, not to mention surpassing his peak strength, at least the impact of the broken leg can be minimized. When the sound pillar Jigoro Kawashima was at his peak, he was once rated as the strongest swordsman of the time. It's a pity that Jigoro Kawashima didn't seem to gain much. If the transparent world could be mastered so easily, it would not be regarded as the supreme realm. It was not until Kyujo Tachibana had eaten his 8th bowl of rice that Kawahime Jigoro finally regained his consciousness. "I remembered it," said Jigoro Kawashima excitedly. I remembered something." Ju was also very excited. He thought that Kawahime Jigoro had made some important gains after his guidance. "This state is called the transparent world. My teacher once told me. Kawashima Jigoro said seriously. Well, what else? Ju asked expectantly. It's gone. Jigoro Kawashima said as a matter of course. Jojo Tachibana. So after I've been talking for so long, you only remembered a name. Jojo Tachibana couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing this, Kawashima Jigoro just laughed, crossed his arms, and said proudly. Okay, although I haven't learned what you taught me yet. 8. But I have something I can teach you. Chapter 10 Breath of Thunder. While eating, Ju asked casually. Oh, what can you teach me? You may not even be better at swordsmanship than I am, and I've already learned the breathing techniques. Jigoro Kawashima suppressed the blue veins on his forehead. Patiently explain. There are 5 basic breathing techniques: water, thunder, fire, rock, and wind. I won't talk about the other breathing techniques derived from the 5 major schools. They have nothing to do with you now. And what you are using now is water breathing, one of the 5 basic styles. Compared to other breathing methods, water breathing is the most gentle and the easiest to get started with. It is also the breathing method with the most users. Well, so what? Asked Kyujo Tachibana with a frown. Kawashima Jigoro looked at Tachibana and asked seriously, but have you ever thought about it? Are you really suitable for water breathing? At this time, Ju also came to his senses and asked. Old man, are you saying that I am not suitable for using water breathing? Jigoro Kawashima nodded with certainty. He said, how long have you been learning the breathing method? I have been using it for decades. I just discovered that when you use water breathing, the air you inhale cannot be perfectly integrated into your body through water breathing. Jojo Tachibana nodded. He also felt this. Moreover, by comparing the state of Jigoro Kawashima when he used the breathing method, Tachibana found that the enhancement brought by the breathing of water on himself did not reach the ideal state. Kawashima Jigoro then said. Besides, I know a lot of people who practice water breathing. The feeling they have when using water breathing is very different from yours. So I'm sure you're not suitable for practicing water breathing. And the reason why you were able to learn the water breathing that was not suitable for you after just one look is simply because water breathing is the simplest to learn and is relatively easy to learn. There's still a little bit of talent. Of course, Jigoro Kawashima only kept this sentence in his heart and didn't say it out loud. So you want to teach me how to use thunder breathing? Kyujo Tachibana put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Kawashima Jigoro and asked. Kawashima Jigoro folded his hands in front of his chest and said very complacently. Boy, the thunder breathing technique is the one that can improve speed and burst the most among all existing breathing techniques. Besides, thunder breathing is not as easy to learn as water breathing. It requires extremely high physical fitness and control from the user, so it is also extremely difficult to practice. Once you master the breath of thunder, your attacks will become extremely fast. Super fast attacks can even create thunderous sounds around you. Boy, do you want to learn? If you do, I can. Before Kawashima Jigoro could finish his words, Kyujo Tachibana let out a long breath of air. Empty your lungs completely, then take another deep breath. Suck. As the air was inhaled, faint golden electric flashes suddenly appeared out of thin air around Ju Tiaoju. His long black hair moved without wind, and he exuded an astonishing aura. Ju felt his own condition and nodded. It was indeed much more comfortable than when he used water breathing. Nani? When Jigoro Kawashima saw this, he gasped in shock. Thunder breathing, eh? Grandpa, I've already learned it. Kyujo Tachibana spread his hands and said with a little pride. You just saw me use it once, and you think you've learned it? Kawashima Jigoro stared at Kyujo Tachibana with his big eyes in surprise. Ju shook his head and explained. That's not the case. I've been watching for a long time, since you appeared in front of me last night. Old man, have you forgotten the transparent world I told you about? Your body is in front of me, there are no secrets. Your breathing method is also very special. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. This must be the breathing of thunder. But you are amazing. You can maintain this breathing method for 24 hours. You are much better than that kid yesterday. And you're right, thunder breathing is indeed a little more difficult than water breathing. After listening to Kyujo Tachibana's explanation, Kawahime Jigoro was stunned and speechless for a long time. After a long while, Kyujo Tachibana put down the 18th empty bowl in his hand, looked at Kawahime Jigoro and asked, "Old man, I'm full, don't you want to eat?" "Ah." Kawashima Jigoro came back to his senses, shook his head, looked at Kyujo Tachibana seriously and said, "Young man, join the Demon Slayer Corps. You are the best successor to the breathing of thunder. As long as you are willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I am willing to teach you all my life's experience in breathing techniques. You know, learning this way of breathing is just the first step. You still have a long way to go. To achieve full concentration breathing Changshong you also need to do." Before Kawahime Jigoro could finish, Kyujo Tachibana interrupted him directly. "Okay, I'm willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps. By the way, let me confirm with you again, your Demon Slayer Corps provides all-inclusive food and lodging, and also offers high salaries, right? This is very important. Please tell me the benefits of the Demon Slayer Corps in a comprehensive and detailed manner. Thank you so much." As he spoke, Kyujo Tachibana stood up and bowed to Kawahime Jigoro. Kawahime Jigoro. At this time, Jigoro Kawashima finally noticed the pile of empty bowls in front of Kyujo Tachibana. "Kyujo Tachibana, we are all martial artists, so it's normal for us to eat more, right?" The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. After calming down his complicated emotions, Jigoro Kawashima told Kyujo Tachibana what he knew about the treatment of the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, what Kawashima Jigoro was talking about was the treatment of the pillar-level team members. "Kyujo Tachibana, Sugui. I've decided. From today on, I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I have no mortal enemies with evil spirits. No one can stop me from killing the evil spirits." Kawahime Jigoro. Kawahime Jigoro rubbed his head, stood up and said to the staff in the kitchen, "Please help me get a pork chop rice bowl." This member of the hidden department seemed to have something to hide. He hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at Kawashima Jigoro and said, "Master Narahira, the breakfast prepared by the kitchen today has been eaten up. Please wait a moment. The second pot of rice will be ready soon." After hearing this, Jigoro Kawashima couldn't help but look at Kyujo Tachibana. This guy got up early and was the culprit for ruining the breakfast for the whole team. Kyujo Tachibana scratched his head and smiled shyly, looking at the hungry Kawahime Jigoro and explained, "I didn't eat much last night, and then I had a fight, so I ate a little more this morning." Chapter 11, Ming Ming Island travels to the underworld. A week later, in the mountains outside Dongchong town, I saw two yellow flashes, one far and one near, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and they were moving through the jungle at a high speed. Looking at Jigoro Kawashima who could never catch up with him, Kyujo Tachibana smiled proudly, turned around and stopped, facing Jigoro Kawashima behind him. In just a moment, dozens of lightning-like slashes were launched. Thunder breathing, 6th form, lightning and thunder boom. Looking at the powerful slash coming towards him, Kawahime Jigoro couldn't help but exclaimed, "Nanny! Good boy, you have no moral principles and attacked me, an old man in his 40s or 50s. Jigoro Kawashima raised the Nichiren sword in his hand while speaking the dirty words he learned from Tachibana Kyujo. He hurriedly blocked the long sword swung by Jujiaiju. Zhang! 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 The two long swords collided dozens of times in an instant, and sparks accompanied by golden lightning floated between the two. I saw Kyujo Tachibana parrying the sun blade swung by Kawahime Jigoro with ease, and he did not forget to taunt him. Old man, can you do this? Such a weak slash, even my grandmother can block it. The veins on Jigoro Kawahima's forehead gradually bulged, and he attacked Kyujo Tachibana with the Nichiren sword in his hand using 120% of his strength. But in such a split second, Kyujo Tachibana was able to accurately wield the long sword in his hand. The sun blade hit Jigoro Kawahima's hand, where its power was weakest. With ease and carefreeness, a small effort can move a huge object. As time slowly passed and his physical strength gradually faded, the Nichiren sword in Jigoro Kawashima's hand began to become heavier. Looking at Kyujo Tachibana, whose forehead was only slightly sweaty, Kawashima Jigoro's heart sank. Oh no! I really can't beat this guy. Looking at the little old man in front of him who was panting but stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. With a little effort, Kyujo Tachibana repelled the sun blade in front of him and retreated several meters away with light steps. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, old man, let's not fight anymore, let's just call it a draw." Hearing this, Kawahima Jigoro sheathed the Nichiren sword in his hand, glared at Kyujo Tachibana angrily, and said, "What do you mean by call it a draw? If you're not convinced, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Seeing the old man's expression, Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help but laugh, thinking secretly in his heart. "I gave you the sea, but you still can't beat me. You still can't afford to lose, old man, you are really stubborn." The reason why Tachibana thought so was not because he was inflated, but it was really the fact. Even if he let go a lot of water now, he could still suppress Kawahima Jigoro. After experiencing a fierce battle with the lower moon too, he realized the transparent world and gained complete control over his own body. Orange's explosive power, explosive speed, and endurance have all been greatly enhanced. In addition, he switched to practicing thunder breathing. In the past few days, Kyujo Tachibana's strength has improved so fast. 9. The first is the breathing of thunder. The speed bonus and explosive power brought by the lightning attribute are just these 2 points. This eliminated the 2 biggest shortcomings of Kyujo Tachibana. Possessing Kenshin's clear sixth sense and the transparent world of the Supreme Realm, Kyujo Tachibana has already reached the pinnacle of this world in terms of realm. The opponent's moves and physical weaknesses will be exposed to his senses. Coupled with the extreme speed and burst brought by thunder breathing. Just think about how scary it is. Ju is now more like an assassin with all the output equipment on his body. Enemies without Ju Kuai's speed would now find it difficult to withstand a blow from him. An enemy that is slightly faster than Ju will not be at a higher realm than him. In Tachibana's expectation, there were only 2 enemies of this level, upper rank 2, Doma, and upper rank 3, Akaza. Facing Akaza, who was a pure warrior and was restrained by the transparent world, Kyujo Tachibana was very confident that he could cut off his neck. As for Doma, Kyujo Tachibana feels that he will not lose, but it is hard to say whether he can kill Doma. It does not mean that Doma is definitely stronger than Akaza. The key is that this ghost's blood ghost technique has some restraint on breathing techniques, so the impact on the ghost is not that great. And Akaza was really suppressed by him to death. As long as he was met by Tachibana, Akaza would immediately experience that the supreme realm he had been pursuing for hundreds of years was, after all, gods and demons. The next level up is the pinnacle of combat power in this world, the 2 biggest bosses. Upper Moon 1, Black Shimo. And the Demon King who is known as the ancestor of demons and the scum among demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. In fact, Tachibana personally believes that Muzan's attack methods and attack capabilities are not as good as upper rank 1 Kokushibo. It's just that his powerful body as a demon king is much stronger than Kokushibo, and coupled with his outstanding ability to escape, Muzan is extremely difficult to kill. In comparison, Kokushibo poses a greater threat to Kyujo Tachibana. Upper rank 1 Kokushibo, one of the first generation of breathing swordsmen, created the breathing of the moon. What's even more terrifying is that this guy, as a demon, has retained the markings from his human period and has also comprehended the highest realm, the transparent world. In terms of combat power alone, Tachibana believes that Kokushibo is the ceiling of this world. It's just that due to the limitations of his body as an evil ghost, he has to obey the orders of the Ghost King Muzan. If Muzan dies, he will also die, so he must protect Muzan. But Ju is not in a hurry. He is only 15 years old now, and there are still 7 or 8 years before the main story begins. Moreover, Tachibana now feels that Muzan may not survive until the main story begins in his hands. At noon the next day, Kyujo Tachibana followed Kawahima Jigoro to the entrance of Dongchong Town, waiting for the arrival of the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya. Kawahima Jigoro looked at the road outside the town entrance, looked at Kyujo Tachibana, and said with a serious face, "Ju, I need to warn you before the lord arrives. Perhaps you still don't know much about our Demon Slayer Corps' lord. But I hope you can maintain enough respect for my lord." Although Jigoro Kawashima felt that Tachibana was not a rude person, he still couldn't help but warn Kyujo Tachibana in front of his lord who was about to arrive. "What are you talking about? You and us, we are our lord. It's as if I'm not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps," Kyujo Tachibana said righteously. Kawahima Jigoro. "Ju-san, you are indeed the one." In fact, in Ju's eyes, calling someone lord is no different from calling him boss in the company in his previous life. He doesn't have any other thoughts. Besides, how could the capitalist boss in his previous life be as honest as this new boss? Just as the two were talking, a carriage slowly drove into the town from the entrance. This carriage is unremarkable, but the key is the coachman driving it. I saw that the driver was extremely big and strong. This is not the key yet. The key point is that the driver is blind. Looking at the sad island seeing Ming driving the carriage like a normal person, Tachibana couldn't help but think in his heart. Doesn't vision mean you can drive? Could it be that this guy has developed a sixth sense? Chapter 12, Succession to the Sound Pillar. Looking at the handsome young man of the same age as himself who slowly walked down from the carriage, Tachibana and Kawahima Jigoro bowed and greeted, "My lord." Yubayashiki Yoya was slightly stunned when he heard the two people addressing him. Then he stepped forward, took their hands, and said kindly, "Mr. Jigoro, this must be Mr. Tachibana. You are really young, but you really don't have to be so polite. I just hope that my coming here doesn't cause any trouble to you." Looking at the young man in front of him, Ju couldn't help but be slightly dazed. It was just as he remembered, his tone of voice was so gentle. Compare this with the capitalist boss who treated him like a beast of burden in his previous life. Kyujo Tachibana. This person can't be compared with others. Kawahima Jigoro looked at Kyujo Tachibana, who was distracted even in front of his lord, and coughed to remind him in dissatisfaction, and then said, "My lord, this will never happen." Yubayashiki Yoya smiled gently, and then introduced Gyumei by Majima who was behind him to the two of them. After the few people met up, they didn't stay on the street for long, and walked towards Wisteria House together. During this period, Xingmei and others asked Yubayashiki Yoya to sit in the carriage and rest. Yubayashiki Yoya refused and insisted on walking with everyone back to the Wisteria House in Dongchong Town. Ho! Yubayashiki Yoya came to the Wisteria House, looked at everyone breathlessly, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was too stubborn." Ju shook his head. At this moment, he actually admired this lord a little bit. He took the initiative to step forward and said, "No, my lord, you are not being brave. My father was also seriously ill, but he never complained about himself. As long as he can move, he will insist on walking outside and basking in the sun every day. Staying indoors for a long time without moving can make people depressed, and it's not good for the body. I don't think it's a bad thing to sweat occasionally." Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded in agreement and said, "I really want to meet your father, such an optimistic man, I believe he will be able to overcome the disease. No, he has died of illness. Kyujo Tachibana said lightly. By Minjaihu Seeing Ming. Kawahima Jigoro. Yubayashiki Yoya. Seeing the speechless expressions of the three people, Kyujo Tachibana smiled and continued. Although my father did not successfully defeat the disease, but his positive spirit is always worth learning from. Even if there is no guarantee that the future will be better, we must work hard to live well every day now. In fact, wasn't Ju talking about himself in his previous life? Having experienced a terminal illness and started a new life again, he can completely empathize with Yubayashiki Yoshiya's situation. Of course, what Ju said was not just polite talk, but his own feelings. With tears in his eyes, Seeing Ming of Baiming Island held the Buddhist beads in one hand and held the other palm upright in front of his chest. He said to Kyujo Tachibana with compassion. What a great father! Although his soul has been reincarnated, his spirit will always be with you. Amitabha. At this time, Yubayashiki Yoya also nodded and began to talk about business with Tachibana. Mr. Tachibana, are you willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps and take on the duties of the Sound Pillar? Kyujo Tachibana looked at Yubayashiki Yoya in surprise. Was he going to let a 15-year-old newcomer become the Sound Pillar right away? As expected of you, Yubayashiki has good taste. You know, although he had killed the Lower Moon 2 before, according to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, he could be promoted to a pillar-level member if he killed one of the 12 demon moons or killed a total of 50 demons. But at that time, he was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Going straight to the top would inevitably cause criticism, and Ju didn't want to ruin his relationship with his future colleagues. Besides, Tachibana is not the kind of person who cares about reputation. After thinking for a while, he said, My lord, I think this is not necessary. Let's just follow the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe I can kill another 12 demon moons and become a pillar. Upon hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya looked at Kawashima Jigoro, and the two smiled at each other. Kawahima Jigoro then spoke. All right, Ju and I, just follow the orders of the Lord. And I was the one who personally proposed to my lord that you take over the throne of the Thunder Pillar. Because I know you have the ability. When he said this, a flash of lightning flashed in Jigoro Kawashima's eyes. No one knows better than him the strength and talent of the young man in front of him. At this time, his strength is no longer at its peak. But his eyesight has not declined. Every time Ju competed with him, he knew exactly what the opponent's situation was and whether he was letting the opponent win or not. Thinking of this, Kawahima Jigoro couldn't help but think in his heart. I am afraid that even if I recover to my peak physical condition, I may not be able to defeat the current Kyujo Tachibana. And this powerful Tachibana is only 15 years old. Besides, Ju's body has not yet fully adapted to the thunder breathing method, Changzhong. After a while, wait until Ju's body has completely transformed its breathing. His strength will be greatly improved. Jigoro Kawashima believed that with Kyujo Tachibana's talent, concentrate on breathing, always, it can be achieved at any time. With such strength and talent, why can't we make an exception and allow him to fulfill the duties of the Sound Pillar ahead of time? Yubayashiki Yoya nodded, stood up, bowed to Kyujo Tachibana, and said sincerely, Please, Mr. Tachibana. 10. Seeing his new boss's sincere request, Kyujo Tachibana was half-hearted, and after 2 rounds of arguing, he finally agreed to the appointment of Narita Hashira. However, Tachibana refused. Yubayashiki Yoya prepared to convene a meeting of the pillars immediately to let the members of the Demon Slayer Corps get to know him as the new Sound Pillar. Tachibana plans to kill another 12 demon moons in the near future, and it will be reasonable to convene a meeting of the pillars at that time. In fact, this is purely Kyujo Tachibana's mistake. The Demon Slayer Corps is currently in an awkward period of transition. The former strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Sound Pillar Jigoro Kawashima, was injured and retired. In the past 10 years, no one has succeeded the position of Mingzhu. And the water pillar, Rinteki Seikanji, also retired behind the scenes due to injury 3 years ago and also became a trainer. There is no one to succeed the position of water pillar. At this time in the Demon Slayer Corps, except for the elderly rock pillar and wind pillar, they are still insisting on carrying out the mission of killing evil demons. The only ones left are the flame pillar, the rain pillar, and the snow pillar. Yes, I made up the words rain pillars and snow pillars because I haven't seen any information from this period. It can be said that the Demon Slayer Corps during this period was the weakest in the past 100 years. Lift Tachibana to the position of the sound pillar. One reason is that Kyujo Tachibana has the ability. Secondly, it is to boost the morale within the Demon Slayer Corps. Unfortunately, Kyujo Tachibana had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to defeat Yubayashiki Yoshiya, so Kyujo Tachibana's determination to kill the evil spirit was tacitly accepted. Looking at the energetic Kyujo Tachibana and seeing Ming, Yubayashiki Yoya believes it. Although the current period is difficult, all of this is just the darkness before dawn. Just wait until the Demon Slayer Corps gets through this dark period. This pattern that has remained unchanged for thousands of years will definitely be broken. Sooner or later, the offense and defense between humans and evil spirits will change. At this moment, the tactless Kyujo Tachibana poked Yubayashiki Yoya with his finger, interrupting the fantasy in the new boss's mind. Fortunately, the new boss was magnanimous and didn't show any shyness. He just looked at Ju and asked, "Ju, what's up?" Kyujo Tachibana scratched his head in embarrassment, looked at the people present, lowered his head and whispered, "My lord, can you give me an advance on part of your salary?" Before anyone could ask, Kyujo Tachibana continued to explain, "I want to redeem our house first." An hour later, having resolved a major life issue, Kyujo Tachibana walked out of the room with Bai Miyuchi. "Seeing Ming, keep going. I have confidence in you. I believe that in the near future, you will be able to create a new world for the Demon Slayer Corps." We saw our newly succeeded Lord Mingzhu, who was smiling and showing off to Bai Minjia's seeing Ming. Bai Minjia's seeing Ming, Amitabha. Chapter 13, Tachibana's New Sword. Looking at Bai Minjia's seeing Ming with empty eyes in front of him, Ju couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. "Seeing Ming, you can't see, why can you still drive?" Hearing this, Bai Ming Island seeing Ming held the Buddhist beads in both hands, placed his palms in front of his chest, and said to Kyujo Tachibana, "Master Narahira, although my eyes can no longer see, my ears are extremely sensitive." Amitabha. Hearing this, Kyujo Tachibana suddenly had an idea. He believed that what Seeing Ming said was true because he also had amazing talents in his 5 senses. Like the protagonist Tanjiro in the play, he can even smell ominous things, predict good and bad luck, and smell strength and weakness and good and evil through his sense of smell. Even Tanjiro's discovery of the gap thread in the early stage may have been due to his sensitive nose. But since Seeing Ming's sensory talent is not bad, how about letting Seeing Ming practice his family's inheritance, the sword training that strengthens the 5 senses? If successful, Seeing Ming can also open up the 6th sense. And opening the 6th sense is basically equivalent to opening the door to the Supreme Realm, the transparent world. By then, Seeing Ming's strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. After all, this is the number 1 member of the Demon Slayer Corps in the show, the Rock Pillar. To take a step back, even if one cannot complete all the training and cannot open the 6th sense, one can still strengthen Seeing Ming's other 4 senses. Then I will guide him to control his own blood vessels and muscles. Maybe Seeing Ming can also open the transparent world in advance. Yes, it opens early. In the original work, Gyume did not realize the use of the transparent world until he was 27 years old, during a life and death battle with upper rank 1 Kokushibo. Unfortunately, Seeing Ming also died in battle that day. He died from the liberation of the stripes and his injuries were too severe, so he eventually gave up on treatment. Since Xingming has this talent, Zhizhou has no intention of keeping it to himself. He wants to change the fate of this big, bad guy. Kyujo Tachibana directly pulled Xingming to the outside of Dongchang town, the battlefield where he usually practiced with Kawashima Jigoro. Xingming, there is a method of training to strengthen the senses that has been passed down in our family. As long as you complete this practice, you can develop a sixth sense outside of the human body. Our family calls this sense, sword heart clear. This sixth sense can help you observe subtle changes in the surrounding environment without blind spots. If you concentrate, you can also feel the internal structure of an object. I discovered that you have a talent for this. Today I will teach you this training method. By Minjiahu, Xingming was suddenly stunned. This. Although Xingming also hopes to be able to see. However, Xingming could not do such a thing as asking Zhu to teach him his family's precious cultivation method for no reason. This was obviously taking advantage of others. Master Narahira. Thank you very much, but I don't need it. Amitabha. Zhizhou rolled his eyes and said to Xingming firmly. I said you need it. You are also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As your strength grows, you will be able to save more innocent people. You said you don't need it, but don't you want to save those innocent people? Besides, what's the point of teaching you? Do you think this training method is easy? Can you learn it if I teach you? Let me tell you, in our Kyujo family's 1,000-year history, only 2 people have opened up their sixth sense and reached the realm of swordsmanship. Xingming was speechless after hearing what Zhizhou Tachibana said. After hesitating for a while, Xingming finally made up his mind and said, Mirai Jura-sama, thank you very much. I will use your kindness to help more people in need. Amitabha. Okay, don't waste time, let's get started. Zhizhou waved his hand and said indifferently. He was willing to teach Xingming such a precious cultivation method. Just because he wants to. 3 days later, still at the same place, Xingming had come to the woods, fully equipped with his specially made sun wheel sword. It has to be said that Xingming's sun wheel sword is also a rare thing, not only because it is made of Gorilla Crimson Iron Sand and Gorilla Crimson Ore. This thing has nothing to do with the Nichiren sword. Can it still be called a sword? Zhu found it funny when he saw it. He saw Xingming holding a chain hammer in his right hand and a chain axe in his left hand, and the chain in the middle was fixed together. Is this for cutting the ghost's neck? It's to smash the ghost's head. What about Orange? Naturally, Kyujo Tachibana also came. Xingming's opponent today is him. The reason was that today, Tachibana's new enchanted weapon, the Sunwheel sword made according to the proportions of his previous long sword, was finally delivered. Now that the new weapon has arrived, it is natural to find someone to test the sword. Originally, Tachibana planned to find Jigoro Kawashima. It's a pity that this face-loving old man doesn't want to lose face in front of his lord because his lord is still alive. Rejected this competition. Jigoro Kawashima refused, so Tachibana had to settle for the next best thing and find Xingming. Well, it's not that Xingming's strength is weak. However, he has only been practicing rock breathing for a year, so it is normal that his strength is slightly weaker than Kawashima Jigoro's. If Xingming had the strength of a pillar now, he would definitely inherit the title of rock pillar. After all, his breathing technique teacher, the current rock pillar, is already old. His strength has declined severely, and it is not appropriate for him to stay in the position of rock pillar any longer. Whether it is for the Demon Slayer Corps or for him personally. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense and get back to our competition. This woodland is particularly lively today, except for the 2 main characters Xingming and Zhu. The Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps and the former Sound Pillar Jigoro Kawashima also arrived at the scene. In addition, all the members of the hidden force lurking near Dongchang town, except for the members on the mission, have arrived at the scene. Watch this, the ultimate showdown. Jojo Tachibana slowly drew out the new weapon from his waist. The handle of the long sword was wrapped with strands of blue and yellow silk threads, and the blade under the handle was cleverly designed into the shape of a lightning bolt. Pulling your eyes downward, you can see 4 small words engraved on the blade below the hilt: Evil Ghost Killer. The clear blade is polished very smoothly, and at first glance you can feel a piercing sharpness. The thick back of the blade has not been treated in any other way and still retains the original black color of the iron ore. The distinct black and white of the blade is very cool. Ju nodded with satisfaction. This is called the Sun Blade. Next second, as if enchanted, the blade began to emit a faint yellow glow starting from the handshake point. Jojo Tachibana gently waved the Sun Blade twice, adjusted to the weight of the new sword, turned around and looked at Xingming and said, "I'm ready, let's get started." 11. By Minjiahu. Xingming nodded. Amitabha. Rock breathing, Type 1, Serpentine, Bipolar. The hammer and the giant axe were like meteors, carrying powerful kinetic energy. They instantly covered a distance of more than 20 meters and smashed hard into Ju Taiju, who was standing in the same place. Chapter 14, The Crushed Xingming. Xingming made an extremely fast attack in front of everyone. But when facing Jojo Tachibana at this time, he seemed a little inferior. The iron hammer and the giant axe with chains were slowly sliding in the air, and the expressions of amazement of the people around at the two weapons began to gradually freeze. Feeling the slow changes in the surrounding environment, Jojo Tachibana found that he seemed to have become a little stronger. Not the body, but the spirit and the senses. Feeling everything around him, Jojo Tachibana suddenly felt irritated and couldn't help murmuring in his heart. Too slow, too slow. When Ju said slow, he was not only referring to Xingming's attack, but everything around him. When Tachibana's senses and spirit were enhanced again, Jojo Tachibana discovered. Ordinary people and him seem to have become lives in 2 different dimensions. It's like you are watching 2 movies at the same time. One movie is at single speed, and the other is at quadruple speed, but the character Ju from the quadruple speed movie appears in the single speed movie. Fortunately, this sense can be controlled. If I can't turn it off and let it last for 24 hours, I will probably go crazy soon, right? Jojo Tachibana guessed in his heart. Looking up, he saw 2 weapons still gliding slowly in the air and unable to get close to him. Jojo Tachibana sighed and took the initiative to meet them. Thunder breathing, second form, Inado Kai. Boom. 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 The golden sun blade was slashing at high speed, the blade rubbing against the air, causing bursts of whistling sounds like thunder. Here, here, here. Jojo's blade quickly followed the direction he sensed, slashing continuously. This is what the onlookers saw. When everyone saw the hammer and the giant axe about to hit Jojo Tachibana, the timid ones couldn't help but cover their eyes. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes flashed, and then they looked again. Along with the roaring sound of thunder and lightning, the sun blade in Jojo Tachibana's hand danced like a phantom. And Xingming's 2 weapons were like 2 tamed wild beasts under the continuous blows of the Nichiren sword in Jojo Tachibana's hand. It was hovering strangely in the air in front of Jojo Tachibana. No matter how hard Xingming, who was controlling the chains from a distance, pulled the chains in his hands, he still could not break this strange balance. The exclamations of the onlookers were endless. Nanny! Am I dazzled? I must be dazzled. Wow, this is amazing. How did Lord Narahira do this? Look at Narahira-sama's opponent. He was bounced off by the chain of his own weapon. At this moment, everyone realized that Xingming was no match for Jojo. No, it can even be said that there is a huge gap between the two. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kawashima Jigoro couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed in his heart. Good fellow! The boy from the Kyujo family. How much have you let me down? This sword technique improved by Lei Hu. This reaction speed and control. Before Kawashima Jigoro could finish his speech, Yubayashiki Yoya, who was standing beside him, also asked curiously. Mr. Jigoro, how did Tachibana do this? Why did Xingming's weapon stay motionless in front of Ju? And he couldn't control it. Kawashima Jigoro explained with a serious expression. What an amazing swordsmanship! My lord, it's not that Xingming doesn't want to control his sun blade, but that Xingming can't control it anymore. Every time Ju swings his sword, the force of hitting Xingming's weapon will just offset the downward force of the two weapons. Not a point more, not a point less. And during this high-speed sword swinging process, not only must the two weapons be kept in this state, but they must also be swung at all times to offset the additional force created by Xingming pulling the chain. I have lived for more than 40 years, and this is the first time I have seen such amazing skills. Yubayashiki Yoya was stunned. Although he did not have the talent of a swordsman, he roughly understood it. In short, Kyujo Tachibana is very strong. Yes, it is like that. Then do you think, is there anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps who can be a match for Tachibana? Yubayashiki Yoya couldn't help but ask again out of curiosity. Kawashima Jigoro shook his head decisively and said. Not to mention the swordsmen of this generation of Demon Slayer Corps, no one can be a match for this kid. If we count back 100 or 200 years, there might not even be one. Yubayashiki Yoya frowned, then asked in surprise. Mr. Jigoro, you mean? After the delivery girl Yoya finished speaking, Kawashima Jigoro nodded and said. I estimate that Tachibana's strength has reached the level of a first-generation breathing swordsman. I don't know where his limit is. But I have a hunch that the battle between humans and evil spirits may end in the hands of this young man. Jigoro Kawashima's words were like a heavy hammer, constantly hitting Yubayashiki Yoya's fragile heart. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Xingming felt his hands were out of control and trembling slightly. Is this exhaustion? Then he calmly shouted to Jojo Tachibana. Master Narahira, I lose. Quickly stop it, Azu. Quickly withdraw your magical power. Amitabha. Although Xingming seemed calm, his heart was already filled with chills. Sure enough, apart from being a little stronger, I am just a mediocre person. Master Naruto, you are really as strong as a monster. I can't take any of your moves. He's no match at all. It's really reassuring to have someone like this in the Demon Slayer Corps. Amitabha. At this moment, Xingming has already accepted his own mediocrity in his heart. At this time, Jojo Tachibana finally realized that he seemed to have gone a little too far. He quickly stopped the sun blade in his hand, which had already turned into a phantom. Will Xingming be hit by me? Jojoju scratched his head and couldn't help but think in his heart. Boom! Boom! The sounds of two heavy objects falling to the ground were heard by everyone at this time. Look! Lord Narahira's sword. It's turned red. A member of the infernal team said in surprise, pointing at Kyujo Tachibana's Nichiren sword. Upon hearing this, Kyujo Tachibana immediately turned his gaze to the sun blade in his hand. The only thing he got was the black and white Nichiren sword. At this moment, it was as if it had just been taken out of a furnace. Not only was there scorching heat emanating from the blade, even the color turns red. Jojo Tachibana knew that this was probably due to his full strength burst just now. The extremely fast dancing of the blade drove the air and produced a violent friction reaction, thus generating high temperature. This is what makes the blade look like this. Could this also be considered a way to activate the Hideo? After thinking about it, Jojoju was still not sure, so he decided to find a ghost to experiment with next time. After the temperature of the blade dropped, Kyujo Tachibana put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard. Chapter 15, Kill the Evil with One Sword, and Calm the Soul with One Sword. Part. On the afternoon of the day when Xingmei finished his sparring with Kyujo Tachibana, Yubayashiki Kaya took Xingmei away. He wants to help Xingming and identify himself again. On the second day, Jigoro Kawahima, who had stayed in Dongchang town for many days, said goodbye to Kyujo Tachibana and returned to Momoyama. 2 more days later. At this time, Kyujo Tachibana had already changed into the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, wearing a gorgeous blue haori on the outside, and 2 long swords of basically the same appearance across his waist. Moment. The beauty that had been sealed for a long time was finally found again. In this way, Kyujo Tachibana, carrying only 2 knives and a bag of mission funds, finally left the wisteria house that had been bothering him for many days. Follow his exclusive crow in the sky, Zhong Kui. This is a change requested by Kyujo Tachibana, but his has not yet agreed. The first time, I went out on a long-term ghost-killing mission. This is a special mission given to Tachibana by Yubayashiki Yoya. In view of Kyujo Tachibana's fast travel speed, Yubayashiki Kaya used him as a mobile force of the Demon Slayer Corps, patrolling the entire Neon for a long time. All the Demon Slayer Corps members along the way, the affiliated industries of the Demon Slayer Corps, and all the wisteria houses will unconditionally provide them with the greatest help. This time, it can be said that Yubayashiki Yoshiya's trust level is completely maxed out. While counting the money, Kyujo Tachibana said to the crow on the treetop, "Oh, it's good to have an organization behind you. If I don't kill an upper-rank demon, I will be embarrassed to go back to see my lord." 12. The crow in the sky had no urge to chat with Ju, and just kept shouting. "South-southeast southeast, there are suspected evil spirits eating people in Haishan Township." Okay, I got it." Kyujo Ju put away the money in his hand and hurried towards the direction of Haishan Township. The means of transportation used is bus number 11. There's nothing you can do about it, this is the way the world is. There are very few horses in Japan, and the roads are rugged. If you really ride a horse, you can't travel for a few days before the horse becomes useless. Otherwise, if the Demon Slayer Corps is so rich, why don't they give each member a horse? But now Ju Tachibana is really fast. If he runs at full speed for a whole day, he can run much farther than a horse. It's just a bit tiring. After running for nearly 10 hours without sparing any energy, Ju finally arrived at the place where residents of Haishan Township gathered before nightfall. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kyujo Tachibana took 2 deep breaths before starting his work. The range of Ju's swordsmanship is close to 100 meters. For a small place like Haishan Township, it only takes a short walk back and forth to complete the exploration. Of course, a farther distance doesn't mean that I become blind and deaf and unable to sense. It's just that it's not as sensitive within a 100-meter range, just like having a radar installed. The closer he was to Kyujo Tachibana, the clearer his perception became. Within 100 meters, Ju Tachibana believes it. No ghost can hide from you. 3 minutes and 56 seconds after arriving in Haishan Township, Ju sensed the man-eating evil spirit lurking there. The strong stench and bloody smell is like a beacon in the darkness. In Kyujo Tachibana's opinion, a cannibal who would hide in such a small place and had no idea how to hide his aura should be just a small fry. Following the guidance of the bright light, Ju came to the outside of a family's courtyard wall. Before Ju Tiaoju entered, the strong smell of blood came through the courtyard wall and hit him in the face. Frowning, Kyujo Tachibana felt that he had to overturn his previous definition of this evil ghost as a trash. Such a strong smell of blood lingers for a long time. In Ju Tiaoju's vision, the wall in front of him seemed to have blood-red blood flowing out of the cracks in the wall all the time. How many people have been eaten by the evil ghosts here? Looking at the tall courtyard wall made of blue stone in front of him, Ju Tiaoju did not waste any more time knocking on the door. With just a light leap, he jumped over the tall wall of the house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Kyujo Tachibana noticed something strange. There is simply too much blood in this courtyard. What's even more terrifying is that the people emitting this bloody smell seem to be human beings. After thinking about it, Jijoju didn't hesitate anymore. He walked directly to the attic on the south side of the courtyard, near the shadow, where the smell of blood was the strongest. Haha, it's a wealthy family. Kyujo Tachibana sneered while observing the architectural decorations in the courtyard. Thinking back, their Kyujo family was also wealthy in the past. Although Ju's generation no longer has much money, their horizons are still much higher than those of the common people. Walking in this cold and smelly attic, Kyujo Tachibana gently drew out the Nichiren sword from his waist and turned into a butcher of evil spirits in the dark night. Slowly walked towards the room where the smell of blood was the strongest. Tiandeo obsessively licked the female human leg bone in his hand, which had already turned white and smooth, and was unwilling to waste even a bit of food. Only when he had sucked the leg bone in his hand until it became boring did Tiandeo Yazu reluctantly throw it away. He casually picked up another complete thigh of a female human that had already been cut off. He bit and chewed it madly. This is a bad habit that Tajima Yazu left over from his time as a human. After becoming a demon, this bad habit was not only not abandoned, but was infinitely magnified. This bad habit is obsession with women's feet and legs. Young girls are the most affected, followed by young women. Every time he tasted the flesh and blood of these parts, Tiandeo Yasu's deepest desires seemed to be completely satisfied. Happy as an orgasm. This is also one of the reasons why he did not wipe out the Tajima family after he became a demon. In his eyes, the man and the old woman seemed like a collection of stench. It would be better for him to starve to death than to eat this flesh and blood. The surviving Tajima family, after being cleansed by Tajima Yazu, have become Tajima Yasu's loyal supporters. He was able to hide for so long, evading the Demon Slayer Corps' biggest accomplice without them even knowing it. After witnessing his power and uniqueness, the tribesmen he left behind also longed to become ghosts. While gaining unparalleled power, you can also gain long life. The price is just a slight change in the diet and a reversed day and night lifestyle. For their Tajima family, the aristocratic class who are the behind-the-scenes rulers of the Black Mountain Township. This is a great deal. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that this small-time villain, Tiandeo Yazu, didn't have the ability to defeat any of them. Transform into a ghost. To put it another way, even if Lord Muzan agreed, Tajima Yazu would be reluctant to share the precious Demon King blood in his body with his clansmen. This group of monsters who have long lost their conscience and humanity are just dreaming an unrealistic dream. In the years since Tiandeo turned into a demon, the Tiandeo family has spent a lot of money every year on various occasions in other places. A large number of young human women were abducted for consumption by Tajima-an. This is also the reason why Tajima Yasushi has not been discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps for a long time. What's even more terrifying is that after being influenced by these demons in the Tajima family for a long time, they even started to eat people. They were so foolish that they believed that the change in Tiandeo Yazu was due to cannibalism. Tiandeo Yazu was also happy to see this happen. After all, what these people were eating were just the leftovers he left behind. On the contrary, they will be more active in helping themselves find food. As for him, Tiandeo Yazu, all he needs to do is enjoy the results. But if you do too many bad things, you will eventually be exposed. In the mountains and forests outside of Haishan Township, people discovered a large number of young human female skeletons, which attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. The moment I opened the door, I was mentally prepared. But Kyujo Tachibana's hands began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. The next second, Kyujo Tachibana slowly put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard at his waist. He immediately pulled out the long sword his father had left him from his waist. Today, he not only wants to kill ghosts. We must also punish the evil. Chapter 16, One Sword Kills Evil, One Sword Calms the Soul. Part. The fat woman who was holding a boning knife and preparing to cut the meat looked at Kyujo Tachibana, who suddenly appeared at the door with a long knife in his hand and obviously had bad intentions. He shouted loudly. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Tajima family? Here comes someone. The fat woman's shout broke the peace of the Tajima family. Kyujo Tachibana did not try to stop the fat woman. He also wanted to see if there were any innocent people in this dirty family. After a while, the remnants of the Tajima family gathered here with weapons. Following the passage in the attic, Jojoju was blocked at the door of the kitchen. I saw a skinny old man, surrounded by a crowd, coming in front of Jojo Tachibana. This person is none other than the current head of the Tajima family, Hisashi Tajima, who is already 63 years old and has not much time left. At the same time, he is the one among this group of people who is most eager to become a demon. Boy, how did you find this place? Tajima Shao asked Kyujo Tachibana with a gloomy face. Jojo Tachibana did not answer his question, but simply asked, "Why do this?" After hearing what Kyujo Tachibana said, Tajima Shao couldn't help but think in his heart. Another nosy samurai with an excessive sense of justice. These people will never understand the power of the ghost. In fact, Kyujo Tachibana was not the first person to discover the secret of the Tajima family. Those before him had already been buried in the soil in the courtyard. The Tajima family with the ghost is invincible. Tajima Shao snorted coldly. Pointing to the bodies of young women hung up in the kitchen and used as food storage, he said, "Humph. These people are just some low-class untouchables. It is their honor to help us become long-lived ghosts." Hearing this, Kyujo Tachibana nodded. He understood. In order to survive for a long time, the desires generated by humans are not much different from those of evil spirits. Even if, let them eat humans. Kyujo Tachibana feels that people who are consumed by this desire are more terrifying than evil spirits. Then, Kyujo Tachibana looked at Tajima Shao expressionlessly and asked, "Oh, really? Let me ask you another question. Are all your people here?" Hearing this, Tiendao Shao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Kyujo Tachibana was too calm. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The old and cunning Tajima Shao took a few steps back without leaving a trace, waved his hand and signaled others to take action. Jojo Tachibana looked with cold eyes at the group of demons in front of him, who had hideous faces and were covered in blood. I activated the swordsman's clear perception with all my strength. Fortunately, the result was just as Kyujo Tachibana expected. At this time, there were no other living people in the Tajima family except for one creature with a cold and evil aura. Jojoju slowly raised the long sword in his hand and chopped it out without mercy. Today he will completely bury this hell on earth. 13. Crush the darkness with thunder. Thunder breathing, 6th form, electric thunder breathing Kai. Boom. After a roar like thunder from heaven, the demon family Tajima family had become a complete ruin. The smoke gradually dispersed. Standing on the ruins, Jojo Tachibana murmured softly, "Since you want to be a ghost so much, then I will grant your wish." This was the first time that Kyujo Tachibana killed someone. Even though he killed more than 20 people at the same time, Kyujo Tachibana did not feel any emotions such as guilt. Because Ju felt from the bottom of his heart that these people were not people at all. Base. He gently put the long sword in his hand back into the scabbard, and then he drew out the sun blade from his waist. With a crisp clang sound, the sound of the sun wheel sword continued for a long time. Jojo Tachibana looked at the sun blade in his hand, which was engraved with the words "Evil Demon Slayer," and said softly, "Don't worry, it will be your turn soon." After saying this, Kyujo Tachibana turned around and looked into the distance, where Tajima-an was fleeing frantically. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This terrifying human swordsman is about to catch up. Faster! Faster!" While babbling in fear, Tiendao Yasushi tirelessly raised his legs and ran towards the forest ahead. The attack from Kyujo Tachibana just now had already scared the small fry demon Tajima-an out of his wits. Without even a second's hesitation, Tiendao ran away. Behind Tajima Yazu, Kyujo Tachibana followed the evil ghost not too far away and rushed into the forest. The reason why Ju let the evil ghost run so far away was that he didn't want to affect other people in Haishan Township. Although this battle is most likely to be a crushing defeat. However, Kyujo Tachibana could not guarantee whether this evil ghost had mastered some strange blood ghost magic. Just in case, it's better to stay away from the crowd. Until Tiendao Yasu's figure completely disappeared from Haishan Township. Kyujo Tachibana suddenly stopped and put the Nichiren sword in his hand back into the scabbard. He bent his waist slightly, took a step back with his left leg, and placed the palm of his right hand lightly on the handle of the knife. He assumed the starting stance for the Iai Dashi attack. Trivia: every time Agatsuma Zenitsu uses Pilai-san, he also uses Iai/ to strike with his sword. Sug. The air was inhaled instantly, and Kyujo Tachibana's lungs suddenly swelled. It controls the full opening of blood vessels, quickly separates oxygen from the air and enters the blood vessels, and the oxygen quickly merges with the red blood cells in the blood. The golden light started from the lungs and spread through the blood vessels to the whole body in an instant. At the same time, it controls the body's muscle fibers and transfers most of the energy to the feet continuously. In an instant. Lightning is everywhere and thunder is rising. Thunder breathing, Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash. This move was perfect, and Kyujo Tachibana saw no need to change it. In a flash, the 9 oranges turned into a yellow and blue electric light. In just a short distance, a distance of 100 meters was crossed. Hey! The sun blade was drawn and sheathed again, like an illusion. The kinetic energy of the fast-running state flipped Tajima's head from the neck, and Tajima's perspective began to gradually reverse. Until with a bang, the ghost's head fell to the ground. However, the headless ghost body still ran for dozens of meters before falling to the ground and gradually turning into ashes. Kyujo Tachibana had no interest in listening to Tajima Yasu's last words. He just stood aside indifferently. All he wanted now was to eat. Until I saw Tiendao Yasushi's sinful head completely turned into ashes. Only then did Jijoja turn around and gallop towards the direction of Haishan Township. Kyujo Tachibana is really hungry now. He has always had a big appetite, and now this body is just 15 years old, and he is in the period of puberty and growth. Damn, I get hungry so fast. After traveling for 10 hours during the day, he was already extremely hungry, and yet in this state, he still used a powerful move. Ju can't hold on any longer. If he doesn't eat quickly, he will be the first one to starve to death. Tonight, Kyujo Tachibana is destined to become a rice pillar. The crow in the sky named Zhongquei followed Ju Tiaoju all the way until Ju returned to Haishan Township, and then turned around to bring Ju's good news. Fly in another direction. Chapter 17: The Strongest Thunder Swordsman in History. Late that night, members of the Demon Slayer Corps' hidden division arrived at Kurosan Township to deal with the aftermath. However, the workload this time is a bit hard to describe. Although he was amazed at the terrifying strength of the new Lord Sound Pillar, the aftermath work in Kurosan Township this time was probably equivalent to more than a dozen normal missions. The head of the hidden department looked at the large ruins in front of him and murmured absent-mindedly. "It's really a headache." Unfortunately, Kyujo Tachibana, who had fallen asleep at this time, probably had no chance to understand their troubles. The next morning, Ju Tiaoju, who had been revived with full health, followed his crow Zhongquei and set out on the road of killing evil spirits again. But this time, after facing the life and death crisis, Kyujo Tachibana learned his lesson. Not only did he bring a backpack full of dried meat, he also placed a brand new iron pot on the backpack. "What? Why didn't you bring rice balls? Please, any decent person, if you have meat, don't eat it and just chew on rice balls. Does the Demon Slayer Corps have no money? Or do I, Kyujo Tachibana, not know how to spend money? Not only that, but he also brought all the condiments. From now on, Kyujo Tachibana will transform himself into a man who sleeps in the wilderness and does not need any supplies. But, as the saying goes, where there is gain there is loss. It had only been 2 days since Kyujo Tachibana's appearance was unsealed, but this time, it was firmly sealed on its back by a big iron pot. From then on, there appeared a legend about a swordsman who carried an iron pot on his back and 2 swords on his waist, wandering around Japan, doing justice and being powerful, like a monster. As Kyujo Tachibana ran around, the news began to spread throughout Neon. Dual swords in hand. With one sword, all the injustice in the world can be eliminated. With one sword, kill all the man-eating evil spirits in the world. One is to punish evil. Another is to calm the soul. Kyujo Tachibana, I will take care of both the underworld and the living world. In fact, regarding the widespread circulation of these things, Kyujo Tachibana said that he could not be entirely blamed. The noise of thunder's breathing was really too loud, and it couldn't be hidden even if I wanted to. Wherever they go, accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning, there are evil ghosts that devour human flesh and blood. Evil people who oppress the good. Facing this scapegoat swordsman, he was like a baby. There was no chance of fighting back and they were all swept away by it. Among them, there are many evil ghosts at the level of the 12 demon moons. Since then, countless versions of the swordsman's legend have continued to circulate among humans and demons. During this period, countless aspiring people who were troubled by man-eating demons also joined the Demon Slayer Corps enthusiastically because of the influence of this scapegoat swordsman. Thanks to the efforts of Kyujo Tachibana alone, the Demon Slayer Corps' decline was completely eliminated and morale was greatly boosted. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps also respectfully call him the strongest Laiho swordsman in history. The Japanese people, who were saved by Kyujo Tachibana but did not know about the existence of evil spirits, respectfully called him Thunder Sword Saint. Spring goes and autumn comes. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, time never lets down workers. After a year of hard work. At this time, Kyujo Tachibana, the business manager of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had just turned 16, was on a business trip for a year. Gave the company a perfect performance report. Before this, Yubayashiki Yoya was shocked every now and then by Kyujo Tachibana's information. Gradually, as the number of times increased, I became numb. But this time, the complete annual performance report has been compiled and released. Yubayashiki Kaya, the company's chairman, was shocked again. Alas! Yubayashiki Yoya sighed softly, wishing that Tachibana could mind his own business. The Demon Slayer Corps' hidden department has had to clean up too much of Tachibana's mess over the past year. Otherwise, for killing so many people, I'm afraid there will be wanted posters for him, which will be posted in every village in Japan. Name, Kyujo Tachibana. Position, Demon Slayer Corps Business Manager. Age, 16 years old. Work experience, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps 1 year ago after beheading the lower rank 2, Ruri. In the following year, he beheaded 86 man-eating demons, including 4 at the 12 Kizuki level. They are: Lower String 1, Guhuo Bird. 14. The 3rd of the Lower Moon, Snow Woman. The 4th of the Lower Quarter, 0. The Lower 6, Hibiki. During this year, Kyujo Tachibana worked without a break and had no record of being injured. He was either killing demons or on his way to kill demons. On average, he could kill 1 evil demon every 4 days. Don't think that killing more than 80 evil spirits in 1 year is not a lot. You have to know that ghosts are solitary creatures and they all have their own territories. They don't live together in groups. During this year, Ju spent most of his time traveling and meddling in other people's affairs, and the battles were basically resolved in an instant. Now, when the weaker evil spirits encounter the swordsman who is taking the blame, their first reaction is to run. Unfortunately, they can't escape from Ju. The main reason why Zhu was able to achieve such great results is actually because Zhu traveled fast and his perception ability was as strong as if he had turned on a ghost hunting radar. When an evil ghost meets Zhu, he can neither run nor hide. Of course, Kyujo Tachibana's own strong strength is also the basis for ensuring this result. Not to mention Yubayashiki Yoya, other managers in the business department were also shocked by Kyujo Tachibana's shocking performance report. In comparison, other managers in their business departments are simply sitting there doing nothing. The 6 of them combined are not as good as one of them. They feel that this salary is too hot to handle. Only the new rock pillar, Gyume Hiramashi, remained as calm as ever. With just a sound of Amitabha, he calmly twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand, as if he was not affected by Kyujo Tachibana at all. But what no one knew was that in his heart, he silently said, "I've known for a long time that I'm a mediocre person. I have long accepted my mediocrity. Hee. I'm kidding. The pillars in Demon Slayer are still worthy of respect. They fight against evil spirits with their flesh and blood with their courage. In the strange space of Infinite City." Zhang. The lingering sound of a pipa suddenly rang out. Our second male lead finally appears at this time. The ancestor of demons, the demon king Kibutsuji Muzan. Today, Muzan was wearing a red printed kimono, with his jet black hair tied up behind his head, and he had a beautiful face. It's a pity that I don't know if it's because I didn't sleep well last night. His complexion looked somewhat bad. The iron blue face, with throbbing blue veins. All of this shows how furious our Lord Ghost King is at this moment. Miracle, gather all the upper rank demons here. I'm going to see them later. Zhang. The sound of the peep rang out again, the next moment. In the Infinite City, buildings are reversed and space is transformed. 7 figures of different shapes suddenly appeared in every corner of the Infinite City. Among them, a young man with short red hair covered with blue stripes and a strong body, slowly opened his eyes. This young man dressed strangely had these eyes. But there are 3 small words printed on it. Upper Moon, 3. Yes, this person is none other than the 3rd of the 12 demon moons. This is the Yuozhuza. This is Infinite City. That means another upper rank ghost died at the hands of a ghost hunter. Thinking of this, Akaza's body was so excited that he began to tremble uncontrollably. Is it the swordsman who took the blame? I really hope I can fight this ghost hunter. I hope that the upper rank demon who died this time. It's going to be you. Doma. In order to quickly verify his guess, Akaza didn't waste any more time and jumped up from the central platform below the Infinite Castle. This Infinite City is the blood vampire magic of a female ghost, which is a very rare space-type blood vampire magic. Subordinates who are under the control of Boss Muzan can be transferred to attend meetings anytime and anywhere. Well, yes, that's how Boss Muzan uses it. Chapter 18 Infinite City. Master Akaza, I'm glad you're safe. It's been over 80 years since we last met, right? I thought you were killed. I was so overwhelmed. Oh, I am so heartbroken. A series of obscene sounds strangely came from a white printed porcelain bottle on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the owner of the voice crawled out from the narrow mouth of the porcelain bottle like a fat maggot. I saw this maggot-like creature, with a human-like upper body, but 8 short arms like those of a baby, evenly distributed on both sides of its shoulders and neck. The lower body is like a snake's tail, with 1/3 still curled up in the porcelain bottle. This deformed creature is none other than the 5th of the 12 demon moons, the waxing moon, Yuhu. Akaza folded his arms across his chest and didn't even look at the deformed monster. A dark and cowardly voice whispered in a corner of the Infinite City. How terrible! How terrible! After not seeing you for a while, you who can't even count. The last time I was summoned was 104 years ago. The owner of this timid voice was a strange creature with an extremely short stature, 2 horns on his head, and looked like a devil, but had an extremely cowardly temperament. This creature is none other than the upper 4/2 Tengu. Upper 6, Daki, looked around for a few seconds and then looked away. She couldn't afford to offend any of the ghosts here. She just held her brother Jifutaro's hand and asked softly, "Brother, is the dress I'm wearing beautiful today? Do you think Master Musen likes it?" Gitaru, who is also an upper 6, has kelp-like hair and a pair of dead fish eyes. He looked at his sister Daki lovingly and said, "Of course, Daki, you are the most beautiful. I believe Master Musen will definitely like it." "Really?" Doji exclaimed softly, her face flushed. This expression is like an orgasm. At this moment, a handsome young man wearing a strange round hat and red clothes suddenly appeared beside Akaza. The 3 words upper string 2 were deeply imprinted in the youth's colorful eyes. This ghost is none other than the second upper moon, Doma. Doma gently placed his hand on Akaza's shoulder, with a worried look on his face, and said, "Ouch! Lord Akaza. Do you know how worried I was about you just now? I'm glad you're okay. Aren't you worried about me? After all, you are all my most important partners. No one can be left behind." Seeing Doma appear, Akaza's expression became ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expression management is quite out of control. "Doma, why aren't you dead yet?" Doma's incessant chattering made Akaza even more unbearable. Since it is unbearable, then Akaza will not bear it today. His life motto is, never indulge in sand coins. But in Akaza's eyes, Doma is just a sand coin. Akaza quickly raised his left hand. A swinging punch from bottom to top, with the back of the fist, hit Doma's big face hard. There was a soft pop sound. Doma's handsome face was instantly turned into a car accident scene by Akaza's punch. "Yo-yo! Lord Akaza, you are a little stronger than before." "Only a little bit, but unfortunately you still can't beat me." As Doma finished his words, the wound on his face caused by Akaza had healed in an instant. After hearing this, Akaza's anger, which had just been vented, was instantly filled up again. Just getting ready to start. At this moment, Mingnu, a female ghost who was kneeling quietly beside her, holding a pipa and controlling the infinite city, appeared. He said, "Lord Akaza, please stop. The first person I invited was upper rank 1, Lord Kokushibo. He's always been here." Hearing this, Akaza's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He turned around and looked around the infinite castle, looking for the figure of Kokushibo. Regarding this upper moon 1, Kokushibo, it can be said that Akaza is infinitely wary. Compared to the second upper moon, Doma, Akaza is not convinced. The gap between the two of them is not that big, and this gap is not impossible for Akaza to catch up. But this man Kokushibo, Akaza still hasn't seen where Kokushibo's limits are. At this time, Kokushibo was kneeling in a tea room above the infinite castle. 15. Looking down at the other upper-rank demons far below. With long red hair tied behind her head, her appearance is basically the same as that of a human, except that she has 6 eyes growing neatly and symmetrically on her face. In addition, there are 2 dark red spots on Kokushibo's forehead and chin respectively. Sensing Musen's arrival, Kokushibo spoke, and said to Akaza in the distance below, "Don't look for me, I'm here. Lord Musen has arrived." Hearing this, all the upper-rank demons on the platform knelt on the ground. The jade pot has no legs, so it cannot kneel and still floats at the mouth of the bottle, which is a small advantage. Musen Kibutsuji, dressed in women's clothing, looked down at these useless subordinates and said in a cold tone, "You guys really disappoint me so much." Hearing this, the other ghosts knelt in silence. Only Doma Ichiki looked at Musen with an innocent expression and asked, "I'm so sorry, what do you mean?" To be honest, Doma, who has no emotions, is not afraid of Musen at all. How could he be afraid when he doesn't even have the emotion of fear? Muzin looked at Doma deeply. If this tool was not still useful, he would definitely kill Doma. It was not until a long while later that Muzin spoke. Where is the blue spider lily? Why has it taken hundreds of years to find it? Also, you haven't destroyed the Yubayashiki clan yet. It's been hundreds of years. This is the first time that the lower moon demons have been killed one after another by the Demon Slayer Corps within a year. I have begun to doubt the value of your existence. At this time, the most timid Bantiangu had begun to beg for mercy frantically. I am speechless. Yubayashiki is hidden very cleverly. Kokushibo explained calmly. After all, I'm not good at exploration and searching. What should I do? Doma said perfunctorily to Muzin, then he touched his face and began to think. How many people should we have dinner with tonight? Only Akaza looked at Boss Muzin firmly and said. Lord Muzin, I will kill everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps for you. Muzin looked at Akaza and said coldly. Oh, is it so? Then you should first go and bring me the head of the Sound Pillar, the most active member of the Demon Slayer Corps recently. After saying this, Muzin's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 19, Rabbit. The Thunder Pillar? Is he the swordsman who took the blame in the rumors? Watching Muzin and Akaza leaving, Kokushibo couldn't help but feel curious about this maverick swordsman. Zhang. The zither made a soft sound and the space changed. The infinite city in the alien space fell silent again. Early in the morning, at the foot of narrow mist mountain, in front of two simple wooden houses. Santu, Zhengu, and Yiyang are taking turns to practice sword skills as a daily requirement. Judging from the sparring situation, among the three, Santu is the strongest, followed by Jiyu, while the slightly younger Zhen Komo seems to be just a supporting role. A fat, black crow flew across the sky above the three people's heads. Zhengu, who had the least concentration, saw this strange crow at first sight. He quickly looked at the two people fighting and shouted. Xiantu. Yiyang. Look, there's a raven in the sky. But this crow is so fat. As she spoke, Zhengu stuck out her tongue, revealing her cute and naive look. At this moment, a tall young swordsman with a big iron pot on his back, two long swords hanging on his waist, and a worldly look on his body slowly walked into the sight of several people. Looking at the three familiar little ones in front of him, Zhu Tiaozhu smiled slightly, and then his gaze slid down. The most unpopular man in the future Demon Slayer Corps, Jiyu Tomioka. Tomioka Jiyu, Tomioka Jiyu, am not hated. That's it. Looking at the cute version of Jiyu at this time, Tachibana couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jiyang, you were cuter when you were a kid. The troubles of growing up are beyond your imagination. The three little ones looked at each other in confusion. Who is this swordsman in strange attire? Finally, it was Suunto who stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, what brings you to Sakiyama? Jojo Tachibana smiled gently and explained softly. I was just passing by and came to visit a senior. Is that Master Lin Teiki? Zhengu asked, tilting his head. Jojo Tachibana nodded. So, you are also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Makomo's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. While they were talking, the former water pillar, Urokadaka Seikanji, wearing a Tengu mask, quickly walked out of the wooden house. Hello, you must be Mr. Lin Teiki. I am Kyujo Tachibana of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tachibana looked at Lin Teiki Seikanji who was approaching and took the initiative to introduce himself. After sniffing the scent on Tachibana, Rin Teiki Seikanji finally nodded. Master Narahira, I have long heard of your great name. Then, Rin Teiki Seikanji brought Kyujo Tachibana into the wooden house, made a pot of tea, and the two sat opposite each other. I wonder what brings you to Mount Sagiri, Master Narahaku. Jojoju shook his head and said very politely. Senior, you don't have to do that. Just call me by my name. I was just passing by the Saki mountain, so I thought of coming to visit you, senior. The brows of Rinteki Seikanji behind the Tengu mask frowned slightly and then relaxed again without asking any more questions. He found that Tachibana did not tell him the truth, and Rinteki Seikanji smelled a hint of lies. It's just that Kyujo Tachibana has a stronger aura of justice and kindness, and Rinteki Seikanji also believes that Tachibana will not do anything that will be detrimental to the Demon Slayer Corps. In fact, there was indeed some other thing that made Kyujo Tachibana come to Sajiri Mountain specially this time, but this matter was for Rinteki Seikanji. It should be a good thing. 3 days later, at the foot of Mount Narrow Mist, 3 boys, 1 big and 2 small, headed together to Fujishiko Mountain, the final selection site for the Demon Slayer Corps. Suunto frowned and stared curiously at the tall Jujoju in front of him. Hey, young Suunto, is there something wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? The 9-headed man asked without replying. Suunto scratched his head slightly embarrassedly, then looked at Jujoju's back and said very seriously. Mr. Tachibana, I heard from my master that you are the Thunder Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. He is also the most powerful swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps right now. For a powerful swordsman like you, time must be very precious. Why do you want to follow us to Fujiki Mountain? Upon hearing this, Jujo Tachibana couldn't help but laugh out loud, and thought to himself. You kid! When you are caught by the hand ghost and are about to be eaten, you will see if I am wasting my time. Then Jujo Tachibana spoke. You are really good at talking. But you actually want to ask me why I'm not doing my job. Instead of killing the evil spirits, I will follow you to Fujiksi Mountain. Having said this, Ju stopped proudly and snorted softly. Then he continued. Don't you think about it, is this possible? The reason I followed you is, of course, because I have my mission. But, this is a secret mission that only the pillar level members know about. You two aren't even official team members right now, I can't tell you. I can only tell you that you must not be careless along the way. The enemy may appear at any time. When he said this, Kyujo Tachibana turned his head. He looked at the two of them with a heavy face. The 2 little ones were immediately fooled by Ju Taiju. Along the way, it can be said that there was a panic everywhere and every tree and grass looked like an enemy. The 2 of them didn't dare to be careless at all, and even wanted to sleep with one eye open. Until they both arrived safely at Tengzi Mountain with dark circles under their eyes. The 2 of them realized that they had been tricked. Actually? What the hell is this secret mission? Of course not, this was just an excuse that Jujoju made to appease Kyunto and tease him. As for killing evil spirits? Come on, Ju has been out of shape for a year. Can I take a few days off? Although Kyujo Tachibana's real purpose was not to take a holiday. But capitalists would never order people around like this, let alone Yabayashiki Yoya. He didn't know how many times he had reminded Ju to go back to the headquarters and rest. Also meet with a few other pillars. 16. You can't join the Demon Slayer Corps for several years and never visit the headquarters, right? In fact, this time, Kyujo Tachibana's plan was to finish the work at Fujishiyama, and then go back to the headquarters to give his opinions to the boss. The company's personnel recruitment system really has problems. And it's a big problem. The existing recruitment method is too simple and crude. As long as you survive in Tengzi Mountain for 7 days, you can pass the assessment. It has no function of selecting outstanding talents. You can pass if you take the initiative to fight for 7 consecutive days and survive, or you can pass if you rely on others to survive for 7 days. The weak can pass by uniting together to survive, or even by finding a place to stay for 7 days without dying. In short, this selection method cannot filter out the mediocre players and the lucky players. This is just one of them. Second, potential reservists may fail due to carelessness or the desire to protect others. Suunto is a living example. As the most talented swordsman of this period, he tried to save a fellow candidate who was harmed by a ghost. Santo almost killed his way through Fujishiizan, but when he was exhausted, he met Shuji, whose strength was comparable to that of a lower moon, and was ultimately defeated and killed in the battle. Clearly, there was hope that he would become a new sprout of the pillar, but why did it wither away before the Demon Slayer Corps could let it grow? Third, those who will take the assessment to become regular members of the Demon Slayer Corps are all reserve personnel who have already undergone training for a period of 3 to 2 years or as short as 1 year. These people are not trash. They are talented. They are a group of talents who have lofty ideals, are not afraid of sacrifice, dare to face and fight against evil spirits, and have received formal training. Even if they don't have the talent to be swordsmen, can't they do some other jobs? These people have all mastered the breathing technique. Even if we take a step back, his physical and mental qualities are better than those of ordinary people. Even if they don't join the Demon Slayer Corps or the Anbu, and stay among the people, they can still help the Demon Slayer Corps provide some intelligence, right? But most of them died in the team admission assessment. A large group of people came to take the assessment, but only a few survived. The mortality rate of a swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps is very high, and there are even more reserve members who sacrifice their lives during the assessment to join the team. To sum up, Jijiaoju thinks the Demon Slayer Corps' admission examination is extremely unreasonable. Kyujo Tachibana feels that it cannot help the Demon Slayer Corps select outstanding talents. It also cannot provide the Demon Slayer Corps with a numerical advantage in swordsmen. Its only function is to keep the total number of swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps from being too high or too low. Kyujo Tachibana really couldn't figure out how the Demon Slayer Corps, with such a backward selection method, could have fought against Muzan Kibutsuji for thousands of years. Is it a fight between two noobs? Jijoju shook his head and quickly dispelled the strange thoughts in his mind. Chapter 20 Leihu's 9 Sword Styles. The final selection location for the Demon Slayer Corps is on Mt. Fujishiro. Between the mountainside and the foot of the mountain, it is filled with man-eating demons captured by the official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The selection for the official members of the Demon Slayer Corps takes place in this forest filled with evil spirits. Survive 7 days. Most of these evil spirits are not very powerful, but there are always some with extraordinary talents. After going through round after round of selection, more and more young swordsmen were eaten in Fujiki Mountain, until it transforms into a being with overwhelming strength that newcomers simply cannot deal with. For example, the Hand Ghost. Of course, Kyujo Tachibana felt that the Hand Ghost would definitely not be an isolated case in the past few hundred years. How many young swordsmen, how many sword geniuses, died here in vain? Who can guarantee that these ordinary swordsmen at this moment will not grow into pillar-level members in the future? These young people really shouldn't have died here. Kyujo Tachibana feels that compared to ordinary people, these young people at this moment deserve to survive more. Although this is a bit cruel, it is the truth. Compared to this time, let the pillars carry out the mission of exterminating demons and protecting the people. Jijo Tachibana believes that they should come here to give these young people another choice and another chance to survive. Look at this group of young men in front of you, rushing towards the foot of the mountain without hesitation. Jijo Tachibana sighed softly, then made a firm promise in his heart. Brave young men! I won't let any of you die in vain on Fujiksi Mountain. This is my promise, Kyujo Tachibana. The reason why Ju dares to make such a promise is the guarantee brought by its strength. Following the footsteps of the young swordsman, Kyujo Tachibana sneaked in without anyone noticing. During this year, the talented swordsman Kyujo Tachibana did not stand still. At this time, Ju, along with his body, gradually adapted to the breathing state of thunder breathing, normal. My physical fitness has improved a lot compared to before. The improvement in physical fitness also brought about a comprehensive strengthening of Orange's 6 senses. At this time, Tachibana's swordsmanship has expanded to a range of 300 meters. Comparable to intermediate beginner level observation haki. Not only that, even the sword types of thunder breathing have been developed from the original 6 to 9. Thunder breathing, Type 1 Thunderbolt Flash. Pour the power brought by the breath of thunder into your feet, and then burst out in one breath, like thunder tearing through the air. After approaching the opponent at high speed, you can make a rapid assault with the sword at a speed that even the ghost cannot see clearly, and cut off the ghost's head with one blow. It requires extremely high explosive power from both feet and is the most basic yet most difficult move to learn in thunder breathing. Thunder breathing, second form, Inado Kai. At the moment of activating the breath of thunder, a lightning-shaped combo is launched at an extremely fast speed. The exact number of combos is up to you, and you can also block attacks from your opponents. Thunder breathing, form 3, gathering mosquitoes into Thunder Kai. Distributing the energy from thunder breath to the limbs can improve one's flexibility and speed, while leaving wave-like lightning along one's movement trajectory. Thunder breathing, form 4, Far Thunder Kai. This was originally a melee skill that used the sun blade to unleash lightning and then rush to the enemy. After using it, Jojo Tachibana felt that it was a bit unreasonable. Too much energy generated by the breathing of thunder was wasted. This skill was developed by Tachibana into a long-range attack skill that directly releases lightning with the sun blade. Although you can't kill ghosts, you can cause stiffness and paralysis to them for a period of time. It can be said that this is a remote control skill. Thunder breathing, fifth form, Hot World Thunder Kai. This sword type can release high-temperature lightning to bless the sun blade to increase the damage of the sun blade to evil spirits, and also has a certain paralysis effect. The effect will be better when paired with the Hideo. Thunder breathing, sixth form, Electric Thunder Breathing Kai. With himself as the center, he exploded with all his strength, instantly launching countless lightning-like combos in all directions. It is also an enhanced version of Type 2, Inado Kai. It can also be said that this is Kyujo Tachibana's most powerful group damage skill at present. Thunder breathing, form 7, Electromagnetic Induction. This is a completely original creation by Ju, a special way of using thunder breathing. This ability actually has nothing to do with the sword and has no offensive capabilities. Rather, it is a set of methods developed by Orange based on modern electromagnetism to enhance one's own perception ability. In fact, Kyujo Tachibana, who developed this move, originally wanted to move closer to Magneto and use electrical energy to control changes in magnetic fields. It's a pity that the electrical energy brought by Leihu in this world is still a bit insufficient. Kyujo Tachibana estimates that only in the world of One Piece, the level of awakening of the Thunder Fruit can give Tachibana the electrical energy to control the magnetic field. Although Ju's idea did not succeed, he accidentally discovered that when he used thunder breathing to try to influence the surrounding magnetic field reaction, it will make him extremely sensitive to electromagnetic induction within a radius of about 1 kilometer. You should know that every living thing has its own unique electromagnetic reaction, and evil spirits are no exception. In other words, now as long as it is an evil ghost, as long as it appears within 1,000 meters around Ju can find it through electromagnetic reaction. Thunder breathing, form 8, Flying Thunder God. Brothers, don't get me wrong. This is not the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God. It's just a skill that Tachibana uses to pay tribute to his predecessors. It is also a skill that only dual-blade swordsmen can use, to put it simply. It is to infuse the thunder energy brought by thunder breathing into the long sword, and then use this sword to continuously release electrical energy to paralyze the enemy. If the sword is inserted into the body of an evil spirit, it will continue to be electrocuted, paralyzed, and stiffened until the electricity in the sword is exhausted. Kyujo Tachibana once used this trick against the lower moon demons, and it worked quite well. At least Xiangkai, the lower 6, was unable to move under this move. It was not until the sun rose that it was turned into ashes. Thunder breathing, form 9, Lightning Blade. This sword type is one that Kyujo Tachibana is still considering and has not been used yet. Why? Because of this type of sword, the release conditions are extremely harsh. And after the release is successful, it means that you will hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own money. To complete this sword shape, it is best to choose the top of a mountain, or the highest point in the surrounding environment. Thunderstorm weather is best. Because this type of sword cannot be accomplished by human power alone, it requires the help of the power of nature. The principle is to use Tachibana's own lightning energy and the sun wheel sword as a guide to pull the sky thunder down. Then, wrapped in the violent energy of the thunder, it split everything in front of it. Of course, there is also the possibility of failure, inability to attract the thunder, or one's own body not being able to withstand it and being directly struck to death by the thunder. Kyujo Tachibana estimated that if he really used it, it would be Muzan who would be hit by the sword. I have to hide for a few more decades. Chapter 21 Hideo. You're a little over the limit. Well, cut off a hand. Kyujo Tachibana muttered to himself as he looked at the cannibal in front of him, who had completely lost his mind due to hunger. 17. The next second, Kyujo Tachibana suddenly drew out the sun blade from his waist. The sword was drawn at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, the blade turned into a bright red blade emitting astonishing heat due to the intense air friction. The Kyujo Tachibana version of the red sword. Completed. It hurts so much. The intense burning pain allowed the cannibal Momotaro's IQ to break through the blockade of appetite and return to the passing line again. Momotaro, whose face was distorted by pain, looked at his arm which was emitting the smell of meat, and was completely bewildered. Am I still a ghost? Why don't my hands grow out? Also, this wound is too painful. Hiss, ah. The continuous burning pain gradually blocked Momotaro's sanity once again. After cutting off the evil ghost's arm with one knife, the busy Master Ju left without looking back. He also had to hurry up and screen all the instructors in the examination venue. For a demon like Momotaro whose strength is beyond the scope of the exam, Kyujo Tachibana has to manually weaken him. The ghosts that were weakened by Tachibana should not even think about recovering within this week. Although the damage of the red sword in Kyujo Tachibana's hand is not as great as that of the number 1 demon slayer in the world, Tsugamaya Yoriichi. But as long as Fujitsu Shanri is used, the wounds of an evil ghost of this level cannot be regenerated or healed within a certain period of time, but Kyujo Tachibana can still do it. More than 300 years ago, Tsugamaya Yoshiichi once met the demon king Muzan. Just one move. The 13th form of sun-breathing left Muzan with wounds that have not healed for hundreds of years. Of course, to be able to cause this kind of damage, the damage bonus brought by the sun-breathing technique cannot be ignored, but the role of the red blade in this cannot be underestimated. In the world of Demon Slayer, the destination of the swordsman lies in 3 top forces. In order of difficulty, they are: the highest realm, the transparent world; the red-hot sun blade, the Hideo; the power gained by overdrawing life, stripes. Among them, the transparent world is the most serious. There are only a few people who have opened the transparent world in the whole play. I won't talk about the transparent world as it has been introduced in the previous article. To put it simply, the Hideo is an upgraded version of the Nichiren sword, and its principle is to increase the temperature of the Nichiren sword. After activating the red sword, the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved and the regeneration of demons can be effectively suppressed. Even the Demon King Muzan will be affected if he is hit by the red sword. There are only 3 ways to open the red sword in the play. One is through strong grip, or through the collision of the Nichiren swords to generate high temperature. And how to activate the red sword of the protagonist Tanjiro in the play. Tanjiro's sister Nezuko uses the blood demon art of violent blood to burn the Nichiren sword in Tanjiro's hand red, eventually reaching the level of Hideo. Of course, how much damage the Hideo can cause to the ghost depends on personal strength. Fuji attacked the mountain. The Demon Slayer Corps Reserve member, Murata Hikoichi, clenched the Nichiren sword in both hands and looked on in surprise. Another one-armed ghost appeared in front of him. I couldn't stop muttering in my heart. Are there disabled ghosts? Why is it that everyone I met on Tengzi Mountain today either had an arm or a leg missing? The hand ghost, awakened by the noisy noises around him, stretched out nearly 100 arms around his body, probably stretching, and then walked out of the dark cave. Is it lively today? Is it the annual Demon Slayer core selection day again? It's great. I can eat my fill again today, oh ho ho ho. Damn you Rikitsu, damn you Rikitsu, damn you Rikitsu. And the little guys wearing fox masks. Today I will eat you all up. The hand ghost recalled the experience of being captured by Urokadaka Seikanji and imprisoned in Fujishizan for decades. The surging resentment seemed to be real and spread in all directions. At this moment, a blue and yellow flash suddenly came from a distance. Ah! I found you! Jojo Tachibana looked at the hand ghost in front of him, which looked too abstract. I couldn't help but mutter. This guy has so many arms, how many should I cut off? Let me think about it, how many good ones should I cut? The hand ghost was stunned for a moment, then he looked down at the extremely fast little guy under him. Hey! What year is it, kid? Also, did you see the little ghost wearing a fox mask? Kyujo Tachibana ignored the hand ghost. He was still thinking about how to deal with this guy. The strength of the hand ghost is very strong. Kyujo Tachibana feels that he is probably not inferior to the lower 6, Xiangkai. If he was killed directly, it would still feel a bit wasteful to kill Jojo Tachibana. But if I were to chop off a hand, how much would I have to chop off? If they don't chop it enough, I'm afraid that even ordinary reserve members won't be able to defeat it. Looking at Kyujo Tachibana, who had always ignored him at this moment, the hand ghost's rage was gradually ignited, and the veins on his face popped up one after another. Little devil! Are you dumb? Being disturbed, Jojoju looked at the hand ghost impatiently. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to kill this guy. At this moment, Kyujo Tachibana suddenly sensed that Santo and Jiuwu appeared nearby. What a coincidence! Jojoju immediately made up his mind that the grudges among the Shuahu clan should be resolved by you yourselves. Kyujo Tachibana also believed that Santo and Jiuwu in their prime would not necessarily lose to Xiaogui. Even if something happens, don't we still have him? Turning around, Tachibana shouted towards the two of them. Help me! There is a ghost here, someone come and save me! The two people who heard the cry for help from a distance didn't think much and hurriedly ran towards the direction of Kyujo Tachibana. Satsuna, do you think this voice sounds familiar? Tomioka Jiuwu asked Satsuna beside him while running quickly with the Nichiren sword in his hand. Suunta nodded doubtfully and said. That's a little bit, but we don't know anyone in this Tengzi mountain, right? What? Boy! Are you asking for help? At this time, the hand ghost was also a little confused by Jojo Tachibana's reaction speed. I'm afraid this kid is a fool. If I eat his meat, will I become stupid too? The hand ghost quickly shook his head, stretched out a huge arm, and slapped Ju Tiaoju. You can't eat the flesh of a fool. Forget it. Looking at the hand ghost in front of him who was ungrateful and greedy, Jojo Tachibana's face couldn't help but turn dark. He casually drew out the jusye and chopped off the thick arm in front of him with a backhand. This simple yet extremely fast slash was as fast as an illusion in the hand ghost's retina. I can't see clearly, I can't see clearly at all. The hand ghost's pupils couldn't help but shrink. So fast. Although it was just a simple attack, the hand ghost had no confidence at all in blocking this attack. What if he just cut my neck? Thinking of this, a chill suddenly arose in the hand ghost's heart. Chapter 22, Shuihu's New Sword Style. Santo and Jiuwu, holding their unsheathed Nichiren swords, looked at Kyujo Tachibana with bewildered faces and asked. Mr. Ju, why is it you? Why are you here? Jojo Tachibana looked at the duo who had just arrived with a smile on his face and said, "Ah, this matter. Talk later. Your current opponent is him." After saying this, Jojo Tachibana pointed his finger at the hand ghost beside him. Looking at the tall alien ghost with arms all over his body, Suuntu and Yiyang looked at each other, both showing a solemn expression. Looking at the expressions of the two, Jojoju paused for a moment, then continued. "This ghost seems to have been caught by your master Lin Long. And it just told me that in the past few years, it has eaten several young men wearing fox masks in this Tengzi mountain. It seems like they are all using water breathing." 18. The hand ghost at the side scratched his head without knowing how seriously it was hitting, and immediately pieces of flesh and blood were scraped off by the hand ghost's own nails. The hand ghost wondered in his heart. "Did I say that? Did I really say that? I remember I didn't say that. But if I didn't say that, how could this guy know all these things?" At this time, the hand ghost had fallen into deep self-doubt. Jojo Tachibana completely ignored the hand ghost's reaction and continued. "As you know, this is where the official members of the Demon Slayer Corps are tested. I can't just interfere. So this battle between you all depends on you. Don't die." As soon as Jojo Tachibana finished speaking, his figure disappeared without any warning from the eyes of the two men and the ghost. Water breathing, first form, water slash. ×2. Filled with rage, Santo and Jiyu swung their Nichiren swords together and aimed at the confused Xiaogui in front of them. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, chopped at the hand ghost's neck. Puff! Puff! After Jiyu's Nichiren sword cut off the two hands on the left side of the hand ghost's neck, the blade was grabbed by the third hand on the hand ghost's neck. However, Suunta's attack cut off the hand ghost's right arm near his neck. Santo's Nichiren sword went straight in until it was blocked by the spine of the hand demon. The collision between the knife and the bone made a crisp ding sound. Unfortunately, the power of Suunta's knife was blocked by the hand ghost's arm, with 80% of the force blocked, so he failed to behead the beast. The fear of death that almost came from being beheaded instantly awakened the hand ghost. Looking at the fox masks on the two men's foreheads, the hand ghost became even more furious. Controlling nearly 100 arms around the body, growing rapidly. The two of them were pushed away in an instant. Suuntu and Yiyang, who had fallen to the ground, were each hit by dozens of punches and were already dizzy and dazed by the handheld ghost hammer. They both fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a large number of arms quickly intertwined until they turned into two long and huge giant arms. The hand ghost controlled the two huge arms from a distance, and smashed them heavily towards the place where the two fell. He roared loudly. "Rintaki! Rintaki! And you two little brats! Go to hell!" At the critical moment, Suunta suddenly pushed Yiyang, who was beside him, away, and used the counter thrust to roll backwards quickly with the knife in hand. Dong! Dong! After two muffled thuds, two huge holes had been created on the compacted forest ground by the hand ghost's attack. "Hey! There's this trick? I don't think it's in the anime. Will they be unable to bear it?" Jojo Tachibana, who was hiding in a tree nearby, stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Looking at the holes on the ground, Suuntu and Yiyang were instantly frightened and broke out in cold sweats. "Yiyang! I'll entangle these two hands. You go and cut off its neck." Santu held the Nichiren sword, blocked in front of Yiyang, and said with a firm face. Yiyang took a step forward, came to the side of Santu, shook his head, and said expressionlessly, "I'll hold these two hands, and you go and chop his neck." Unfortunately, before the two of them could assign tasks, the hand ghost's attack came again. The two of them hurriedly waved their swords to block, and the two small figures crashed into the huge arm in front of them like ants trying to shake a tree. Bang! Bang! The next second, the two men turned into two cannonballs and were hammered dozens of meters away by the hand ghost. When Yi Yang landed on the ground, he suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then his legs went weak and he fainted. Suunta wasn't feeling well either, even though he used the water-breathing sword form to relieve a large part of the force. But his hands were injured, and the force of his sword swings was far less than before. The 9 oranges on the tree couldn't help themselves and gave instructions to the rabbit below. Xiantu, stay absolutely focused during the battle and don't be distracted. Don't be impulsive, adjust your breathing. You are not as strong as it is. Think about the characteristics of Shuahu. Don't fight it head-on. Stone may be tough, but water can wear it away. Also, this ghost isn't as powerful as you think. The speed at which he attacks is not faster than yours. Moreover, its attack in this form is not flexible enough and takes a long time to charge. Normally, you should be able to dodge it with your speed. If you let him hit you, you will fail. Santo held the Nicaran sword in both hands and did not look for the location of Kyujo Tachibana. He just stared at the body of the hand demon and nodded, indicating that he knew. The next second, the hand ghost's attack came again. Sug. Water breathing, Form 3, Flowing Dance. For the next 15 minutes, Suunta did not attempt to counterattack. Relying only on the acceleration brought by the water-shouting sword type, Flowing Dance, he slid like a loach and dodged the attacks of the hand ghost. The hand ghost, who had been unable to attack for a long time, began to get annoyed, and the gap between the 2 long giant hands became bigger and bigger. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Suunta's eyes. The opportunity is coming. This ghost has adapted to my current dodging rhythm. Water breathing, Form 9, Water Stream Splash. In an instant, the rabbit seemed to have turned into a turbulent stream of water. Ignoring gravity, he stepped on the long arm of the hand ghost, spinning and jumping back and forth, avoiding the attack from the hand ghost's other arm. Until Suunta followed the long arm and came in front of the hand ghost. Water breathing, Form 10, Life Flow. It spins and tumbles like a dragon. The more it spins, the more powerful the slash will be. With the force brought by the dozens of rotations, the sun blade in the hand turned into a sky blue water dragon, roaring and slashing at the hand ghost's neck. This moment, the hand ghost seemed to see Lin Taki. Clap clap clap. Chijoju jumped down from the tree, clapping his hands, looking at Santo with admiration, and praising. You have mastered the water sword form very well. You can even combine the 9 form and the 10 form. If I have time to perfect it, this will be a new type of water sword. Suunta just smiled slightly, then fell to the ground. Kyujo Tachibana looked at the exhausted Santo and the unconscious Jiuo with a confused look on his face and couldn't help but slap his forehead. Miscalculated. If he had known earlier, he would have come here by himself. Now he has to take care of these 2 little brats. Chapter 23, Everyone Passed? In the narrow misty mountains, night. Huff, huff. I saw Chiyu Tomioka gasping for breath and suddenly sitting up from the ground. While using the stick in his hand to push the hair above the campfire to prevent it from getting burnt, Suunta turned back to look at Yi Yang and said softly. Yi Yang, you're awake. Mr. Ju has left. He said your injury is not serious. Just rest for a few days and don't do anything. You must be hungry too. Don't worry, the rabbit will be ready soon. Tomioka Jiu nodded absent-mindedly, looked at Santu, and murmured. I just had a dream. I dreamt that you died. Then I passed the selection for the Demon Slayer Corps. Later, I became a water column. What happened next? What happened next? Suunta didn't care at all that he was dead. Instead, he urged Yi Yang to continue. Tomioka Jiu recalled the increasingly vague dream in his mind, and after a moment, he spoke. Later. The Demon Slayer Corps Fujishijayama's formal member assessment will begin in 7 days. Shinichiro Koyama, a Class A member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was in charge of the team admission assessment, looked at the young men on the platform on the mountainside with a puzzled look on his face. I thought secretly in my heart. There are quite a lot of people who passed the test. Are all the newcomers this year so strong? Let me count, 1, 2, 3, 39. After counting the number of people, Shinichiro Koyama took a breath. Nanny! Did I mess up this mission? Have all the ghosts on the mountain sneaked away? Not a single newcomer was eliminated. If they were all allowed to pass. The tamagain that Shinichiro Koyama brought was not enough. Tama steel, the ore used to make the sun blade. This is something that has never happened in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as Shinichiro Koyama tightly grasped the Nichiren sword in his hand, walked to the entrance to the mountain, and prepared to go up the mountain to find out the situation. After searching Fujiksi Mountain and confirming that there were no living people, Jijoju also walked down the mountain. As he walked, he held a booklet in his hand and started writing quickly. These are some of my personal thoughts and opinions that I have put forward over the past 7 days based on this assessment. 19. There is also some information about this batch of reserve players, including personal character, fighting style, growth potential, suitable development direction, etc. These will all be handed over to Yabayashiki Yoshiya for inspection. This is also the reason why Tachibana is confident in changing the selection mode of the Demon Slayer Corps. Compared to the current rough 7-day survival selection method, his is more scientific. Kyujo Tachibana believed that Yabayashiki Yoya would understand. Ming Ming, Lord Mingzhu. Why are you here? Shinichiro Koyama happened to meet Kyujo Tachibana at the entrance. Shinichiro Koyama was filled with excitement, looking at Kyujo Tachibana in front of him with his eyes revealing great enthusiasm. Coincidentally, Shinichiro Koyama, who was in charge of the team admission assessment, had previously been on a demon-killing mission. Unfortunately, I encountered the 12 demon moons, the 4th of the last quarter moon. Fortunately, Kyujo Tachibana happened to be nearby and rescued Shinichiro Koyama. He killed the lower moon 4, 0 Yuzai, in one blow. Shinichiro Koyama was immediately astounded by her beauty, and since then, stories about the heroic deeds of Lord Narahashira have been circulating in an endless stream. How could he not be impressed by Kyujo Tachibana? It's Shinichiro. Not bad, very energetic. Jijoju nodded. It was good that he was an acquaintance, so he wouldn't have to waste any more words. Yes. Lord Mizuhashira, A-class team member Shinichiro Koyama sends you his greetings. Shinichiro Koyama straightened his chest and said loudly while looking at Kyujo Tachibana. Regarding the abnormal situation of this team assessment, it was actually caused by me. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will explain the situation to the Lord later. After explaining a few words to Shinichiro, Kyujo Tachibana brought Shinichiro to the group of reserve players. Looking at these slightly immature faces, Kyujo Tachibana said loudly. Hello, I'm Kyujo Tachibana, the Thunder Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. I want to apologize to all of you here. Because of my self-assertion, there have been some changes in your assessment this time. As he said this, Kyujo Tachibana bowed deeply to the young men in front of him. After standing up, Kyujo Tachibana continued. After my personal observation, the following 12 people have met the criteria for joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. The 12 people whose names I'm going to read, please step out. Rintaki Chu Usagi, Tomioka Jiu, Murata Hikoichi. The teenagers whose names were not called began to whisper. Looking at the 12 young men who walked out, Kyujo Tachibana nodded, then looked at everyone and said. Young men. You are all brave, but after these 7 days of testing, have you really thought it through? Am I suitable to be a swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps? And fighting against evil spirits is not just the responsibility of swordsmen. The hidden responsibilities of the Demon Slayer Corps are equally important. If you think you don't have the talent to be a swordsman, you are welcome to join Hidden. Kyujo Tachibana turned around and looked at the 12 young men he had just named. Here, I'm going to give all of you a chance to choose, including the 12 of you. Young men who wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps and become swordsmen, please walk to the left and line up. Young men who are willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps and become hidden, please go to the right and line up in a row. If you don't want to choose either, please stay where you are. After a moment, looking at the two teams, one with 31 people on the left and one with only 8 people on the right, Jojoju sighed. He seemed to have done a lot, yet he seemed to have done nothing. It's unclear whether half of the 31 people on the left will be alive in another year. The path of a ghost hunter has never been easy. After a while, Jojo Tachibana looked at the boys in front of him, nodded and said, I respect your choice. I look forward to fighting alongside you in future battles. After saying this, Kyujo Tachibana smiled brightly at the young men. 3 days later, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kyujo Tachibana and Yabayashiki Yoya sat opposite each other. Kyujo Tachibana is playing with her baby. The child is 6 months old. This is the eldest of Yabayashiki Yoya's 5 children, Yabayashiki Hina. Little Chai has soft white hair, purple pupils, a cherry mouth and a small nose. She is truly a beautiful woman who makes me feel pity for her. It is worth mentioning that these 5 children were all born from one pregnancy. In other words, they are quintuplets. Except for the 3rd child, Yabayashiki Teriiachi, who is a boy, the other 4 are girls. At this time, our lord, Yabayashiki Yoya, had to give up his precious baby-raising time because of Kyujo Tachibana, and was working overtime in misery. Just because Kyujo Tachibana brought a booklet titled Demon Slayer Core Talent Selection Plan. Chapter 24 Pearl World. Kyujo Tachibana stayed in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for another week. Until he worked with Yabayashiki Yoshiya to perfect the Demon Slayer Corps Talent Selection Plan. I also met some people I should meet, such as Gyume Hirame who has become the Rock Pillar, and some veteran Pillar-level team members. Such as the Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijuro, who is the father of the future next Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro. Rengoku Makijuro at this time is just like Kyojuro in the future, passionate and cheerful. Kyujo Tachibana got along very well with him. After repeated invitations from Rengoku Makijuro, Kyujo Tachibana came with him to visit the Rengoku family. As a result, Kyojuro had to call Kyujo Tachibana, who was only a few years older than him, Uncle Kyujo. On this day, Kyujo Tachibana and Rengoku Makijuro returned from the Rengoku family's training dojo after sparring with each other. Kyujo Tachibana told Rengoku Makijuro the bad news. Just now, when the two of them were sparring, Kyujo Tachibana, because of his open senses, accidentally sensed that there might be some problems with the body of Makijuro's wife Rengoku Ruka. After Kyujo Tachibana told Rengoku Makijuro the news, Rengoku Makijuro did not believe it at first. Because in his impression, his wife has always been in good health. After they got married, she has never told him about things like colds or fevers. But Kyujo Tachibana just said to him seriously, I don't want that either. It's just that my ability has never been wrong so far. Brother Makijuro, feel my breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyujo Tachibana exhaled the air in his stomach. He practiced the breathing method of fire and took a deep breath of air. A faint burning sensation slowly attacked Rengoku Makijuro who was beside Kyujo Tachibana. Rengoku Makijuro's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed. What? How can it be? How come you can still breathe fire? And, this level of proficiency, how did you achieve that? Rengoku Makijuro couldn't help but ask. Kyujo Tachibana exhaled the air in his chest, switched back to the breathing of thunder, and then spoke. This is the highest state of a swordsman. Its name is the Transparent World. Go look through the ancient books in your family later, there may be records on this. I won't explain this to you in detail. In short, I can see, no, I should say I can feel the structure and subtle conditions inside the human body. Not only that, I can also control my body and use the breath of fire which is not suitable for me. And from what I can sense, your wife, Ruhu's health condition is not optimistic. Her life force is too weak. To be more specific, there may be something wrong with her heart. And this period of time should not be short, but why didn't she tell you? Kyujo Tachibana looked at Rengoku Makijuro curiously. At this moment, Rengoku Makijuro's mind was blank. He just wanted to find his wife Ruka as soon as possible to verify the truth of this news. Rengoku Ruka, who was mending clothes in her bedroom, looked at the two people who suddenly opened the door and rushed in, and asked in confusion. Makijuro, what happened to you guys? Is there something wrong? Rengoku Makijuro looked at his wife seriously and asked. Tell me, Ruhu, have you been feeling unwell lately? Rengoku Ruka was slightly startled, and gently stroked his chest with his right hand, then frowned and said. Yes, there are some, but they are all old problems. They shouldn't be a big deal, so I don't want to bother you with these trivial matters. His wife Ruka's answer instantly made Rengoku Makijuro's heart tighten. He just turned around helplessly and looked at Jojojo behind him. Kyujo Tachibana looked at Rengoku Ruhu's heart carefully for a while and shook his head. The structure of Rengoku Ruhu's heart valve was somewhat different from that of ordinary people. This should be a congenital type of heart disease, but unfortunately he was not a doctor in his previous life on Blue Star. He didn't know how to treat it. Jojo Tachibana looked at the two of them directly and said. The problem is a bit serious, you have to be mentally prepared. Go find a doctor. After Rengoku Makijuro sent the doctor away, he found Kyujo Tachibana in a daze. The doctor said that Ruka is suffering from a terminal illness and there is no cure. Ju, do you have any idea? You have to have a way, right? 20. Rengoku Makijuro's eyes were full of pleading. Kyujo Tachibana thought about it seriously. In the demon world, there is a cure for this disease. Muzan might have a way, but it certainly isn't about turning into a ghost. This guy Muzan wants to overcome his weakness of being afraid of sunlight. We have been studying for thousands of years, especially in biology and medicine, and the accumulation of knowledge is quite terrifying. To take a step back, even if Muzan has no talent in this area and is just a fool, it is conceivable what level he can reach after studying for 1,000 years. However, Muzan will definitely not help them save people. Fortunately, in addition to Muzan, there is another ghost with a more suitable professional background. Ms. Tamayo lives in Asakusa, Tokyo. Before being transformed into a demon by Muzan, Ms. Tamayo was a doctor with superb medical skills. And in the hundreds of years after he turned into a ghost, he continued to cure diseases and save lives. Jojo Tachibana thought in his heart. This is a good ghost, maybe she will have a way. But Ms. Tamayo is a ghost after all, and Rengoku Makijuro may not be willing to believe her. After thinking it over for a while, Kyujo Tachibana looked at Rengoku Makijuro and said. I heard that in Asakusa, Tokyo, there are foreigners who have opened a hospital there. Their medical level is much more advanced than that in Neon. I think you can go over there and see, maybe they have a way to treat it. Of course, if foreign hospitals are unable to treat it, then I can only ask Ms. Tamayo for help with Kyujo Tachibana. That afternoon, the anxious Rengoku Makijuro wrote a letter to his lord. Then he set off with his family. Of course, Kyujo Tachibana is also there. If he doesn't go, who will help them find Mistsumas? Seeing that Kyujo Tachibana cares so much about the affairs of their purgatory family, Rengoku Makijuro's family was also deeply moved. The two brothers Kyojuro and Senjuro got more and more comfortable calling Uncle Kyujo. 2 days later, the group arrived in Asakusa. After accompanying the purgatory family, they found a hospital run by foreigners. Jojo Tachibana was relieved. Fortunately, foreigners also opened a hospital here. Pulling Rengoku Makijiro, he came to a corner inside the hospital. Chijo Tachibana said, "Brother Makijiro, you should first check out this foreign-run hospital. I know there are several other very reputable doctors in Tokyo. I'll go look for them. If I have any news, I'll come to the hospital to see you in the evening." After saying this, Kyujo Tachibana turned and left. Miss Tamayo was a good ghost, and he also wanted to meet her. Chapter 25, Tsugamai Yuichi. Ah! Found it! This should be it, right? It's really hidden. Is it an illusion like blood vampire magic? It can make people subconsciously ignore this place. Jojojo stopped in front of a courtyard wall and talked to himself. The next second, Jutaiju ran straight into the courtyard wall in front of him. The courtyard wall was like air, with no intention of stopping Ju at all. Jojoju, who had most of his body inside the courtyard wall, suddenly turned his head to look southwest and whispered to himself. "Kibutsuji Muzan, just wait for me. It won't be long before your new father comes looking for you." Yes, on the way to look for Tamayo in Asakusa, Kyujo Tachibana also accidentally discovered the trace of Muzan. The kind of decayed and foul smell that has gone through thousands of years and emanates from the depths of the soul. Kyujo Tachibana believes that there is someone other than Muzan. There will be no other ghosts. However, Kyujo Tachibana does not have the confidence that he can defeat Muzan in a one-on-one fight now. Besides, this guy is extremely good at escaping, and he has several powerful helpers. He should go over now. Just delivering food. If Mingnu takes me into the Infinite City, I'll have nowhere to run. Kyujo Tachibana is not like some of the pillars in anime. When I heard the news about Muzan, I got as excited as a mad dog. Ahem. If he is given a few more years, Kyujo Tachibana believes that he will be able to treat Muzan as a minor monster just like Yoriichi Tsugakure. However, it must be said that Tsugakoko Yoshiichi, the strongest man in this plane, is indeed far superior to others. Born to see through the world. Natural markings are permanent. Born with a breathing method. The other 5 basic breathing methods were modified by Yuichi Tsugakoko based on his own breathing method, which means that his natural breathing method is different from that of ordinary people. He has his own sun breathing. You don't have to do anything, your body will become stronger all the time. At this time, the only aspect in which Kyujo Tachibana was stronger than Tsuchikuni Yoriichi was probably his senses, or mental strength. After all, he has Kenshin's 6th sense, plus the ability to see through the world, which should make him stronger than Yoriichi Tsuchikuni. As for the stripes, Kyujo Tachibana actually already knows how to open it, but he just doesn't want to open it. After activating the pattern, one's combat capability can be greatly enhanced, and lines symbolizing the activation of the pattern will also appear on the user's body. The markings on the bodies of different spotted swordsmen are also different. The prerequisite for activating the stripes is that the body temperature needs to reach 39 degrees, the heart rate needs to exceed 200 beats per minute, and a large amount of adrenaline needs to be secreted. At this time, the human body will feel as hot as if it is burning, and whether the human body can survive after entering this high temperature and high-risk state. It is the watershed that determines whether or not a person will have spots on his body. Whenever a person with the markings appears, the markings will appear on the people around them as if in resonance. The markings are the ability to advance life, and those who have the markings activated will not live past the age of 25. Only one person, Yoriichi Tsugamai, who was born with a special talent, lived past the age of 25. But if a person over the age of 25 develops the markings, he or she will not live long. In Kyujo Tachibana's understanding, stripes are like a lock on the human body at the genetic level. This genetic lock can lock your vitality and control your power. Once it is opened, it cannot be closed. The vitality is constantly flowing away. After all, he is Kyujo Tachibana, not Tsugamai Yoriichi, who was born with markings. If he develops the markings, he will not live past the age of 25. Considering Ju's physical condition, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to live to his 80s or 90s, if not over 100 years old. Using the loss of vitality to exchange for the power of stripes, the price of this power is too high. The Kyujo orange will not bloom unless it is absolutely necessary. Now let's talk about breathing techniques. The thunder breathing technique is also weaker than the sun breathing technique. But for Kyujo Tachibana, the breathing of thunder is very comfortable to use. Kyujo Tachibana felt that even if he had learned the sun breathing, if his physical attributes did not match each other, he would be forced to use the sun breathing that he was not adapted to. The power used is unlikely to reach the level of the current thunder breathing, let alone be compared with that of Yoriichi Tsugakuni. The sun breathing method is actually this man's exclusive breathing method. Others can only become stronger by relying on existing breathing methods, but they will definitely not be able to surpass Yoriichi Tsugakuni by doing so. Just like the power used by Tanjiro in the drama, compared with Tsugakoku Yoriichi, there is really a world of difference. After all existing breathing methods are actually the breathing methods that this man has been born with since birth. Kyujo Tachibana wants to surpass Yoriichi Tsugakuni in terms of breathing techniques. He just had to create a set of breathing methods that were unique to him. After entering the courtyard wall, Jujiaja did not conceal his footsteps. Slowly approaching the exquisite villa in front of you, Tamayo and Yoshiro were conducting medical experiments in the Western-style house. The two ghosts heard the footsteps and stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at each other. Lord Tamayo. It's daytime outside now, so it can't be a ghost. Could it be a human that accidentally came in? Tamayo frowned, shook her head, and said. The footsteps are even and the strength is well controlled. This person is not an ordinary person. He should be here to find us. Yoshiro, go open the door and let him in. Yoshiro looked a little hesitant. But Tamayo looked at Yoshiro with gentle eyes, smiled and said. He probably means no harm. Otherwise we wouldn't have heard his footsteps. Kyujo Tachibana came to the door and said softly. My beautiful lady, you are right. I really have no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Yoshiro unconsciously had several blue veins popping out on his forehead. This damn human! How dare you disrespect Master Tamayo! At this time, Yoshiro had completely put aside other concerns and came to the gate angrily. Carefully, he opened the door a little. Standing behind the door in the backlight, he urged. You damned human! Come in quickly! Upon hearing this, Tamayo in the room immediately shouted at Yoshiro. 21. Yoshiro! Don't be rude to guests! Yoshiro's expression changed very quickly. He immediately put on a well-behaved expression, looked in Tamayo's direction, and responded. Yes, Master Tamayo. Chijoju scratched his head. This kid is really rude. Not bothering to argue with him, Kyujo Tachibana squeezed in through the crack in the door that Yoshiro had opened. Looking at the tall and handsome young man in front of him, wearing a sky blue haori and holding two swords on his waist, Yoshiro had to admit that he was a little jealous. He now doesn't want this young man to appear in front of Lord Tamayo at all. Chapter 26 Memories from 300 years ago. Just as Kyujo Tachibana and Yoshiro were staring at each other, Tamayo also walked over from the laboratory. Tamayo looked at Kyujo Tachibana, examined him carefully for a few seconds, then looked at the two long swords at his waist, and already had some guesses in his mind. A boy with long black hair, with two swords on his waist, could it be him? And these eyes, I seem to have seen them somewhere before. Such eyes, when have I ever seen them before? Tamayo, who already had hundreds of years of memory, couldn't remember it for a moment. Seeing Tamayo coming, Kyujo Tachibana took the initiative to speak. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Kyujo Tachibana, the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamayo looked at Kyujo Tachibana with curiosity. "Hello, swordsman. You can call me Tamayo, and his name is Yoshiro. Excuse me, what do you want from us? You should know. We are all ghosts." Kyujo Tachibana nodded, his face very serious. "Well, I know you two are ghosts. Your bodies have no secrets in front of me." Before Kyujo Tachibana could continue speaking, Yoshiro, with a ferocious look on his face, had already raised his claws and pounced towards Kyujo Tachibana. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." Yoshiro is really not kidding. This was the first time he encountered someone who dared to be so unreasonable to Miss Tamayo. He must kill this abominable human. He must. "Don't want." Tamayo looked at the scene in horror, but it was too late for her to stop it. After all, she had never been a ghost that was good at fighting. Tamayo looked at Kyujo Tachibana with pleading eyes, as if to say, "Spare this child's life." Yes, Tamayo, who was hiding in the world and curing diseases for humans, probably recognized Kyujo Tachibana, the swordsman who hated evil and had slain countless demons. Although he didn't take the blame today. The blame swordsman Kyujo Tachibana smiled at Tamayo and nodded slightly. Afterwards, Kyujo Tachibana did not draw his sword, but stretched out his right hand and chopped Yoshiro's forehead with a lightning-fast palm knife. Dong! After the dust settled, Yoshiro fainted. Tamayo looked at Kyujo Tachibana with a look of astonishment and asked, "Is the child all right?" Kyujo Tachibana shook his head. If he were human, there would be something wrong. Tamayo heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Kyujo Tachibana in confusion and asked, "When will Yoshiro wake up?" Kyujo Tachibana crossed his arms and said calmly, "I think this kid's brain is not very good, I will help him get a new one. Once his brain grows back, he will wake up naturally." Tamayo. At this moment, Tamayo remembered what Kyujo Tachibana had just said. Tamayo believes that anyone with such pure eyes would not be a superficial person. Of course, what Kyujo Tachibana said was not without purpose. "Your body has no secrets in front of me," Tamayo repeated in her mind. Okay. At this time, Tamayo finally remembered. More than 300 years ago, there was also such a person. His eyes are so bright, and his gaze can really see through the bodies of humans and evil spirits. He was also the first human to make Muzan Kibutsuji feel the emotion of fear. His name is Yuichiro Tsujikuni. Tamayo looked at Kyujo Tachibana in a trance. Could it be that another human being like this has been born? After a long while, the light in Yoshiro's eyes finally returned to him after he fell on his back. Because Yoshiro and Tamayo did not eat humans, their recovery speed is much slower than that of normal ghosts. Yoshiro regained consciousness and was stunned for a moment, then he stood up and stood aside obediently, no longer disturbing the two of them from talking. Tamayo looked at Yoshiro with a strange look, then looked at Kyujo Tachibana. "Mr. Tachibana, I'm sorry Yoshiro was a little impulsive. I apologize to you for his recklessness." Kyujo Tachibana smiled and said, "It's okay. Actually, I was the one who disturbed you first. But this kid is indeed a bit impulsive. If he were an ordinary person, he might have been killed by him just now. If I didn't know that you have already escaped from Muzan's control, have stopped eating people, and have been treating diseases for ordinary people, I will show no mercy." Tamayo nodded and asked again, "I wonder if you have something to ask us?" Kyujo Tachibana explained, "I have a friend who has some heart problems. I hope you can help take a look." "What are the specific symptoms?" When talking about professional issues, Tamayo looked extremely serious. Kyujo Tachibana told Tamayo everything he knew, as well as the abnormal condition of Rengoku Ruka's heart. Tamayo frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Without seeing the patient, I can't confirm whether I can cure her. If it's convenient, please bring her here." I can use the equipment here to examine her carefully. Jojo Tachibana nodded and said, if there is still one person in this world who can cure her, then I believe that this person can only be you. Tamayo covered her mouth and smiled, then said softly, you're overly flattering. After finishing the business, Kyujo Tachibana stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Kyujo Tachibana told Tamayo a piece of news. Kaizen Kibutsuji Musen is also in Asakusa right now. What? Tamayo instantly turned into a ghost, and her hideous face became even more ferocious than Yoshiro just now in an instant. Where is he? Tell me, where is Musen Kibutsuji? Tamayo's hand was tightly grasping Kyujo Tachibana's arm. Kyujo Tachibana did not try to break free, but stretched out his other hand, gently touched the top of Tamayo's head, and said softly, I'm not telling you this news to let you die. You are no match for him, just be patient for a while. I will kill him myself. Tamayo stared at Kyujo Tachibana with a pair of red eyes. It was not until a long while later that he loosened his grip, slowly slid to the ground, and burst into tears. She also knew that even if she faced Musen, what could she do? However, the hatred that had been buried deep in her heart for hundreds of years was suddenly awakened by this name today, causing her to temporarily lose her mind. Looking at this pitiful woman who had already given up and whose only goal for the rest of her life was to avenge Musen, Kyujo Tachibana sighed and said, Ms. Tamayo, would you like to come with me to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? I will be responsible for protecting your safety and will provide you with the blood of the 12 demon moons regularly. And you just need to concentrate on researching the potion that can turn evil spirits back into humans. Chapter 27, Orange Danger. After Tamayo calmed down her emotions, she stood up and looked at Kyujo Tachibana and said seriously, in fact, I have been in contact with all the lords of your Demon Slayer Corps over the past 300 years. A lot of the equipment here was provided by them. It's still not very convenient for us to go to the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. I can also conduct research here. Jojo Tachibana shook his head. Today is different from the past. Kaizen Kibutsuji Musen is in Asakusa right now. You may meet him at any time. Are you so anxious to be reincarnated before you even witness his demise? Zhu Shi frowned, but still refused. Then Yoshiro and I will move in the near future. We have hiding places other than Tokyo. Jojoju smiled and didn't force it. 22. I know your concerns, but I hope you believe me. The era of evil spirits will end in my hands. I will kill Musen Kibutsuji with my own hands. Kyujo Tachibana looked at Tamayo seriously. Looking at the young man's eyes that penetrated people's hearts, Tamayo seemed to see the man from 300 years ago. After leaving Tamayo's residence, the sky was gradually getting dark. Just as Jojoju was heading towards the hospital, the breath of a small fish ghost appeared in Ju's perception. Kyujo Tachibana drew out the Nichiren sword and easily killed the small fry demon. At the same time, Musen Kibutsuji, who sensed the death of a ghost nearby, slowly closed his eyes and checked the scene the ghost saw before he died. Watching the death replay, the young man with 2 knives on his waist and a stern expression killed the ghost with just 1 sword. Musen opened his eyes and frowned deeply. This human speed seems to be even faster than before. Is your progress so fast? You're almost catching up with the first-generation swordsman, right? Or is it that the lower-ranked demons have never been able to make you use your full strength? Musen looked at the air in front of him and ordered. Mina, go inform Akaza and have him come to Asakusa immediately. Zhang. A long pipa sound suddenly rang out. Mingnu, holding a pipa, suddenly appeared in front of Musen. Okay, Master Wu Han. Just as Mingnu was about to pluck the strings of the pipa and activate the blood demon technique to open the infinite city. Wait a minute. Wukan called out to Mingnu, recalling the extremely fast knife just now. But Musen felt that it was a little unreliable. Akaza might not be able to kill this human. Moreover, this human does not look very old, and now is the peak period of their human strength growth. If we can't kill him this time, it will be a bit troublesome. Thinking about how this human being could kill the lower-ranked demons as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, Muzan became a little worried. What if, alas? Muzan, he didn't want to hide for a few more decades like he did 300 years ago. Let Kokushibo come over too. The cautious, cowardly, Muzan decided not to give this human any more chance to grow. Solve the problem right away. You ask why Muzan doesn't do it himself since he's so close? Come on, apart from beating his own subordinates, how many times did this scumbag boss hit others in the whole drama? His boss is the most cowardly villain boss. Okay, Lord Muzan. Mingnu was like a ruthless tool. Without a word, she just played the pipa in her hand and returned to the Infinite City. After Mingnu left, Muzan summoned 2 more ghosts. Sure enough, when Kyujo Tachibana arrived at the hospital, he found that the result was not beyond his expectations. This hospital run by foreigners was unable to cure Rengoku Ruka's illness at that time. Looking at the Purgatory family who were in a bad mood, Kyujo Tachibana did not hide it any longer, and when the group arrived at the hotel, he directly told the couple about the deeds of the ghost Dr. Tamayo. What? You said you wanted to let the evil spirits help Ruka cure her illness. No way, I will never agree to that. Rengoku Makijiro couldn't control himself for a moment and shouted out excitedly. Rengoku Makijiro simply couldn't believe that evil ghosts would not eat humans and would often not do their job properly and treat diseases for the public for free. Rengoku Ruka gave her husband a reproachful look, then turned to look at Kyujo Tachibana and said, "Thank you, Mr. Orange. I know this is all your good intentions. Even I believe what you said today. But everyone's destiny is something that God has already determined. I don't expect to change anything by force, I just hope that I can stay with my family during the rest of my life." Looking at this stubborn couple, Kyujo Tachibana thought about it and decided not to rush. Maybe their minds would change in a few days. Looking at Kyujo Tachibana who walked out of the room, Rengoku Makijiro's expression was a little struggling. He opened his mouth, but in the end he still didn't call out to Tachibana. After all, Rengoku Makijiro still held on to a glimmer of hope at this time. If this hospital run by foreigners can't cure you, then change to another one. There are so many doctors in Tokyo, but Rengoku Makijiro just doesn't believe that except for that ghost doctor named Tamayo, other doctors have no way to help. Unfortunately, Muzan did not give Rengoku Makijiro much time to choose. 3 days later, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Kyujo Tachibana, who had just finished taking a shower in the hotel and was preparing to go to bed, suddenly looked extremely ugly. How come? How come both of them are here at the same time? In an instant, Chichiaja remembered the small fish ghost he killed a few days ago. Kyujo Tachibana sighed, and said to the air in front of him helplessly and self-deprecatingly, "No miserability. No miserability. Without the halo of a protagonist, is this the treatment you get? Why didn't you use such great force to deal with Tanjiro?" Yes, Kokushibo and Akaza, who received Muzan's order, had arrived in Asakusa at the same time. It's only about 200 meters away from the hotel. But for some reason, neither of them took action. Kyujo Tachibana turned around and quickly put on his clothes, picked up 2 swords, and in an instant he arrived at the door of the Purgatory family. Boom! Time was running out and Kyujoju had no time to knock on the door, so he kicked the door of the hotel room and broke it down. The Purgatory family was all stunned, looking at Kyujo Tachibana who broke in. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo, and upper rank 3, Akaza, are here. Their target should be me. Rengoku Makijiro was startled and was about to speak. Kyujo Tachibana stopped him with a wave of his hand and continued. "Brother Makijiro, if you still want me to survive, you must do as I say. Wait a moment, I'll lead them out of the city." There are too many people here. If no one stops you, take Ruka and the others and leave immediately, and go to the place I mentioned before to find Miss Tamayo. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, come find me outside the city. Brother Makijiro. Remember, don't come here before the sun rises. As soon as he finished speaking, Jojoju turned into a blue and yellow lightning and rushed out of the hotel in an instant. Chapter 28 Uozuo. Asakusa, Suburbs. Kyujo Tachibana suddenly turned around and quietly waited for his opponent tonight. Kokushibo and Akeza didn't let Kyujo Tachibana wait for long and arrived here in just a moment. Kokushibo has 6 eyes and a sword saint look. He has long dark red hair in a high ponytail. On the left forehead and the right side of his neck, he still retains the red flame-shaped markings from his human period. I saw Kokushibo with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking at Kyujo Tachibana, and said lightly, "Human swordsman, my name is Kokushibo, and I am one of the 12 demon moons. You ran so fast, I thought you were going to escape." Kyujo Tachibana sneered and said sarcastically, "Run away? Haha. As a swordsman, facing the enemy with your back from now on is the greatest shame. If I die, I die. Why should I be afraid? Kuroshibo, stop talking nonsense and draw your sword." The corners of Kokushibo's mouth rose slightly, and he began to admire this human swordsman. "You want me to draw my sword? Then let me see if you are qualified. Your opponent now is him." Kokushibo stretched his arm straight and pointed at Akeza, who was standing aside without interrupting. "Whether I have the qualifications or not, you will soon see." Kyujo Tachibana tilted his head and looked at Akeza beside him. Short pink hair, golden eyes, pale skin, blood-red nails, and countless dark blue tattoos representing sinners engraved all over his body. She is wearing a purple short-sleeved shirt and has rosary beads hanging on her ankles. What kind of outfit is this? Akeza held his shoulder with one hand, twisted his arm, took a step forward and activated the blood demon technique. Suddenly, a snowflake-shaped spell unfolded on the ground. Akeza, with excitement in his eyes, looked at Kyujo Tachibana and said, "Human swordsman, my name is Akeza. Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Among weak humans, there are very few who are as strong as you." "Oh, really?" Kyujo Tachibana said with a faint smile. "Yes, you are very powerful, I can tell at a glance." When he said this, Akeza suddenly stopped. How is that possible?" Akeza cried out in surprise. His blood demon art, Destruction Killing Needle, couldn't sense any fighting spirit from this human swordsman. Speaking of fighting spirit, we have to mention Akeza's unique blood demon technique. 23. Before he turned into a demon, Akeza was a martial artist with extremely high attainments in martial arts. How profound is it? When he was a human, he killed 67 people with his bare hands in order to take revenge on the kendo gym next door. As a result, he was noticed by Muzan Kibutsuji and transformed into a demon. After becoming a demon, Akeza lost his memory, but his body did not forget the martial arts moves he had once practiced. Akeza used these martial arts moves to continue fighting against the successive pillars of the Demon Slayer core. And from this, he cultivated an extremely powerful fighting spirit. Akeza developed 10 unique blood demon arts based on his own fighting spirit. Among them, the Destructive Killing Needle is the core of Akeza's blood demon art. Destruction Killing Luo Needle. It senses the opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making its own attacks and avoidances as precise as if it were attracted by a magnet. When activated, a 12-cornered snowflake array will appear under your feet, which is called ritual deployment. The shape of the snowflake array comes from the headdress of his fiancée Liangxiu. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the stronger the reaction of the Luo needle will be, and the corresponding strength and accuracy will be higher. However, Luo Zhen cannot sense opponents who have no fighting spirit or have hidden fighting spirit. Transparent world. This is the situation with Kyujo Tachibana at this moment. Akaza is completely unable to sense Kyujo Tachibana's fighting spirit. How could such a powerful swordsman not have fighting spirit? This situation can only explain this swordsman. He also reached that realm, the realm he had been pursuing day and night, the supreme realm, the transparent world. At the thought of being able to fight against a strong man of this level, Akaza's body began to tremble with excitement. After becoming a demon, Akaza lost his memory, and all that was left in his heart was the obsession to become stronger and pursue the highest realm. This is also one of the reasons why Akaza hates Doma so much. In order to become stronger, Akaza only likes to fight with the strong. He disdains the weak and even hates them extremely. However, as a demon, Akaza never kills or eats women due to his creed as a strong man, and only chooses to eat humans when he is extremely hungry. In comparison, he is at the opposite extreme from the second upper-rank Doma who only loves to eat women, so his relationship with him is quite bad. Looking at Akaza's slightly trembling body, Kokushibo's 6 eyes wrinkled at the same time. What is this guy crazy about? Looking at Akaza, who had been slow to take action, Kyujo Tachibana scratched his head. He probably guessed what this martial arts fanatic was thinking. After thinking for a while, Kyujo Tachibana placed his right hand on the hilt of the Nichiren sword. If this guy Akaza continues to be dazed, then wait for him. It will be a flash of thunder. The moment Kyujo Tachibana placed his hand on the hilt of the knife, Akaza instantly felt a sense of oppression as if facing death. If he doesn't take action now, he will probably die. The last moment, Akaza, who was still trembling, suddenly rushed towards Kyujo Tachibana. Destruction and kill type. Until he arrived in front of Kyujo Tachibana. Akaza raised his right fist and held it behind him at shoulder level. The upper part of the body leans forward, with the legs one in front and one behind, and the toes bent and gripping the ground tightly, just like a strong bow. Use your body as the bow and your fist as the arrow. Akaza punched Kyujo Tachibana. Kyujo Tachibana watched quietly as the powerful punch in front of him took place. Ju's evaluation is, the body control is good and most of the muscle strength is mobilized. What a pity. If you can't hit the person, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. It took Akaza too long to control his muscles. Tachibana can also deliver this kind of punch, and even better than Akaza. Not only can he perfectly mobilize the strength of muscles throughout his body, but even the process of exerting force does not need to be so troublesome, as it can all be done inside the body. Even though the surface of his body appears motionless and without any movement, Kyujo Tachibana is able to accumulate energy inside his body. This is the transparent world. Sug. The air was inhaled instantly and the lungs were filled with air immediately. Controlling the full opening of blood vessels in the body, quickly separating the oxygen in the air into the blood vessels, and quickly blending with the red blood cells in the blood. The golden light started from the lungs and spread through the blood vessels to the whole body in an instant. At the same time, control the body's muscle fibers and distribute this surging power evenly throughout the body. In an instant, lightning is everywhere and thunder is rising. Dazzling lightning flashed all over Kyujo Tachibana's body. Thunder breathing, Form 3, gathering mosquitoes into Thunder Kai. Chapter 29 Flying Slash. Waves of lightning appeared on Tachibana's body, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Kokushibo, who was watching the battle on the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes. This is perfect control of the body. You have realized the world at such a young age. A fierce look flashed across Kokushibo's eyes. Boom! Akaza swung his fist in the air, and the force of his fist hit the air in front of him with a loud bang as if it were real. Thunder breathing, Form 4, Far Thunder Kai. Blue and yellow electric currents flashed across Kyujo Tachibana's Nichiren sword. Without waiting for Akaza to launch another attack, Kyujo Tachibana, who had retreated to a far distance, drew his sword and swung it at Akaza from more than 10 meters away. In an instant, electric light burst out from the sun blade and rushed towards Akaza at a high speed. Looking at this flash of lightning, Akaza's fighting instinct, which had long been integrated into his body, told him, "You must never touch this electric light with your body." Destruction Kill Sky Style. Akaza opened his palms and clenched them suddenly. He waved his fists and punched the air in front of him twice in an instant. The air was compressed at an extremely high speed in an instant, and 2 fist marks shot towards the electric light emitted by Jutaijo-like bullets. Boom! The electric flash did not cause any hindrance. It was directly dispersed by the punch thrown by Akaza, and the remaining force of the punch rushed towards Kyujo Tachibana in front. The fourth form, Far Thunder Kai, this control skill was interrupted by Akaza's fist, but Kyujo Tachibana was not disappointed. Instead, he looked at the fist marks coming towards him with great interest. He didn't dodge. Kyujo Tachibana wanted to try out the power of this attack method. After adjusting the angle of the shot, Tachibana blocked with his horizontal sword, and the sun blade blocked the 2 fist marks in front of him at a wonderful angle. The 2 sides began to wrestle. In order to feel the true force of the punch, Kyujo Tachibana did not use any force-releasing techniques. He just had to withstand the 2 punches and was pushed several meters away. His legs swept across the ground, leaving 2 clearly visible marks. Looking at the traces of his legs on the ground, Jojoju couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is quite interesting." Use a special technique to condense and compress the air around the fist. Then, this compressed air is released with accumulated force to create the effect of a long-range attack. Moreover, the power is not weak, which means that the power is not lost much during the transmission process. I have to say, Akaza is really a genius. In contrast, in order to kill evil demons, the Demon Slayer Corps must use the Nichiren sword to actually cut off the demon's neck. Therefore, in this world, the development direction of swordsman's sword skills is often close combat skills, facing the evil spirits in a simple and unpretentious way. On the contrary, the evil ghosts are unrestrained, and their blood magic is more fancy than the other. It's just that the blood magic of other ghosts is a bit like their own innate skills and cannot be copied. But Akaza is different. This guy is more physical technique oriented, and part of his blood demon technique is pure martial arts. However, Akaza's physical strength was too great, and coupled with his superb martial arts techniques, he seemed particularly overbearing. These skills can be learned by Jutiaoju. However, for the time being, Kyujo Tachibana only liked this move of his. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Kyujo Tachibana looked at Akaza with sparkling eyes and said directly, "Please do that attack a few more times." Kyujo Tachibana, "Akaza, come on, harder. Come and ravage me." Akaza, who was confused, looked at Kyujo Tachibana strangely. Fortunately, our Lord Akaza is quite tolerant towards the strong and did not reject Kyujo Tachibana's request. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Destruction Kill Sky Style. 24. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Kyujo Tachibana closed his eyes and dodged Akaza's punches while concentrating on feeling the subtle changes inside Akaza's body. Especially on the fingers. Akaza's craftsmanship is so exquisite. Tie pants are hot. After firing 6 consecutive rounds, Akaza could no longer bear it. The muscles throughout the body have had most of their muscle fibers torn due to continuous explosive stretching. If he were a human, he would be a vegetable now. And because of some special techniques, Akaza's fingers, the hardest parts of his body, were cracked with numerous tiny wounds. Akaza's fingers are black. In the anime, when he was fighting the flame pillar, the black part of his fingers was hit by the sword and was basically not hurt. Feeling that the attack suddenly stopped, Kyujo Tachibana opened his eyes with a little dissatisfaction and looked at Akaza with contempt. It's like saying, is that not enough? This is such an insulting look. Instantly, Akaza regained his strength, and his body's recovery speed was significantly accelerated. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Destruction Kill Sky Style. I see. After experiencing Akaza's skills for more than a dozen times, Kyujo Tachibana finally figured out this special technique and power-generating technique. Looking at Akaza, who looked exhausted, Kyujo Tachibana did not take advantage of him. He just stood aside quietly holding the Nichiren sword, thinking about his new skills. Flying Slash. Looking at the man and the ghost who stopped fighting tacitly in front of him, Kokushibo's face couldn't help but turn black. The blue veins gradually popped up. What are you doing? Be serious. At this moment, Kokushibo could no longer control the impulse in his heart. He wants to kill both of them. I don't know if Akaza has noticed Kokushibo's psychological activities. Without waiting for his muscles to fully grow, he stomped his feet heavily on the ground and struck again in the direction of Kyujo Tachibana. However, Akaza didn't use the Sora style this time. Destruction Kill Final Style Green Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Okay. Akaza is opening up. This move can be said to be one of Akaza's innate skills after he turned into a demon. It is a skill that he naturally awakened after turning into a demon. After Akaza unfolds the compass, he can send out hundreds of luminous bombs out of thin air, with himself as the center, and shoot out in all directions in an instant. It is fast and powerful. In the comics, even Tomiokaji's water-breathing 11th form Nagi cannot completely defend against it. But it was perfectly avoided by Tanjiro, who entered the transparent world. Therefore, this fancy trick has no effect on Kyujo Tachibana. Looking at the overwhelming missiles in front of him, Kyujo Tachibana moved in advance to dodge the impending attacks. While raising the sun blade in his hand, he vibrated the blade in a small range at a specific amplitude. Next second, the Nichiren sword in Kyujo Tachibana's hand was swung fiercely in the direction of Akaza. There was only a slight swoosh sound. A white, almost transparent, moon-shaped slash shot out from Kyujo Tachibana's sun blade. In just a moment, he crossed more than 10 meters and chopped straight towards Akaza's neck. Akaza's eyes were full of shock. Of course, he knew very well how this move came about. However, Akaza did not expect that this human had mastered the air style force technique and its matching special techniques in such a short time. The flying slash was about to hit him, and Akaza didn't have time to think. He just clenched his fists and used the back of his fists to protect his neck tightly. Va! The flying slash flashed by. Akaza's fist and head fell to the ground at the same time. Chapter 30, Angry Patterns. Feeling the tremendous power of this flying slash, Kyujo Tachibana touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Using the Nichiren sword to perform a flying slash has both advantages and disadvantages compared to using fists. The advantage is that the blade of a knife is smaller than that of a fist, so the force can be more concentrated, and naturally the power will be much greater. As for the disadvantage, a knife is not like a fist after all. It is a part of your body. Controlling a knife to perform a flying slash is much more complicated than controlling a fist. This is also the reason why Kyujo Tachibana has an obvious skill prelude. Unlike Akaza, his empty punch is basically instantaneous. For a true master, it is very difficult to hit the opponent with an attack that has an obvious skill prelude. For example, Kokushibo standing next to him. Moreover, for evil spirits, the Nichiren sword cannot actually kill them unless it cuts their necks. In fact, when Kokushibo saw this fantastic attack, he was also shocked. I was not surprised by the power of this attack method, but by Ju's terrifying learning talent. He also mastered the transparent world, but he had never done it like Kyujo Tachibana. In such a short period of time, he learned such a complicated attack method just by observing his opponent. At this moment, Kokushibo's murderous intent towards Kyujo Tachibana became stronger and stronger. Although he admired Kyujo Tachibana's spirit as a swordsman, he didn't want to see such a talented Kyujo Tachibana surpass him one day. In Kyujo Tachibana, Kokushibo saw a trace of Yoriaki's shadow, although at this time there was still a big gap in the power between the two of them. But this kind of talent that goes against common sense is too similar to that of his younger brother Yuanyi. Today, Muzan comes and wants to transform Kyujo Tachibana into a demon, but Kokushibo will not agree. This human swordsman is dead today. He, Kokushibo, said so. Whoever tries to stop him will be killed. After Yoshichire's death, Kokushibo's idea of not losing to anyone has turned into an obsession. He doesn't allow himself to fail even once. In order to prevent this from happening, Kokushibo can put everything aside. Just like more than 300 years ago, in order to defeat Yunyi. Human identity, samurai honor, family ties, kinship, friendship and even love. Kokushibo can abandon all of this. Feel the murderous intent of Kokushibo that is as surging as a volcanic eruption. Jutaiji raised his eyebrows, then retracted them. There is no point in thinking too much at this time and place. Seeing that Akaza was almost recovering, Kyujo Tachibana also started to get serious. The Nichiren sword was sheathed, and Kyujo Tachibana held the scabbard horizontally with his left hand, but his right hand did not hold the handle as usual. At this time, Ju's knife-holding posture was somewhat similar to that of a dagger. Holding the knife handle in reverse with the right hand. Breathe. The golden light, along with the breathing of Jutaiju, quietly flowed to the feet, and blue and yellow lightning suddenly broke out. Kyujo Tachibana appeared at a speed that Akaza was completely unable to react to. Thunder breathing, 5th form, Hot World Thunder Kai. Thunder breathing, Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash Kai, Swallow Return. This combination of skills exceeds the limit of speed, draw the sword and slash, swallow returns. At the moment when Kyujo Tachibana drew out the sun blade with his backhand. The blade had not yet completely left the scabbard, but it had instantly turned red. The red sword wrapped in lightning moved at a speed that made Akaza's thoughts stop. Slashed towards his neck. The extremely fast red blade entered the body, just like a hot knife cutting butter. Without any hindrance, it cut through Akaza's spine. At this moment, Akaza's mind finally reacted, and he felt the long sword that was about to completely cut off his neck. Akaza's body didn't have time to react at all. Deep down in his heart, Akaza felt a strong sense of unwillingness. He shouted with all his might. No. I haven't even entered the Supreme Realm yet. I can't die, I want to become stronger. Stronger. This strong unwillingness caused Akaza's body to gradually undergo an unprecedented change. At this moment, there was a loud boom. This change in Akaza's body was forcibly interrupted. I saw a long red sword with eyeballs all over the blade, which blocked Kyujo Tachibana's attack. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Akaza's neck was about to be completely cut off by Kyujo Tachibana. Akaza would be able to completely complete his transformation. Unfortunately, the unsportsmanlike Kokushibo still chose to intervene in this battle. Jojoju sighed softly, he was still not fast enough. Before he swung the knife, he had anticipated that Kokushibo would not watch him kill Akaza. 25. Even though the relationship between the two ghosts was not harmonious, Kyujo Tachibana just wanted to try it once. If he succeeded, he might have a chance to deal with Kokushibo for a whole night in his current state. If he can't kill Akaza, he won't have any chance at all when fighting 1 against 2. Although according to Akaza's personality, he should not do such an unsportsmanlike thing. But Kyujo Tachibana cannot pin his hopes on the evil spirit. Feeling the tremendous pressure from the sun blade, Kyujo Tachibana was a little depressed at this time. Then Kyujo Tachibana also grasped the hilt of the sword with his left hand, and started wrestling with Kokushibo with all his strength at Akaza's neck. The bright red sword, surrounded by flickering lightning, hit Akaza, who was finally able to feel the temperature. The heat was so intense that my eyes gradually turned white. While Kokushibo continued to exert pressure with his sword, he looked at the 9 bright orange swords and praised. "Human swordsman, your red sword is good, very good." The red long sword covered with eyeballs in Kokushibo's hand was deeply cut into the blade by Kyujo Tachibana's red sword. But still, slowly and firmly, the long knife in Jujia-Aju's hand moved towards the wound. Until Kyujo Tachibana's Nichiren sword was completely free from Akaza's neck. Ugh! Kyujo Tachibana sighed softly, and with the help of the thrust from Kokushibo's long sword, he jumped back lightly, temporarily escaping from Kokushibo's attack range. He looked at Kokushibo helplessly and said, "Oh, why do you force me? Isn't it good to be alive?" After saying this, Kyujo Tachibana could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Kokushibo and roared. "There are even better ones, do you want to see them? Zebra, open it for me." The sound of the heart beating is getting faster and faster. Even ordinary people can hear it clearly when they get close. The steam emanated from Kyujo Tachibana's body, and his body temperature instantly exceeded the human body's threshold. Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Breathe! As it was running, the thunder breathing had already turned into an instinctive one. Jujia-Oju put all his strength into his lungs and took a deep breath of air. In an instant, lightning was generated from the lungs, along the blood vessels, muscles, skin, and towards Jujia-Oju's face. The next second, dense and irregular web-like lightning was deeply imprinted on Jujia-Oju's forehead and eyes. Although I felt that my look was very cool at this moment. But Kyujo Tachibana was not happy at all. Cool? In exchange for decades of life. Kyujo Tachibana really has no intention of opening the stripes. Wouldn't it be nice to live 100 years? In his previous life, he only lived to the age of 27. Am I going to die young again in this life? But if he didn't activate the mark, he would have no chance of winning against Kokushibo. He is a human being, and he only needs to be hit once by Kokushibo's attack. There is a very real possibility that he will die. Since it is destined to open, then we have to open it earlier. We can't wait until he is injured and dying before opening it, right? Kyujo Tachibana glared at Kokushibo with his eyes that were like bright lights, angrily. From time to time, flashes of lightning would flash out from his bright eyes. Isn't it cool? Animated patterns with special effects. Seeing that Kyujo Tachibana had successfully opened the markings, Kokushibo behaved very abnormally and let out bursts of neurotic laughter. Ha 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 ha! I can see that you are very angry. It seems you already know that you won't live past the age of 25 after the markings are activated. Then you should understand me, right? If you were allowed to choose, you would also become a ghost, right? Kyujo Tachibana roared angrily, too lazy to listen to Kokushibo's nonsense. He picked up the Nichiren sword and rushed towards Kokushibo while cursing. I am your father. I understand you, sir. With stripes and transparency and red sword, and the protagonist's cheats and halo, can the protagonist win? Chapter 31. Even in a transparent world there are gaps. There was lightning radiating from Jojo's eyes, and blue lightning was wrapped around his body. In one hand he held the red Nichiren sword which was also wrapped in lightning, and he rushed towards Kokushibo. After activating his markings, Kyujo Tachibana can be said to be no match for Kokushibo. Of course, this is the combat power ceiling of this world at this moment. Although Kyujo Tachibana's appearance is quite intimidating, it can't scare Kokushibo. The two men did not retreat even a single step, but just held the long swords in their hands, and they collided with each other madly like Mars hitting the Earth. The two long swords collided with each other hundreds of times in a very short period of time. The sparks from the collision of the long swords, before the previous one dissipated, the next one followed. After a while, the sparks from the two men's long swords were all over their bodies. At this time, after a round of fighting, Kokushibo's face looked very ugly. He seemed to be at a disadvantage as he did not use blood magic to attack. He could only deal with Kyujo Tachibana's attacks and was on the defense the whole time. Why is this so? It turns out, every time Kyujo Tachibana's Nichiren sword collides with the hollow crying god generated by Kokushibo's blood demon technique, they will hit the Suku Shenchu blade, the weakest point of the force. You have to know that when swinging a long sword, the force is not evenly distributed on the blade, but as the swinging angle changes, the distribution of force will also change on the blade all the time. And it is under this circumstance. However, every strike of Kyujoju can accurately hit this flaw that is not a flaw, using the weak to defeat the strong and using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Why is this called a flaw that is not a flaw? Because this is a physical phenomenon, not a man-made flaw. This also resulted in Kokushibo having a feeling that he had power but couldn't use it. Obviously, in Kokushibo's expectation, the two of them had mastered the same transparent world, and should be able to see through each other's bodies and the flaws in their moves. At this moment, what determines victory or defeat should be the on-the-spot reaction speed and strength. In these two aspects, he is not inferior to Kyujo Tachibana. In terms of pure power comparison, he actually has a clear advantage. So why is this so? Kokushibo was also puzzled. At this moment, Kokushibo thought of Yoriichi again, the man who was good at breaking the rules. If Kyujo Tachibana knew what Kokushibo was thinking, he would only give him one sentence. There are differences even among champion mid-laners. Ah! No, not this one. There are gaps even in a transparent world. Just like comparing Kokushibo and Tsugakuni Yoriichi, even though they both used the same moves, the same strength, and the same speed to fight, the one who will win in the end will still be Yuichiro Tsugakuni. The realm of the transparent world, although many people in this world call it the supreme realm. But Kyujo Tachibana knew that this realm would definitely not be the end. His vision and imagination have never been constrained by this world, which is also the innate advantage of a time traveler. So my dear readers will definitely accept my logical thinking, right? As for why there is a gap in the transparent world between Kokushibo and Kyujo Tachibana? In fact, there are many reasons for the current situation. Part of it is the talent that Kyujo Tachibana was born with, and his soul is naturally stronger than others. A strong soul means a strong spirit, which is why Kyujo Tachibana was born with strong 5 senses. Kyujo Tachibana's mental power is stronger than Kokushibo's, so he is naturally more adept at controlling the transparent world. Plus Kenshin's 6th sense and his deeper level of extreme observation skills assist each other. Compared with Kokushibo, Kyujo Tachibana can naturally do better. To express it in numerical terms, if Kokushibo's observation ability is 10, then Kyujo Tachibana might be 20. This is also the reason why Kyujo Tachibana cannot always maintain a clear view of the world and fully observe like Kokushibo, as mentioned in the previous article. This is also explained in Chapter 14. In Kyujo Tachibana's perception, this world is like a slow-motion movie. Ordinary people and him seem to be lives in 2 different dimensions. If Kyujo Tachibana continues to remain in this state, his spirit will definitely be affected by the surrounding environment. This feeling is very strong for Kyujo Tachibana. Kyujo Tachibana felt that the reason for this situation was that he could not perfectly control this power. Watching the battle between 2 monsters in the distance, Akaza gently stroked the neck. It was just a hair's breadth away from severing the horrific wound on his neck. 26. The heart-wrenching pain came like a tide. Even though several hours had passed, Akaza's wound showed no signs of healing. Akaza looked with complicated eyes at the human swordsman who was fighting with Kokushibo. I almost died. What kind of power does this human possess? Akaza did not intervene in the battle between the man and the demon, as he had already lost. The dignity of a strong man does not allow him to do such things as bullying the weak with his numbers. This is the behavior of a weak person. Even though Akaza is not as strong as these two monsters, he has the heart of a strong person. Besides, in his eyes, Lord Kokushibo was not at a disadvantage. The battle between the two currently seems to be evenly matched. However, this state can be said to be an advantage for ghosts. After all, ghosts are not like humans. Their physical strength and wound recovery abilities are far superior to humans. If Kyujo Tachibana can't break this balance, he will definitely die tonight. After several hours of fierce fighting, Kokushibo was now naked from the waist up, with only a piece of clothing on his lower body. Sharp blades grew all over his body from the inside out. In his hand was a deformed long knife that looked like a forked tree branch, and he cried out in vain. Kokushibo's strongest form is here. But at this time, Jijiaja was having a hard time. While breathing heavily, he clenched the sun blade in his hand, preparing for the next round of outburst. Although Kyujo Tachibana had not been hit by Kokushibo, his physical strength was indeed consumed too quickly. In such a high-intensity battle, if it weren't for the transparent world that saved him a lot of unnecessary consumption, Kyujo Tachibana would have been exhausted long ago. Of course he knew that he couldn't keep playing like this with Kokushibo, and he had been looking for an opportunity to cut off Kokushibo's neck. But Kokushibo's strength is not weaker than his. Strictly speaking, Kokushibo's hard power is still a bit stronger than him when he has activated the mark. Although Kokushibo is not as good as him in the transparent world, the various fancy blood demon arts really overwhelm him. Although Kyujo Tachibana was able to temporarily suppress Kokushibo with the burst of thunder breathing, it was not enough to kill him. Moreover, Kyujo Tachibana's behavior is like dancing on the edge of a cliff. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss and be smashed to pieces. Chapter 32 The Real Pillar. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his breathing, Kyujo Tachibana raised the Nichiren sword in his hand and attacked Kokushibo. The two long swords collided again in an instant. Thunder breathing, Form 4, Far Thunder Kai, Lightning Star Rush. At the moment when the long swords collided, the surging electric current followed the Nichiren sword in Kyujo Tachibana's hand and rushed towards the hollow crying god in Kokushibo's hand. The sudden electric shock instantly made Kokushibo's pupils shrink and his body stiffened slightly for a moment. Kyujo Tachibana didn't try and swung his knife to cut Kokushibo's neck. This sword type does not have a strong control effect on a demon of Kokushibo's level. At most, it can slow down the demon's speed. The evil spirit also has the highest level of protection for the neck. Kyujo Tachibana was not sure that he could cut off Kokushibo's neck in such a short time. However, this is just the beginning of Kyujo Tachibana's combo. I saw Kyujo Tachibana holding the Nichiren sword in his right hand, blocking Kokushibo's long sword Kyokushinkwa. He then pulled out another sword from his waist that his father had left him, the evil slaying sword. The surging electric energy instantly filled the blade until the entire blade was covered with fine blue lightning. Thunder breathing, Form 8, Flying Thunder God. The electric knife evil slaying filled with blue lightning was stabbed into Kokushibo's chest by Kyujo Tachibana. Until it completely pierced through Kokushibo's lungs and the blade emerged from his back. An even stronger electric current gradually spread through Kokushibo's lungs and throughout his body. Kokushibo, who had just gotten rid of the negative effects, was hit again. Kokushibo's eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. This long sword filled with electric current not only made Kokushibo's body movements stiff, but more importantly, because this knife is still continuously discharging electricity in Kokushibo's lungs. As a result, Kokushibo is now unable to use the breathing of the moon at all. And this is the ultimate goal of Kyujo Tachibana. Kokushibo was about to pull out the long sword from his chest, but his movements at this moment were far less swift than Kyujo Tachibana's. Kyujo Tachibana didn't give Kokushibo a chance to breathe. One sword move after another, like a violent storm, attacked Kokushibo. Thunder breathing, 6th form, Lightning Boom Boom modified, Thunder Flash. Kyujo Tachibana brandished the sun blade like a raging thunder, directly splitting Kokushibo into pieces and blocking the hollow crying god in front of him. In a flash, the main gate of Kokushibo opened wide. Sug! Chijoju took a deep breath of air, and his lungs swelled up instantly. The Nichiren sword was sheathed and unsheathed again, and Kyujo Tachibana swung the sword towards Kokushibo's neck. Thunder breathing, Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash Kai, Swallow Return. Got you. At this moment, Kokushibo, who had a very gloomy expression, actually had a faint smile on his face. At the same time, the electric knife evil slaying inserted into Kokushibo's chest suddenly broke into several pieces and bounced out from his chest. Chijoju's eyes suddenly froze. He dodged the flying broken blade sideways, but the sun blade in his hand continued to move forward and slashed towards Kokushibo's neck. In an instant, the alien longsword Heikushinko that had just been chopped into pieces by Kyujo Tachibana appeared again in Kokushibo's hand. Breathing of the Moon, 16th form, Moon Rainbow, Crescent Moon. Kokushibo didn't care about the vital point on his neck at all, and just raised the alien longsword in his hand. As if he was willing to exchange the life of a ghost for the life of a human, he swung his sword from bottom to top towards the Kyujo Tachibana in front of him. Looking at Kokushibo, who seemed to be unwilling to die, Kyujo Tachibana sighed in his heart. This guy's knife regenerates too fast. Moreover, Kokushibo's body was much stronger than his. With his own strength, Kyujo Tachibana felt that it was impossible to cut off Kokushibo's neck in an instant. Even if he wanted to exchange one life for another, he couldn't do it. Kyujo Tachibana had no choice but to put away his sword and tried his best to block Kokushibo's long sword, crying and dying. After a loud bang, Kyujo Tachibana was knocked away by Kokushibo. His abdomen was stabbed by the deformed long knife, leaving a horrific wound. Kyujo Tachibana thought this was an opportunity, but he didn't expect that Kokushibo could not use breathing techniques. However, his strange blood demon technique can get rid of the influence of Flying Thunder God. And finally he seized the opportunity and severely injured himself with one blow. Ho! Ho! Chijiaoju was breathing heavily, and even the lightning patterns in his eyes began to dim. Control the muscles at the wound to prevent your intestines from falling out. Squeeze the wound and nearby blood vessels to prevent excessive bleeding and fainting. Kyujo Tachibana had a calm expression, raised the Nichiren sword in his hand, and faced Kokushibo. Looking at the miserable appearance of Kyujo Tachibana, Kokushibo was not in a hurry to attack. In more than 300 years, you are the first person who can make me use my full strength. Swordsman, you have enough to be proud of. After saying this, Kokushibo raised his sword and swung it out at high speed. Breath of the Moon, Form 1, Dark Moon, Palace of the Night. Breathing of the Moon, Form 3, Disgusting Moon, Eclipse. Breathing of the Moon, Pickup Form, Face Piercing / Luoyu. Breathing of the Moon, 14th Form, Fierce Change, Full New Moon. The deformed longsword in Kokushibo's hand instantly turned into an illusion, creating a huge vortex of blades and suddenly slammed towards Kyujo Tachibana. Breathe. Kyujo Tachibana used the breathing of thunder and tried his best to block Kokushibo's attack. However, as his physical strength faded and due to the huge abdominal trauma, Kyujo Tachibana's speed gradually began to slow down. Kokushibo's deformed blade and the moon blade that accompanied the blood demon art began to leave wounds of varying sizes on Kyujo Tachibana's body. Kyujo Tachibana maintained his breathing and looked calmly at the vortex of blades in front of him that was gradually swallowing him up. It looks like I'm going to die here tonight. I don't know if there is still a chance to reincarnate again. At this moment, Ju recalled every little detail of his life in this world. I have changed so much, and I don't know if it will eventually affect the direction of the world. It's a pity that I don't seem to have any way to change anything. At this moment, Ju was thinking a lot. Why are the humans in this world so far behind the evil spirits in terms of strength, speed, recovery ability, and even lifespan? Can the evil spirit be defeated in the end? Until I thought of the demon-hunting swordsman and the pillars in this world. Kyujo Tachibana felt that he might have found the answer. The battle between evil spirits and humans is more like an extreme confrontation between flesh and will. 27. Even if humans may be at a disadvantage for a while, their own will always be eternal and indestructible. Just like the swordsman in this world, with broken limbs, serious injuries, and even their lives hanging by a thread. But the swordsman in this world never hesitate to kill evil spirits. So why did he hesitate? Fatigue and pain are the norm for ghost-hunting swordsmen in this world. As the strongest sound pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, what right does he have to give up? He wasn't dead yet, so why should he feel like he was going to lose? Thunder breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder, thunder and lightning. Along with the rhythm of breathing, the exploding thunder and lightning swept in again. Chapter 33 Burning the Heart. Akaza stared with his huge eyes at this human swordsman who had clearly reached his limit. He swung the Nichiren sword in his hand once again and fought Kokushibo without losing the upper hand. This human is truly a monster, although Akaza has never seen Boss Muzan use his full strength. But at this moment, Akaza believes that this is the most powerful force in the world. Looking at Kyujo Tachibana, who had inexplicably regained his vitality and fought with him for a long time, Kokushibo's heart began to get tired. Before he knew it, he and the human swordsman had been fighting for almost a whole night. The stars and the moon in the sky have set, and the pitch-black night without a trace of light also indicates that dawn is about to come. But why don't you die yet? Why do you have to endure so much pain to struggle? Do you think you would change anything? Kokushibo shouted in his heart. He no longer wanted to say anything to this stubborn human swordsman. All Kokushibo wanted now was to wait until the sun rose again. Kill this human swordsman who is already covered in wounds and exhausted. As dawn is approaching, every second that Kyujo Tachibana survives will make Kokushibo feel suffocated. Breathing of the Moon, 6th form, Tokoyami Solitaire, Mujian. The huge crescent-shaped slash, carrying Kokushibo's boundless anger, slashed straight towards Kyujo Tachibana. Feeling the powerful blow in front of him, Kyujo Tachibana did not waste his energy to resist. He only sensed the direction of the attack, calculating in his mind the most energy-saving method while dodging the impending attack. At this time, Kyujo Tachibana's physical condition was not as optimistic as he appeared. Every muscle in his body seemed to be emitting an aura of fatigue at this moment. Even the Nichiren sword in his hand had never felt so heavy to Kyujo Tachibana. Kyujo Tachibana is only relying on his willpower to keep moving this body that is about to collapse. It's almost. Calculating the time for the sun to rise, Kyujo Tachibana silently counted down in his heart. Breath of the Moon, Form 8, Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. A slash over 10 meters long came out from Kokushibo's hollow crying god. The huge slashing blow went far along the ground towards Kyujo Tachibana. Feeling that Kyujo Tachibana was like a corpse in his eyes. At this moment, Kokushibo could no longer control himself and his face became ferocious. Go to hell! Human swordsman, no one can defeat me. Kyujo Tachibana looked calmly at the slashing in front of him, feeling that his body could no longer move an inch. There was no trace of emotion in those eyes, which were clearly black and white. There are about 5 minutes left until dawn, almost there. Kyujo Tachibana concentrated all his senses into his body. Without any obstruction, in an instant, the perception penetrated the surface of the body and entered the inside of the body. Feeling that at this moment, my heart seems a little weak and is beating slowly. Kyujo Tachibana did not hesitate at all. He controlled the muscles on his heart with all his strength and squeezed them hard. Burn your soul and break through your limits. This is a skill that consumes vitality used by the future Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, when he faces Akaza in the play. However, since Kyujo Tachibana can only live to the age of 25 after the markings are activated, he is not completely sure. I only have 9 years of life left. Is it enough to last until dawn? That's why I have been delaying it until now. The direction of the world has changed because of me, and I don't know whether the future will be better or worse with my participation. But even if I die immediately, I should try my best to do something for this world. Blue and yellow lightning burst out from Jijiaoju's heart and spread throughout his body in an instant. Bang bang! Along with the thumping of his heart, the power that Kyujo Tachibana had lost returned to his body in a more violent way. Looking at Kokushibo, Kyujo Tachibana roared, and the markings on his forehead and eyes suddenly flashed with lightning. Kurashibo! The sun blade was once again wrapped in lightning, and with a wave of Kyujo Tachibana's hand, it transformed into a bright red sword. With just a casual strike, he broke the huge slash from Kokushibo in front of him. Feeling the oppression on Jijiaoju at this moment, once again, Kokushibo saw the figure of that man in this human swordsman. However, this time the feeling is particularly strong. As the only spectator in this peak showdown, Akaza's mood was very complicated. The human swordsman in front of me has been fighting fiercely since last night, and it is almost dawn. It is normal for the human body to be able to sustain such a high intensity and fierce battle. But the human in front of him not only ignored these conventions. Moreover, with the human body, the power that bursts out time and time again is becoming stronger and stronger. Until now, he can even defeat Lord Kokushibo. To be honest, Akaza was unwilling to disturb this sacred duel in his mind. But looking at Kokushibo, who had been beaten and was now completely suppressed by Kyujo Tachibana, Akaza hesitated again. After all, just last night, Lord Kokushibo saved him once. While Akaza was still hesitating, Kyujo Tachibana had already cut off Kokushibo's right arm that was holding the knife. He turned around and chopped at Kokushibo's neck with a knife. Kokushibo controlled the blades exposed on his body and barely blocked the attack. At this moment, Kokushibo's expression became extremely ugly. How many years has it been? After that man died, Kokushibo has not met an opponent who can challenge him. Until I met this human swordsman last night. Now it can threaten my life. No matter what, Kokushibo must not lose. He just wants to win, no matter what the cost or what means he uses. Having prepared himself mentally, Kokushibo turned around and shouted angrily at Akaza in the distance. Akaza! Why don't you come and help? It will be dawn soon. Are you planning to disobey Master Musen's orders? Akaza looked up at the eastern sky. The sun might rise at any time. Akaza did not dare to hesitate any longer, and finally made the choice to go against his own will and besiege Kyujo Tachibana together with Kokushibo. With the joining of Akaza, Kokushibo's pressure was instantly reduced, but Kyujo Tachibana became precarious. After all, Kyujo Tachibana is not a demon. If he ignores Akaza, he can still kill himself. Chapter 34 Awakening. Although Akaza's strength is still significantly inferior to his and Kokushibo's. However, as the third upper moon and a demon, Akaza is definitely not a weakling. If Kyujo Tachibana really wanted to cut Akaza's neck by force, that would only give Kokushibo a chance to seriously injure or even kill him. If he can only take one of the two demons away, Kyujo Tachibana will only choose Kokushibo. The three people were briefly caught in a strange balance. Until Kyujo Tachibana, who was dancing on the tightrope, used his speed advantage to chop Akaza away with a sword, but was stabbed in the right chest by Kokushibo's backhand sword. Kokushibo immediately showed a hint of joy. It wasn't easy. The human swordsman is finally about to be killed. He has been stabbed in the lung and can no longer use breathing techniques. Then he is doomed to lose. But before Kokushibo could be happy for long, Kyujo Tachibana's palm had already tightly grasped his right hand that was holding the knife. Feeling the power brought by the last breath of thunder in his blood vessels, Kyujo Tachibana knew that he only had the strength for this last blow. Holding his breath and concentrating, as the sun slowly rose, violent thunder continued to surge towards the red sun wheel sword in Kyujo Tachibana's hand. Thunder breathing, 6th form, lightning boom boom modified, thunder flash. Kyujo Tachibana's face enlarged, and the red sword, carrying the power of thunder, slashed at Kokushibo's neck one after another. With his right hand tightly grasped by Kyujo Tachibana, Kokushibo couldn't break free and could only watch the long sword chop at his neck again and again, until his neck was completely chopped into pieces. At this point, Kyujo Tachibana had already tried his best and was already exhausted. His eyes gradually became empty, and he fell to the ground on his back, completely losing consciousness. Kokushibo's head fell to the ground, and his expression suddenly became confused. 28. Was he beheaded? Is he going to lose? No, I won't lose. I will never lose again even if I am beheaded. Kokushibo's strong obsession with victory and survival prevented him from dying immediately like ordinary demons. Instead, fine granulations of flesh grew on the wound on the neck, slowly wriggling. However, the growth rate is a bit slow. As the sunlight gradually shines in from afar, Kokushibo's time to survive is running out. Looking at Akaza, who turned around and tried to escape from the sunlight, Kokushibo shouted, "Akaza! I'm not dead yet. Take my head away." I don't know how long it took, but Jojojo seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to the blue planet, and the cancer cells had disappeared. Kyujo Tachibana accompanied his parents, got married, had children, and lived an ordinary life until he died of old age. Demon Slayer Headquarters. At this time, Yubayashiki Kazuya looked a little tired. He was frowning and dealing with the important documents at hand. Only after finishing dealing with the more important matters within the Demon Slayer Corps did Yubayashiki Yoya stand up and walk out the door. "My lord." In at the door greeted and followed behind Yubayashiki Yoya. "Is the sound pillar awake?" Although Yubayashiki Yoya knew that if Tachibana woke up, they would not fail to notify him, he still couldn't help but ask. The member of the hidden department shook his head and said, "Master Narahira hasn't woken up yet, but Miss Tamayo said that he should wake up in the next 2 days." Yubayashiki Yoya nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He just quickened his pace and walked towards Miss Tamayo's residence. Miss Tamayo's residence in the Demon Slayer Corps was not very close to him. After all, with Tamayo's special identity, it took Yubayashiki Yoshiya a lot of effort to get her into the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. If Tachibana's injuries had not been so severe, all the doctors except Tamayo would be helpless. Yubayashiki Yoya had no way to convince the other people in the Demon Slayer Corps to allow Tamayo, the female demon, to enter. Looking at the 2A class swordsman at the entrance of Tsumasian, Yubayashiki Yoya nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Koyama Shinichiro and his companions hurriedly bowed and greeted. "My lord, you are too polite. You are here to see Master Narahaku, right? Please come in." Yubayashiki Yoya did not waste any more time and followed the two of them to the ward of Kyujo Tachibana in the hospital. Looking at the young man lying on the hospital bed, he was only 16 years old, but his black hair had turned snow white. There were hundreds of bandages of various sizes on his body, and Yubayashiki Yoshiya's eyes couldn't help but start to turn slightly red. Just then, a few more people walked in from outside. "My lord." Rengoku Makijiro also came here with his family. That night, after Rengoku Makijiro and his family found Tamayo, they prepared to go to the suburbs to help Kyujo Tachibana. Fortunately, Rengoku Ruka was also by Makijiro's side, otherwise no one could stop him. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled gently, looked at the Rengoku family and said, "Makijiro, you don't have to blame yourself. You should trust Tachibana's judgment. Isn't it because you believed in Ju that you were able to bring him back?" Facing upper string 1 and upper string 3 at the same time, even after just a brief description from Crow. It was also a fierce battle that was unimaginable. At this point, everyone in the room fell silent. but the price paid for this battle was too high. Although Tachibana chopped off the head of Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo, according to Tsushiya's description, Kokushibo did not seem to die immediately. Instead, Akaza took his head away and left. Whenever he thought of this, Rengoku Makijiro would secretly blame himself. Why couldn't I arrive at the scene a few minutes earlier? Why is my strength so weak? If I have the strength to fight against upper rank 3, will Tachibana stop me from going to help him? It was precisely because of his own lack of strength that a person with mediocre talent like him was able to survive. But a true genius like Tachibana is about to fall. Not only will he no longer be able to kill evil spirits, but his lifespan will also be almost over. Yes, at this time, Ju's lungs were severely damaged and he could no longer use breathing methods. And because of the activated markings and the double buff of the burning heart, Dr. Tamayo judged that it would be difficult for Tachibana to live to the age of 20. In other words, Ju, who is now 16 years old, has less than 3 years to live. When the members of the Demon Slayer Corps learned of the sad news, they were all heartbroken, and their hatred for the evil demons increased even more. Heck! Heck! 2 sudden coughs suddenly came from the room. Everyone looked at each other. Uncle Kyujo is awake. Rengoku Kyojuro looked at Kyujo Tachibana lying on the hospital bed with surprise. Ju, how do you feel? Master Narahira is awake. Everyone in the room looked at Kyujo Tachibana lying on the bed and started asking questions. Yubayashiki Yoya hurriedly asked someone to invite Miss Tamayo from the next room over. Chijoju looked at the room, the familiar yet strange people, and memories came flooding back. Chapter 35 The Second Ghost King. Can you pour me a glass of water? Chijo Tachibana asked in a hoarse voice while looking at everyone in the room. At night, in Kanagawa Prefecture, in an unknown noble mansion, Akaza, whose hair color had changed to blonde at some point, looked at the figures back in the darkness with fanatical eyes. Kneeling on one knee, he said respectfully, Master Kokushibo, I have brought here all the heirs of the top martial arts schools in Japan that you asked me to find. There are kendo schools, such as Yagyu Shinkage-ryu, Tenenri Shinryu, Shinto Munin Ryu, Shinto Ishin Ryu, Inmi Ryu Nidin Ichi-ryu, Tamiya Shinken Ryu, etc. In addition, there are Iaido, Judo, and Karate, a total of 72 people. The figure in the darkness suddenly stood up and turned to face Akaza. It was none other than Kokushibo, one of the upper moons and the former leader of the 12 demon moons. However, at this time, Kokushibo's appearance had changed slightly. The long red hair had turned purple, and even the 6 monster-like eyes had turned back into the eyes of a human. From the outside, he looks no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, Akaza faced Kokushibo just like he had faced his boss Muzan before. A sense of blood pressure enveloped Akaza. This is also why Akaza was willing to accept Kokushibo's blood and replace the blood of his former boss Muzan. One of the reasons for following the new Demon King Kokushibo. Of course, this is not the most important reason. Akaza is a relatively principled person as a ghost, even though his former boss, Muzan, was not very nice to him. But Akaza is not the kind of person who would betray others easily. There are many reasons why he betrayed, mainly the following points. Whatever he is asked to look for every day, let alone a broken flower that he will never find. Usually, he doesn't give me any face. Do you really think that the third of the 12 demon moons is a cabbage? After all, Akaza is a capable subordinate of Boss Muzan, but he, Akaza, has not received the respect that Boss Muzan deserves. In addition to this, more importantly, Lord Kokushibo also possessed something that Akaza had always dreamed of. If I could get guidance from a strong man like Lord Kokushibo. Akaza believed that sooner or later he would step into that supreme realm that he had never reached despite hundreds of years of hard work. Moreover, Lord Kokushibo had promised him that they would create a brand new organization. An organization formed entirely by strong people who are pursuing the ultimate path of martial arts. Just this point was enough to impress Akaza, a pure warrior. Akaza has already found these people, and he will wait until Lord Kokushibo turns them all into demons. Akaza has made up his mind. Let's all take turns fighting first. No one is allowed to leave until the fight is over. Of course, there is one most important reason why Akaza betrayed Boss Muzan. That is, there is no Doma here. That birth that was so bad that it festered. As if he had turned back into a human being, Kokushibo looked at Akaza below and said gently. 72 people? I don't know how many people can bear my blood. Akaza, thank you for your hard work. Take me to see them. This is the right attitude towards a capable subordinate like me. Akaza thought proudly in his heart. Then he stood up and led Kokushibo out of the room. A month later, the injuries suffered by Kyujo Tachibana had basically healed. As for internal injuries, there is nothing we can do. Kyujo Tachibana himself can sense how terrible his current body is. His lungs were pierced through by Kokushibo's sword, so he was lucky to be alive. It is no longer possible to use breathing techniques. There is also the price of activating the markings, burning the soul, and breaking through the limits. Tamayo diagnosed him as having a hard time living past the age of 20, and because of damage to his lungs, he could no longer engage in any strenuous exercise. I can't breathe after running a few steps. I feel so weak. 29. Kyujo Tachibana's current physical condition is almost the same as when he was suffering from cancer in his previous life. Feeling his poor physical condition, Kyujo Tachibana gave a helpless smile. We clearly agreed that we should be healthy when we come to this world. However, Kyujo Tachibana did not regret it. Because he remembered that he cut off Kokushibo's neck when the sun rose. He has changed some things for the world, so his trip was not in vain. At least in the future final battle, the Demon Slayer Corps will no longer have to face this terrible enemy. After delivering the final blow, Kyujo Tachibana had already lost consciousness. He didn't know that Kokushibo did not die immediately after being beheaded. Even his head was taken away by Akaza. Even Yabayashiki Yoya couldn't face the series of events that followed calmly. Regarding these things about Kokushibo, Yabayashiki Yoya did not tell Tachibana about the follow-up. After all, this result might be a bit cruel for Kyujo Tachibana, who tried his best to kill the evil spirit. At this time, Yabayashiki Yoya was also worried about this matter. The king of warrior demons Kokushibo made quite a fuss, and he didn't intend to conceal it deliberately. What Kokushibo believes in is only the power in his hands and the long sword in his palm, Suku Shenchu. For Kokushibo, who is now the Demon King and has escaped from Muzan's control, there is no power in this world that can threaten him. Besides the sunshine, even his former boss Muzan is no match for him. In fact, in Kokushibo's eyes, he looks down on Muzan. He clearly possesses the power to change the world, but he hides among humans all day long and his character is extremely cowardly. How can such a person lead him, Kokushibo? Kuroshibo, a real man lives between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? The Demon Slayer Corps, a demon hunting organization that has been around in Japan for thousands of years, can naturally notice some recent changes in evil demons. The rapidly increasing number of evil spirits and their unique understanding of their identity as war ghosts. They consider Kokushibo as their leader, unaware of the Demon King Muzan. All of this told Yabayashiki Yoya a fact that was hard to accept. That is, after Kokushibo's neck was cut off, he did not die. Instead, he broke through his own limits and became the new generation of Ghost King. Although this group of war ghosts are small in number, but each of them is extremely difficult to deal with. Not only do they have rich combat experience, but they also have extremely profound attainments in martial arts and swordsmanship. It can be said that among the martial demons that have been confirmed by intelligence so far, none of them are weaker than the lower-ranked demons of the 12 demon moons of the Musen group. Fortunately, this group of war ghosts are not very enthusiastic about cannibalism. On weekdays, he would mostly hide in some deep mountains and forests, studying martial arts. Except for going out to eat once a week, he basically stays at home all the time. He rubbed his temples with both hands. Whenever he thought of this, Yubayashiki Yoya felt a headache. The battle between humans and evil spirits is really too difficult. As the strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps today, Kyujo Tachibana tried his best and nearly died, but in the end not only did he fail to kill the evil demon, but instead helped it break through again? What an absurd and cruel thing this is. Until now, Yubayashiki Yoya didn't dare to tell Kyujo Tachibana about this. 2 Ghost Kings. 2 Ghost Kings. Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 36 Retire. In the different space of Infinite City, there are upper-ranked demon Doma, Hantengu, Gyakutsu, Daki, Gitaru, and the new generation of lower-rank 6 demons. They all knelt down at the feet of Boss Musen. This is the first time in hundreds of years that such a complete group of people have come to a meeting in the 12 ghost months. Kurashibo. Akaza. These 2 traitorous bastards. At this time, Musen Kibutsuji, who was dressed in a neat suit and looked like a decent human, was extremely furious. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent. Musen really never expected that what was originally just a small task that he was fully confident of completing would turn out to be like this. I thought I had overestimated this human swordsman enough. But who knew that this human swordsman's strength was so terrifying? Chop off all of Kokushibo's heads. Although Kokushibo did not die, but at the moment when Kokushibo was beheaded, Musen had already seen the scene through Kokushibo's eyes. The same goes for this human swordsman. You said you had the ability, couldn't you have shown it earlier? At worst, I, Musen Kibutsuji, can just hide for another 100 years. Does it need to be like this? Adding a new Demon King is not a good thing for Musen and the Demon Slayer Corps. Only Kokushibo took advantage. In fact, what is most in line with Musen's interests is that these 2 people, 1 man and 1 ghost, who are already a threat to him, can die together. Although Kokushibo helped him get rid of one of them, the human swordsman was almost catching up with Tsugaru Yoshika's back. But the bad news is that, although Kokushibo was beheaded, he did not die. Instead, he broke through his own limits and escaped his control. And now he is totally ignored. Have you grown strong enough to start your own business? This is also cruel and intolerable. However, it seems that Musen has no way to deal with Kokushibo. They both have the bodies of Ghost Kings. Unless they fight to the death until dawn, let the sun burn them to death. Otherwise, no one can kill the other. Musen Kibutsuji had a gloomy face as he looked at his useless subordinates below. Trying his best to control his violent killing intent. We can't kill them anymore. Even though these guys are not capable enough, the situation outside is different from before. Kokushibo, this traitor, has increasingly powerful subordinates. If he continues to be the same as before, he will kill the lower moon demons at any time. That would be self-destructive. However, although Musen now only wants to find the blue Higanbana and break through the limits again. But if he can't teach the traitors a lesson, it's possible that all the remaining subordinates will run away. In order not to affect yourself, look for the efficiency of Blue Spider Lily. Musen looked down and saw Doma, one of the upper ranks, who was distracted. The anger in his heart couldn't help but grow stronger again. But there was really nothing he could do about this mentally ill patient. And at this time, the only one he can rely on is Doma. The other upper-ranked demons of the 12 demon moons are just serving food to the traitor Akaza. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Musen gave the order. Tongmo. I want you to find Akaza and bring me his head. Also, don't let Kokushibo find out. Doma. Did you hear that? Seeing that Doma was slow to respond to Lord Musen, Yahoo, who was kneeling beside him, had to pluck up his courage, stretched out a short finger and poked Doma's shoulder. Doma then came back to his senses and looked at Ryukin's unusually bright smile. "I understand, Master Musen." Musen glanced at Doma coldly. This guy's smile was really enough to make even ghosts feel sick. Following the sound of a pipa, the infinite city in the alien space fell into silence again. Inside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kyujo Tachibana, whose external injuries have completely healed, can finally be discharged from the hospital today. After saying goodbye to Miss Tamayo in the room, Kyujo Tachibana excitedly followed Ahin and walked out of Tamayo's courtyard. Yubayashiki Yoya arranged a residence for him in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He is now considered a retired cadre within the organization. Although he can no longer take action, he is still considered a meritorious official. Originally, Zhu Tiaozhu had already made up his mind that in the few years that he had left, he would learn from Uncle Lu. Then the music, then the dance. Enjoy life. However, Kyujo Tachibana, who had not stepped out of the courtyard for a long time, discovered that there seemed to be some changes in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. And this change doesn't seem to be for the better. There were quite a lot of wounded soldiers in the headquarters. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, Kyujo Tachibana could already hear the cries of the wounded swordsmen. No wonder I always feel that Miss Tamayo is particularly busy recently. So many swordsmen were injured? But why is this happening? Could it be that Musen sent out the Upper Moon demons in order to take revenge on the Demon Slayer Corps? However, feeling the wounded and their low morale, Kyujo Tachibana vaguely realized that something was wrong with the Demon Slayer Corps at this moment. Looking at the inn in front of him, Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help but ask. "Hirosuke, have you found any traces of upper-rank demons recently? Why are there so many more injured players in the team than usual?" Upon hearing this, Maekawa Hirosuke immediately began to explain hesitantly. Maybe. Master Narahira, you know I'm not a swordsman. 30. I haven't been out on a mission recently, so I don't know the specific situation." "Oh, I understand." After saying this, Kyujo Tachibana didn't ask any more questions. "Until I saw an exquisite courtyard in front of me." Maekawa Hirosuke finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and enthusiastically introduced Kyujo Tachibana. "Look, Master Narahira. This is your new residence. How is it? Pretty, isn't it?" Looking at the quiet and peaceful courtyard in front of him, Kyujo nodded. He was very satisfied with this yard. In particular, the tall ginkgo tree planted in the middle of the courtyard is very similar to the ancestral home of the Kyujo family where he had lived for more than 10 years after coming to this world. However, when he thought about the next few years and the rest of his life he would have to spend here, Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help feeling a little sad. The courtyard is fully stocked with furniture and daily necessities. When Maekawa Hirosuke was leaving, he looked at Kyujo Tachibana and said, "Mururu-sama. Are you sure you don't need someone to take care of you?" Kyujo Tachibana said jokingly. "Really, no need. I'm used to living alone. Besides, I'm a pillar. Do I need someone to take care of me?" Hirosuke Maekawa was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "The ingredients you need for daily use will be delivered to you every 3 days. If you have any special requests, you can always ask the crow to let us know." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After sending him away, Kyujo Tachibana moved a chair out of the house, looked up at the ginkgo tree in the courtyard, and just sat there in a daze for the whole day. Chapter 37 5,000 Years of Wisdom. The next day, early in the morning, Kyujo got up early and started jogging. "However, every time I run for a while, I have to rest for a while and take a few deep breaths." Kyujo Tachibana has been honing his skills for more than 10 years, and with the breathing method, Chongzhong, his strengthened body is not tired. However, due to the damage to his lung organs, his right lung organs have basically stopped working. As a result, he now suffers from insufficient oxygen supply whenever he does the slightest bit of exercise. My hands and feet started to become weak, and my brain started to feel dizzy. If his body is in this lack of oxygen condition for a long time, it will slowly begin to degenerate until death. Why did the lungs have to be injured? Even if I have to break an arm or a leg, it's okay. Jojoju held his knees with his hands, breathing heavily, and making a series of hoo sounds that would make people shudder. It is so similar to the breathing of a dying person. The warning his body sent to Kyujo Tachibana forced him to stop. However, when Kyujo Tachibana thought about it, he realized that because of his actions, it was very likely that the human beings in this world would be dragged into the abyss of eternal darkness. Jojoju didn't dare to stop at all. He must take his power back. Do not. He will become even stronger. Until Muzan and Kokushibo are killed. Breathe. Kyujo Tachibana forced himself to adjust his breathing and used the breathing of thunder that he was already accustomed to. The next second, a tearing pain came from the right lung. Kyujo Tachibana's eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. Lord! Maikawa Hirosuke ran to the door of Yubayashiki Yoya in a panic and shouted loudly. My lord, Master Mingzu is dying. Ms. Tamayo is currently rescuing Lord Miyajuku. What? Yubayashiki Kazuya hurried out of the house. Looking at Maikawa Hirosuke, he asked anxiously, what's going on? Maikawa Hirosuke lowered his head and said with sadness, this morning, a team member found that Master Mingzu was exercising on the side of the road. And then, not long after, Master Naruto fainted. Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes narrowed. He had a hunch that Tachibana knew everything. Alas! Yubayashiki Yoya sighed. Although he knew that he couldn't hide this from Tachibana, he didn't expect Tachibana to know it so soon. Jojoju slowly opened his eyes and looked at the crowd in the room. The familiar scene from last time appeared in his eyes again. With a wry smile, it was still the same house, the same bed, and he, Kyujoju, was back again. Seeing the awakened Kyujo Tachibana, Tamayo breathed a sigh of relief and said in a complaining tone. Mr. Kyujo, you really work hard. Have you ignored everything a doctor, said? Mr. Kyujo, I remind you again that you must never force yourself to use the breathing method again. Your lung organs are now barely able to maintain your daily exercise. If the place where you fainted wasn't close to me, I could have prepared your funeral by now. Hearing what Dr. Tamayo said, Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help but close his eyes with a very painful expression. How could he not know these things? However, since he couldn't use breathing techniques, what else could he rely on to undo the mistakes he had made? Tachibana, do you already know? Yubayashiki Yoya asked with pity as he looked at the white-haired boy on the hospital bed. Jojoju didn't dare to open his eyes to look at them, but just nodded slightly. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled gently and said, Ju, do you think that even if we don't say it on the surface, we are secretly blaming you in our hearts? Blame you for not only failing to kill Kokushibo, but also bringing a new Ghost King into the world. And now you have no way to solve this problem, so you choose to escape in this suicidal way. Tachibana, if you think so, then you underestimate the Demon Slayer Corps. You also underestimate me, Yubayashiki Kaya. Most importantly, you underestimate yourself. It's totally wrong. When he said this, Yubayashiki Yoya's tone had become unusually stern. What do you think the Demon Slayer Corps is? And what is my Yubayashiki family? We can fight the evil spirits for 1,000 years with our flesh and blood. It's never about one-time courage. Even if our generation can't eliminate the evil spirits, our will to destroy the evil spirits will also be passed on to the next generation, and the next generation, and they will eventually accomplish our common goal of thousands of years. Since the Demon Slayer Corps was founded 1,000 years ago, we have faced low points countless times. At the most difficult time, the entire Demon Slayer Corps did not even have a single pillar-level member. But have the remaining swordsmen given up? If they were like you, I'm afraid our Demon Slayer Corps would have disappeared in the long river of history. Then let's just leave this world to the evil spirits. Kyujo Tachibana opened his eyes and looked at Yubayashiki Yoya with complicated eyes. He had to admit that what Yubayashiki Yoshiya said was quite inspiring. But his situation is not quite the same. Tachibana, who is aware of the future direction of the world, knows that their generation can accomplish the common goal of the Demon Slayer Corps for thousands of years. But now, because of my own interference, the world has completely changed. Can they still accomplish this goal in the future? Even if it can be accomplished, will this future still be the future he remembers? Or a more distant future? How many innocent human lives and swordsmen's lives will be sacrificed in the process? And all the extra hardships and dangers along the way, as well as the innocent souls who died, should be borne by him, Jujoju. Can he bear it? Such a heavy sense of guilt is enough to crush anyone. Kyujo Tachibana's state of mind at this time was probably very similar to that of Tsugamaya Yoriichi after he let Muzan escape. Seeing Kyujo Tachibana's expression darken again, Yubayashiki Yoya frowned, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "Ju, do you know when the breathing method was born?" "That was during the Warring States period more than 300 years ago." "Then going back to the time before the breathing technique, didn't the members of our Demon Slayer Corps go out to kill evil spirits?" "Ju, I'm not trying to deny the effectiveness of breathing techniques, but you have to know that it's human beings themselves who are powerful. Not some breathing technique. Just like the man who created the breathing method, Yoriichi Tsugakoku. Since he was able to create a breathing method out of nothing, why can't you forge your own path? Truly find your own power." Yubayashiki Yoshiya's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Kyujo Tachibana's heart heavily. Yes. What is powerful is always human beings themselves, not the breathing method. And he, Kyujo Tachibana, is the only one in the world. Human beings who carry two worlds, knowledge and culture. By combining the wisdom of the two worlds, is it impossible to find a way to solve the problem he is facing now? No. It must be possible. He wants to truly find the power that belongs to him. Chapter 38 A Different Way of Breathing. Looking at the intelligent young man in front of him, Kyujo Tachibana expressed his gratitude sincerely. "My lord, thank you." Seeing that Kyujo Tachibana looked sincere, and even his eyes seemed to have regained some of their former vitality, Yubayashiki Yoya finally felt relieved and began to instruct. 31. You should rest well for a few days and don't do such reckless things again. Kyujo Tachibana nodded. Upon seeing this, Yubayashiki Yoya took the team members who came to visit Kyujo Tachibana and left. 5 days later, Kyujo Tachibana was discharged from the hospital again and returned to his own house. From then on, Kyujo Tachibana stayed at home, recalling the memories of his past life day and night. At the same time, he was thinking hard about how to solve the problem of his lung injury. While seeking other solutions, half a month passed in a flash. But at this time, Jujiaoju still had no clue. Feeling his physical fitness gradually deteriorating, Kyujo Tachibana knew that he had to solve or delay this problem first. Otherwise, if time goes on any longer, I'm afraid he will really become a sickly person. Early the next morning, Jujoju got up early and started fighting. In the past, everyone could learn Tai Chi, a set of boxing techniques that did not require high physical fitness and had very gentle and soft movements. This is a set of Tai Chi that Jujiaoju downloaded from the computer in an internet cafe when he was a teenager on Blue Star and dreamed of becoming a martial arts hero. As for whether the practice was effective or not, that can be seen from the way he died in his previous life. However, this does not mean that this set of Tai Chi is completely useless. All we can say is that the young man was too restless and didn't have the determination to persevere. Of course, Kyujo Tachibana did not expect that practicing Tai Chi would turn him into a top master. Not to mention whether that kind of power actually exists. Even if it does exist, without the guidance of a famous teacher, it would be impossible for Kyujo Tachibana to become a peerless master by practicing the widely circulated Yang-style 24 forms Tai Chi. The Yang-style 24 posture Tai Chi is an official certified Tai Chi. Many of the original moves have been replaced and modified, and the only function left is to strengthen the body. What's more, with his current physical condition, even if he really had a peerless martial arts skill, it would not have any effect. You must know that as long as you are a human being, you need to breathe. If you have problems breathing, you will be weak and sickly at best, and die at worst. As for him, Kyujo Tachibana, it can be said that he is currently in a state of frailty and illness, and is on the verge of death. He chose to practice Tai Chi simply to move his body as much as possible and slow down the deterioration of his physical fitness. That evening, Jijiaoju, as usual, slowly performed a set of health-preserving boxing under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard. But I have to say that Tai Chi does have some effect. Because Kyujo Tachibana is now able to observe subtle changes in his body, he is particularly sensitive to the effects of Tai Chi. Now he not only practices by himself, but also pulls Yubayashiki Yoshiya, the real sickly guy, to practice together every morning. The hot weather during the day began to become comfortable as the sun slowly set. The evening breeze brought a hint of coolness, blowing on the boy's sweaty body. Kyujoju couldn't help but moan in comfort. After taking off his wet coat, Jijoju came to the well in the yard, scooped up a bucket of well water, and was about to wash clothes when he discovered. At this time, an earthworm was moving on the edge of the well. "Little guy, you can't swim. This is not the place for you to play." Jijiaojua picked up the earthworm beside the well and was about to throw it on the soil beside it. At this moment, the slippery feel of the earthworm suddenly gave Jijoju a flash of inspiration. Jijoju retracted his palm and looked at the earthworm quietly as it rolled in his palm. Jijiaojua is no stranger to animals called earthworms. There was a time in his previous life when he loved fishing and was very familiar with this kind of bait. Earthworms have a very strong attraction to some carnivorous fish and omnivorous fish, such as crucian carp, catfish, black carp, snakehead fish, carp, tilapia, etc. That's off topic, let's get back to the point. And the earthworm's unique way of breathing. It also reminded Jijoju. Why do we have to use our lungs to breathe? You should know that earthworms also need to breathe, but they don't have lungs because they can breathe directly through their skin. What about humans? Can they breathe through their skin and pores? In this world, no one can give Kyujo Tachibana an answer. In fact, what Kyujo Tachibana was thinking was not wrong. The pores on human skin can actually breathe. The human body can not only excrete toxic substances through its pores, but also achieve self-purification. The amount of oxygen absorbed through the human skin within 24 hours every day is about 3 to 4 grams. This quantity is also related to temperature. At 30 degrees Celsius, human skin respiration accounts for 1% of total gas exchange. In a high-temperature environment, the gas metabolism of the skin accounts for about 15 to 20% of the gas metabolism of the lungs. And this happens automatically by the pores of some bodies without human consciousness or control, simply due to stimulation from the external environment. So how many pores are there on the human body? The answer is millions, depending on the person. If someone could control the pores all over his body, could he abandon his lungs and breathe entirely through his pores? Looking at the earthworm in his palm, Zhu Tiaozhu closed his eyes and began to search in his mind for the relevant memories of Blue Star in his previous life, such as keywords such as body respiration and pore respiration. After a moment, Jijoju slowly opened his eyes, and those eyes were so bright. Looking at the earthworm in the center of his palm, Zhu Tiaozhu patiently found a moist soil in the yard, put the earthworm down, and whispered softly, We all have a bright future ahead of us. Yes, Jojo Tachibana found some relevant information in his memory. He is now full of confidence in the path of walking breathing. In his previous life on Blue Star, Jojoju once browsed a post on the internet about the realm of ancient warriors. Of course, these were all posted on the internet by modern people. Kyujo Tachibana had no way of verifying whether they were true or not at the time, and he just treated them as an interesting story. According to this post, when ancient warriors trained their internal energy to the level of a first-rate master and opened up their meridians, they would reach a state called the innate state. After reaching this state, not only can one strengthen the 5 internal organs, but one can also control the opening and closing of every inch of the body's epidermal pores through mental strength, achieving the effect of body breathing. In modern times, roughly during the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China, martial artists focused more on practicing boxing because of the massive loss of internal strength caused by war. Boxing is divided into internal boxing and external boxing. Martial artists who practice internal boxing will improve their boxing skills to a very high level. It will also reach a state similar to body breathing. The warriors at that time called it breaking the void and seeing the indestructible gods. Warriors who have reached this realm can not only rely completely on the pores on their body surface to breathe. You can even control your own body hair, allowing it to grow and fall freely. In addition, there are some legends about the Taoist masters of China. According to rumors, Taoist masters who have practiced Taoism to a certain level can also reach a state similar to that of warriors breathing. All of this told Kyujo Tachibana that it was entirely possible to use pores for body breathing. Has anyone thought of this? There is a data about pore breathing in the middle. I didn't make it up. It's all information I found on the internet. Chapter 39 Body Breathing. Why, over thousands of years, these groups of people have no connection with each other and have completely different power systems. Will both produce a similar result? There are 3,000 great ways, all leading to the same destination. Just because these people, in essence, are moving towards the path of life evolution. The sense organs can control muscles and blood vessels, but what about pores? It should be controllable, right? Kyujo Tachibana muttered to himself. You should know that there are 6 billion muscle fibers in the human body, and the number of blood vessels is even more exaggerated. 250 trillion. The total length connected together is 150,000 kilometers. Of course, most of them are capillaries. Some of the capillaries in the human body are much smaller than pores and cannot be seen with normal vision. Since he can control such thin blood vessels, there is no reason why he can't control the pores, right? Thinking of this, Kyujo Tachibana concentrated his mind and began to experiment on his own body. Sensing the countless tiny holes all over the body, which were densely packed and had never been noticed before, Kyujo Tachibana tried to slowly control the pores on his arms, opening and contracting them. After all, it was the first time for Kyujo Tachibana to control pores, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. The operation is inevitably slow and cumbersome, but with the passage of time. With Kyujo Tachibana's powerful mental strength, he was able to control the pores on his arms more and more easily. The air quickly entered Kyujo Tachibana's body as the pores on his arms opened. After a while, Jijiaojua felt a slight coolness on his arm. The process went smoothly. It was not difficult for Kyujo Tachibana to control the opening and closing of the pores using his sensory mind. Kyujo Tachibana's eyes lit up. He felt it. His body was indeed breathing. Breathing is done without relying on the lungs, only through the pores. This long-lost feeling of satisfaction filled Kyujo Tachibana's whole body. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Kyujo Tachibana's pupils shrank sharply and he looked at his arm in astonishment. You know, he has just controlled the breathing of the pores on one arm. And this one arm is equivalent to 80% of the breathing effect when it was in its previous prime and the lungs were intact. If he could control all the pores in his body and breathe, how amazing it would be. Then, if he breathes once through all the pores in his body, wouldn't it be equivalent to breathing dozens of times with his lungs? Jijoju hurriedly breathed a few more times through the pores on his arms, and only then did he calm down his excitement. After slowing down, Kyujo Tachibana found that he seemed to be happy too early. 32. He can breathe through his pores now, but he can no longer use the old breathing method. However, it is normal when you think about it. After all, the previous breathing methods were all developed by Yuichiro Tsugamai for the lungs. Who knew there would be such a freak like him? How can conventional breathing methods have any effect on him? But if you can't use the breathing method, no matter how powerful the breathing effect is, what's the point? Too much oxygen enters the blood and cannot be consumed, which can only be harmful rather than beneficial. Therefore, now that Kyujo Tachibana has mastered the method of body breathing, he wants to obtain this power that far exceeds his previous power. Then you must create a breathing method suitable for your body. That night, the impatient Kyujo Tachibana came to Miss Tamayo's residence again. After meeting Tamayo and Yoshiro, Kyujo Tachibana did not hide anything and directly told the two demons about the body breathing method he had discovered. After the two ghosts digested the thought, they looked at each other. Tamayo asked in confusion, "Mr. Kyujo, are you saying that you can now breathe through the pores on your body?" Kyujo Tachibana nodded seriously and said, "Yes. If you don't believe me, Ms. Tamayo, you can find something to plug my nose and mouth. Try it and you'll know." Tamayo did not reject Kyujo Tachibana's suggestion. She also wanted to see if it was true as Kyujo Tachibana said that the human body's pores could also breathe. "Okay, Yoshiro, go get a basin of water." After Yoshiro left, Tamayo looked at Kyujo Tachibana and asked, "Since you can breathe through your pores, why don't you hold your breath in the water for a while? Is that okay?" Jijoju shook his head and said firmly, "It's okay, don't worry, I'll be fine. There is one more thing I need to trouble you with. While I am holding my breath, please draw a tube of blood from me to see if there is any difference between body breathing and lung breathing." Tamayo smiled and nodded. Even if Kyujo Tachibana didn't say it, she would have had the same idea. "I'm really looking forward to it." In all the more than 400 years that Tamayo has existed, she has never met anyone like Kyujo Tachibana. It was a disease that even she was helpless to treat, but she actually found such an amazing solution. Yes, at this moment, Tamayo already believed in Kyujo Tachibana's body breathing method even without any test. Perhaps, this is the gap between genius and mediocrity. After a while, Yoshiro came into the room carrying a basin of water. Jijoju tied up her long hair at the back of her head, leaned over and immersed her face completely in the clear water in the basin. As time went by, it was probably the maximum time an ordinary person could hold their breath, between 40 and 50 seconds. Tamayo took out a syringe with a needle, pulled up Kyujo Tachibana's arm, and slowly inserted the needle into the vein on the back of her hand. Only after drawing out a full tube of blood did he pull the needle on the syringe out from the back of Kyujo Tachibana's hand. Then, Tamayo looked at Yoshiro and said, "Yoshiro, take this tube of blood and run some tests. I'm going to keep an eye on Mr. Kyujo here." "Okay, Lord Jushi." Yoshiro didn't say much. He took the syringe and went to Urgui's laboratory in the courtyard. About 5 minutes later, Tamayo patted Kyujo Tachibana on the shoulder and placed a clean towel in front of Kyujo Tachibana, indicating that he could get up. Jijoju then straightened up, took the towel on the table, and wiped the water droplets off his face. Looking at Kyujo Tachibana's calm expression, it doesn't look like he was holding his breath at all. At this moment, Tamayo was also very surprised. After pulling Kyujo Tachibana to sit down, she began to ask questions in detail. It was not until more than an hour later that Yoshiro walked in with his handwritten data report. This interrupted the couple who were chatting passionately. After Tamayo picked up the data report, she looked through it very carefully. After a moment, Tamayo put down the data report in her hand. He looked at Kyujo Tachibana with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Kyujo. Your current breathing condition has reached the normal healthy level for ordinary people." Chapter 40, Hitting the Road. After hearing what Miss Tamayo said, Kyujo Tachibana finally felt relieved. Is there any difference between this method of body breathing and lung breathing? Kyujo Tachibana then asked. Tamayo frowned and thought for a while, then said, "No other differences have been found so far. What I can confirm now is that your breathing method is more efficient because oxygen reaches the capillaries directly. However, the method of body breathing you mentioned is too complicated. I'm afraid ordinary people can't do it. As a doctor, it is Tamayo's duty to save lives." She was shocked to think that this method, which could save countless lung disease patients, could not be promoted. Tamayo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The next morning, Yubayashiki Yoya, who had already received the news from Tamayo, was also very surprised. "I arrived at Kyujo Tachibana's house early." However, Kyujo Tachibana got up earlier than him and was now practicing kendo in the yard again. A sun blade was wielded by Kyujo Tachibana with great vigor. A whistling sound, like that of a broadsword, continuously came from the blade. Yubayashiki Yoya walked into the courtyard and looked at Kyujo Tachibana in astonishment, unable to speak. "Didn't we clearly agree that two sickly people would be together, be each other's angels, and practice Tai Chi to strengthen their bodies? It's okay if you have changed, and I can accept your changes. But how come you have changed so much in just one day?" Even Yubayashiki Yoya was a little mentally unbalanced and couldn't accept it. "Kyujo Tachibana, what? You mean Tai Chi? Who would practice this kind of thing? Yubayashiki Kazuya, then why did you practice before?" Kyujo Tachibana, before, there was nothing we could do." Ju Tachibana put away his sword and stood up slowly, with no trace of emotion on his face. "There is no way. Now Kyujo Tachibana uses body breathing. We will never see such famous scenes as him finishing his training and slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, again." The author can't even add any more words here. Damn it. Looking at the sickly Yubayashiki Yoya standing alone at the door, Kyujo Tachibana smiled brightly and said, "My lord, you got up a little late today. Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Even though Yubayashiki Yoya was a good guy, he was still very angry about what Kyujo Tachibana said. Yubayashiki Yoya glared at the guy angrily and said unhappily, "You are taking advantage of me, aren't you? Ro. Do you really think that Yubayashiki Yoshiya is not a hermaphrodite?" Before Kyujo Tachibana could explain, Yubayashiki Yoya continued, "I didn't know who it was some time ago. No one is more useful than a sickly person like me. Lying in bed, looking like he didn't want to live anymore." Even the shameless Kyujo Tachibana couldn't stand the yin-yang remarks made by Yubayashiki Yoya, and was extremely embarrassed. Kyujo Tachibana hurried forward, covered Yubayashiki Keiru's mouth, and begged for mercy in a low voice. "Yaya, you are my brother. Don't say that." Yubayashiki Yoya nodded with a smile, and Kyujo Tachibana put his hand down. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Everything was self-evident. He was happy that Kyujo Tachibana had recovered from his injuries, and Kyujo Tachibana was happy to share his joy with his friend. Yubayashiki Yoya actually feels very comfortable and relaxed getting along with Kyujo Tachibana, who is not constrained by the traditional ideas of this era. Although they are members of the Yubayashiki clan and are naturally intelligent, in the final analysis, he and Kyujo Tachibana are actually of the same age and are of similar age. He is just a teenager. Wouldn't he also like to have a few friends with whom he could joke, confide in, and play together? However, many people around him ignored this point. And Kyujo Tachibana was not like the other people in the team. They treated him with great respect as if he were a Buddha. Of course, that doesn't mean that Kyujo Tachibana doesn't respect him. It's just that modern people's thinking of Kyujo Tachibana would treat him as an equal and would not respect him too much. Kyujo Tachibana put his arm around Yubayashiki Yoya's shoulders, looked up at the sky, with a faint smile on his lips, and said softly, "Yaya, I can actually read people's faces. Do you believe me?" Yubayashiki Yoya didn't hesitate at all. He shook his head decisively and sneered mercilessly. "Ju, I am actually the Neon Emperor. Do you believe me?" Haha. Kyujo Tachibana was so amused by Yubayashiki Yoya's answer that he couldn't stop laughing and covered his stomach. It was not until a long while later that Kyujo Tachibana finally calmed down, put away his smile, looked at Yubayashiki Yoshiya seriously and said, "Actually, I can really read people's faces. I can tell from your face that you will live a long life." "Live a long life?" Yubayashiki Yoya muttered softly, then turned to look at Kyujo Tachibana and said, "Then I believe you now. You really didn't lie to me. You really know how to read people's faces." 3 days later, in the forest outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro's home is in Kumodori Mountain. Well, Kumodori-shan is in Otama. 33. Going east. Kyujo Tachibana took his Nichiren sword, set up the iron pot he used before, left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and embarked on his journey of slaying demons again. However, this journey might be extremely difficult, and Kyujo Tachibana has already prepared himself mentally. If you can't do it, then die on this road. A swordsman's fate should not be to fall on his bed. Because of the activation of the markings and the burst of vitality, he didn't have much time left. If Kyujo Tachibana had chosen to work behind closed doors within the Demon Slayer Corps in less than 3 years, he would not have been sure that he would be able to develop a new breathing method. He had only 2 purposes for this trip. One was to find the future male protagonist, Tanjiro's father, Tanjiro, and ask him to learn the sun breathing technique. The second is to use the evil spirit's training to polish and create his own breathing method. In fact, Kyujo Tachibana had a hunch that the sun breathing technique could definitely show him a new path. After all, when it comes down to it, in this world, only sun breathing is the most perfect breathing method. However, this perfection only applies to one person. Other breathing methods are derived from this perfect sun breathing. What Kyujo Tachibana has to do now is to create a perfect breathing method for himself based on the body's breathing method. Alas, I received the first negative review. I put a lot of effort into this book. Maybe the writing in the later part was not good. I will finish Demon Slayer as soon as possible. If you feel uncomfortable reading it, I hope you can still comment in the chapter. I will read every comment and make changes if it makes sense to logic. Book reviews will affect the performance of this book. The author also needs to eat, so please help. Chapter 41 Young people should exercise restraint. This morning, in the small town at the foot of Mt. Kumodori in the Okutama Mountains. After a long journey of more than 10 days, Kyujo Tachibana finally found this place. Chijoju was not in a hurry to go up the mountain, but instead strolled leisurely in the town for a while. From time to time, I would pick out a few gifts suitable for home visits from a vendor. Holding the headdresses worn by several little girls, Chijoju looked at the stall owner and asked, "Old lady, I want to ask you something. Is there a family selling charcoal on Yunku Mountain named Zayaman?" The gray-haired old lady looked at Kyujo Tachibana's attire and didn't feel that he looked like a bad person. Fortunately, Kyujo Tachibana had the foresight to wrap his Nichiren sword in cloth before entering the town, and he was now carrying it on his back. "What do you want from the Komato family?" Chijoju scratched his head. This old man is really cautious. He had no choice but to lie. "My family is in the charcoal burning business. I heard that the charcoal made by the Komato family is very good, so I thought I would come and visit them in the summer. Let them burn more charcoal this year, and I'll come and collect it in winter." The old man nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Then wait here for a while." I'll let my son take you up the mountain to find them. Thank you very much. Kyujo Tachibana responded sincerely. After a while, a middle-aged man followed the old man here. Half a day later, until noon, Kyujo Tachibana and the uncle arrived at the house of the Komato family on Mount Kyomotari. The uncle yelled at the lonely wooden house in the mountains. Tanjiro, are you home? Before the two of them had to wait any longer, a man with long dark red hair, a yellow face, and a shallow scar on the left forehead walked out of the room while coughing. Tanjiro looked at Watanabe Yuta at the door and a strangely dressed young man holding a gift box. Although he was a little confused, he still said enthusiastically, "It's brother Yuta. And this little brother, let's go inside first and talk." Kyujo Tachibana followed the two of them and walked into Tanjiro's wooden house. Without looking around, he politely handed the gift box in his hand to the hostess of the house, Aoi Komato. "I'm sorry for the expense." Aoi Komato took the gift box and said gently. At this time, the middle-aged Uncle Yuta also started to introduce Kyujo Tachibana. "This young man wanted to come to your house to buy charcoal, so I brought him here." The Komato family suddenly realized that this situation had happened before, but the people involved were all acquaintances in the town at the foot of the mountain. "Tanjiro, I still have some work to do at home, and I'll be busy this afternoon, so I'll be back first." "Brother, after you finish talking, is it okay for you to go down the mountain alone?" Yuta turned his head and asked Kyujo Tachibana. Kyujo Tachibana smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem, thank you so much for troubling you today, Uncle Yuta." Seeing Watanabe Yuta turning around and preparing to leave, Tanjiro hurriedly stopped him and said, "Yuta, let's have a meal before we leave." Watanabe Yuta didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand and walked out of the house. There are too many children in Tanjiro's family. Tanjiro's younger brother is not in good health, and charcoal burning is not a profitable business. Especially since it is still summer, one can easily imagine the conditions in their home at this moment. Fortunately, he had nothing to do this morning, so he just brought Jutaiju over. They have been friends for many years, so how could he just ask for a free meal? Didn't you see that brother Tanjiro looked malnourished, pale, and skinny from hunger? How could he have the nerve to stay for dinner? Tanjiro looked at Watanabe Yuta's back helplessly. He naturally knew what Yuta was thinking. Kyujo Tachibana looked at Uncle Yuta thoughtfully as he left. "I thought to myself, this uncle is quite nice." In the house, Kyujo Tachibana and Tanjiro sat opposite each other, while Komato Aoi went to prepare lunch. Little Tanjiro and Nezuko lay on the side of the cabin, taking the initiative to take care of their younger brother and sister without disturbing the conversation between the two adults in the main house. Kyujo Tachibana looked at Tanjiro in front of him, who had a gentle temperament and was somewhat similar to Yabayashiki Kaya, and said very sincerely, "Mr. Tanjiro, I'm very sorry, but I'm not here to buy charcoal." Tanjiro nodded, looking very calm, as if he had known the result already. However, this aroused a hint of curiosity in Kyujo Tachibana, and he couldn't help but ask. "It seems that Mr. Tanjiro has already guessed it." Tanjiro smiled and explained, "I've seen the clothes you're wearing before. That cloth bag on your back must be a knife that can kill man-eating demons." Kyujo Tachibana suddenly realized. "So you've already met the members of our Demon Slayer Corps?" Tanjiro shook his head and said, "So you guys are from a place called the Demon Slayer Corps? 3 years ago, a man-eating evil ghost came to this mountain. When I noticed his trace, I went to look for him. But when I got nearby, I saw someone wearing your clothes and chopped off the cannibal's head with one blow. He didn't know it at the time, but I was in the woods nearby." Kyujo frowned and asked, "Do cannibal ghosts often come to Yunku Mountain?" After Tanjiro recalled for a moment, he spoke. "Not really. When I was a teenager, my mother told me about the cannibalistic evil spirits. Over the years, there have only been 4 of them." Kyujo Tachibana nodded. He didn't ask where these evil spirits had gone. There was no need to ask, because Tanjiro must have taken care of them. Although Tanjiro doesn't know it yet, the god of fire Kagura is actually the 13 sword forms of sun breathing. However, relying solely on the transparent world that Tanjiro has comprehended, other cannibalistic ghosts cannot pose a threat to him except for evil ghosts at the level of the 12 Kizuki. As for the scar on his head, after observation by Kyujo Tachibana, it should not be a sign of natural markings. Maybe it really is a birthmark. As for why, in the original work, Tanjiro passed away early, leaving behind a house full of orphans and a widow. Chijoju felt that he had roughly found it. This reason made him laugh and cry. He could only say that young people should exercise restraint. If your family is not well off, it is better not to have so many children. Using breathing techniques will itself consume a lot of physical energy. Coupled with long-term malnutrition, the body's energy only goes out but does not get replenished. How can you not collapse? If Tanjiro and his wife had not made so many dolls, with their combined labor, Tanjiro would have been able to relax and have enough food to eat. He shouldn't die young like in the original book. Chapter 42 Yang Pillar. Next, Kyujo Tachibana told Tanjiro about the Demon Slayer Corps and the affairs between Tanjiro's ancestors, Tankichi Kamado and Yoriichi Tsugakoku. Tanjiro was also hearing this news for the first time. After digesting it for a while, he asked. So, little brother, you said that the fire god Kagura passed down in our family is actually what you call the breathing of the sun, right? Kyujo Tachibana nodded and said in a very serious tone. And it is the most powerful breathing method in the world. Kyujo Tachibana, if you hadn't been suffering from chronic malnutrition, you wouldn't be like this now. Of course, Kyujo Tachibana didn't say this foolishly. Oh, I see. Then what's the matter with you coming to our house, young man? Tanjiro asked curiously. Kyujo Tachibana thought for a moment before speaking. Mr. Tanjiro, I came here mainly for two things. First, I hope to learn the breathing of the sun, also known as Kagura, the goddess of fire, from you. The second thing is that I hope you can take your family and leave here to join the Demon Slayer Corps. If you don't want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, that's fine, but you must move out of here. Tanjiro frowned and said in confusion. It's okay to teach you the god of fire Kagura, after all, you're also here to kill man-eating demons, but why do you want us to move? You know, our Kamado family has lived on this Kumotari mountain for generations. Besides, our family is living happily here now. Why should we go to an unfamiliar environment and start over? Brother, no matter what the reason is, I will not move. Tanjiro's attitude is very firm. Chijoju slapped his head helplessly, and thought about it. 34. Tanjiro has a lot of skills, but he would rather starve and not have enough food than abandon his wife and children and go down the mountain to make a living. I, Tanjiro, am such a family-oriented man. If he wanted to go down the mountain, he would have done it long ago and wouldn't have to wait for me to come over. Mr. Tanjiro. Kyujo Tachibana said in a serious tone. You know what? There are many powerful characters among the evil spirits. You have already killed 4 man-eating evil ghosts in this mountain. The next time they come, they will no longer be the same small evil ghosts as before. It's not that I underestimate your strength, I'm just afraid you really can't handle it. Besides, even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your wife and children. What do they do when you leave home and go out to work? And you should have noticed that your wife is probably pregnant again. Kyujo Tachibana's words forced Tanjiro to consider his opinion. Yes. His wife is pregnant again. Why did this guy also know that Koizi was pregnant? Seeing Tanjiro's reaction, Kyujo Tachibana also understood his thoughts, so he began to explain. Because in my eyes, this world is also transparent. Tanjiro suddenly realized, although he didn't know that his special perception was called transparent world, but he still understood what Kyujo Tachibana said about the transparent world, because this was the world in his eyes. Thinking of this, Tanjiro, who knew that Kyujo Tachibana was a kind of person like him, couldn't help but be curious and carefully sensed Kyujo Tachibana's body. The moment he sensed Kyujo Tachibana's lungs, Tanjiro stood up in shock. Quickly taking down the axe hanging on the wall, Tanjiro frowned, looked at Kyujo Tachibana and asked softly, "Are you a human or a ghost? Why did you come to our house?" Chijoju slapped his head helplessly. "Did you just notice it now? This is too slow. My right lung was injured in a battle with an evil spirit, so it has lost its function. You can feel it carefully. But I'm still human, and I still need to breathe. It's just that the way I breathe is a little different from you. That's why I came to you to learn the god of fire Kagura." Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he put down the axe in his hand and apologized to Kyujo Tachibana very sincerely. "I'm sorry. I was rude." Kyujo Tachibana smiled faintly, but didn't care. He just said helplessly, "So you can understand how powerful the evil spirits are. To be honest, even if I can't use the breathing method now, you will not be my opponent. Think about it, even when I was not injured, there were evil spirits that I couldn't deal with. Can you really protect your family here by yourself? If something bad really happens, you will definitely regret it." Kyujo Tachibana's mouth-to-mouth made Tanjiro's expression extremely complicated. Before he could figure it out, Zaemon Koizi had already come into the main house with several meals. "Jiro and little brother, it's time to eat. If you have anything to say, let's talk after dinner." Tanjiro then came to his senses and stood up to take the dishes and chopsticks from his wife. The children of the Komato family also came into the main house one after another. The Japanese popular practice of separate dining was adopted, and in front of each of them, a portion of food had already been placed. As a guest, it goes without saying that Kyujo Tachibana serves the best food, as these are the ingredients that the Komato family would normally be reluctant to eat. Chijoju didn't show any strange expression. He just quietly finished his meal and then stopped. "It tastes delicious, thank you for the treat." Then Kyujo Tachibana looked at Tanjiro, who had also put down his chopsticks, and asked, "Mr. Tanjiro, are you done eating? If you're done eating, can you take me out for a walk?" Tanjiro nodded, stood up and walked out of the house with Kyujo Tachibana. After the two of them left the wooden house for a distance, Kyujo Tachibana then said, "Mr. Tanjiro, your physical condition doesn't seem to be very healthy." Tanjiro looked down at the town at the foot of the mountain and said softly, "They are just old problems. They won't cause any trouble." Kyujo Tachibana shook his head. "What a stubborn man. Mr. Tanjiro. Even if you don't care about the attacks of evil spirits. So do you want Tanjiro to be like you in the future? You are hiding in this mountain, raising your children on an empty stomach. Then like you, he left this world early at the age of 30 because of the heavy physical labor and the hunger that never filled his stomach. You can't even take care of your own children." Without waiting for Tanjiro to answer, Kyujo Tachibana walked down the mountain. "Mr. Tanjiro, please think carefully about what I said today. I will come again tomorrow. If you still have this idea, then I will respect your choice." Looking at Kyujo Tachibana, who had already reached the mountainside, Tanjiro took a deep breath and shouted, "Brother, you are right. Thank you." Kyujo Tachibana smiled slightly when he heard this. In fact, even if Tanjiro was unwilling, Kyujo Tachibana would tell Yabayashiki Yoya about Tanjiro. Let Yaya send people to their house to bother him every day. I just don't believe it. How can I stop him from moving out? It would be better if Tanjiro could figure it out himself. Kyujo Tachibana raised his hand and summoned the crow Zhongquei in the sky, asking it to convey Tanjiro's news to Yaya through oral narration. This message consists of only 3 sentences. "My lord, I have brought you a yang pillar. He can breathe the sun. Send someone to pick them up immediately. Chapter 43 Is Jinlin a thing in the pond? At night, on MTQ Motori, in front of Tanjiro's house. I saw Tanjiro wearing a formal suit that he only wore during sacrifices. At this moment, they are gathered around the campfire, holding wooden instruments in their hands, as if they are tireless, constantly repeating the 12 sets of movements over and over again. Kyujo Tachibana sat quietly aside, holding the iron-headed boy Tanjiro, who was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. Tanjiro, please watch carefully. Pay attention to the way your father breathes. The iron-headed boy Tanjiro nodded seriously. Tanjiro will definitely study hard. Once Tanjiro learns it, father won't have to work so hard anymore. Tanjiro can take his place. Kyujo Tachibana smiled, and then stopped being distracted, and just focused on feeling the changes in Tanjiro's body and the way he breathed. This is the first time that Tachibana has truly witnessed the power of sun breathing. It really is worthy of being that man's exclusive breathing method. In Kyujo Tachibana's perception, Tanjiro at this moment seemed to have turned into a hole in his eyes. He didn't look like a person, but like a huge hot fireball. Every inch of flesh and blood in his body was dancing slowly to the rhythm of his own breathing. This magical way of breathing naturally and unleashes the power that is normally hidden within the human body. At this moment, in the eyes of Kyujo Tachibana, the 12 sets of movements of the fire god Kagura are no longer simply sword moves. Instead, it is more like the human body's natural movements in accordance with this breathing method. I see. I see. No wonder that man's breathing was so powerful. Kyujo Tachibana seemed to have found the answer he wanted. The human body itself contains infinite mysteries. What he should do now is not to deliberately pursue any special breathing method. He should feel and listen carefully to his own body. In fact, his body had already given him the answer. At this moment, Chijoju thought of that man again. Yes, this is also one of the reasons why Tsugamiya Yuichiro is naturally strong, right? Because he was born with the ability to see through the world. When the man was an infant and had not yet developed self-awareness, his body's instinct drove him to constantly adjust his breathing. Until this baby, who was born with a transparent world, self-adjusted and developed a breathing method that best suits his body. I think my deduction is pretty cool, that's probably it. Of course, sun breathing is most suitable for Yoriyukire's body, but that doesn't mean others can't use it. After all, breathing techniques are essentially just a way to strengthen the human body. This is probably the reason why Yoriichi was able to separate the 5 basic styles of breathing techniques from the sun breathing. Kyujo Tachibana relaxed his body, opened all the pores on his body, and took a long breath of air to calm his excited emotions. After his mind calmed down, Kyujo Tachibana completely integrated his perception and spirit into his body. Feeling the feedback from every part of the body due to breathing, the joy of cells, the roar of muscles, the overloaded bones and muscles. In this way, Kyujo Tachibana constantly adjusted the frequency and rhythm of the external pores breathing based on these subtle feedbacks from various parts of the body. However, before Kyujo Tachibana could finish much of his work, the next second, an accident happened. I saw Jutaiju's head tilted and he fell asleep. The next morning, Chijoju finally woke up slowly. "Father, Uncle Kyujo is awake." The iron-headed boy Tanjiro shouted loudly to Tanjiro, who was outside the house. After a while, Tanjiro came in, looked at Kyujo Tachibana and said, "Are you okay? Tanjiro was scared to death last night." Kyujo Tachibana looked at Tanjiro, smiled and said, "I'm fine, thank you Tanjiro." After feeling his physical condition, he found that he did not feel any discomfort at the moment. As for the abnormal situation last night, Kyujo Tachibana probably guessed the reason. The reason why he fainted last night was most likely due to a special symptom called oxygen intoxication. In Kyujo Tachibana's previous life, Blue Star explained that since the human body has just adapted to the low oxygen environment of the plateau, it will become unadapted again when it re-enters an area with relatively normal oxygen content. This will lead to symptoms such as fatigue, weakness, drowsiness, chest tightness, dizziness, and even diarrhea, which is called deadaptation reaction or low-altitude reaction. 35. The reason why Jojo Tachibana had this symptom was that he opened the pores all over his body last night in order to sense the feedback of the breathing of the pores outside the body. It's the first time I breathe so freely. However, it was precisely because of Jojo Tachibana's actions that a chain reaction was triggered. A large amount of oxygen was absorbed into the blood. Without a breathing method to convert it, he would suffer from the embarrassing symptoms of oxygen intoxication. Thinking of this, Jojo Tachibana realized that he might have to change his plan. Even though he had a premonition that breathing of the sun would bring him a surprise, Jojo Tachibana did not expect that the surprise would be so big. Just because of the inspiration from the breathing of the sun, he has found the direction, and now he just has to continue in this direction. His own unique breathing method, Jojo Tachibana, was waving at him from the front. What he has to do now is to lie dormant for a while until the day when he breaks out of his cocoon and becomes a butterfly. By then, the world will change because of him. It is certainly not suitable for Jijiaoju to continue hanging out outside now, and the problem of oxygen intoxication is very troublesome. If Jijiaoju wants to continue studying his breathing method, it may be dangerous to stay outside. So at this time, Jojo Tachibana, who had just left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters not long ago, had already planned to follow the Komatua family and return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. However, before leaving, he still had one important thing to do. After getting up from the tatami, Jojo Tachibana put on his clothes and washed up. He had breakfast at Tanjiro's house. Since he came, the meals of the Zayaman family have visibly improved in the past few days. As the sound pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Jojo Tachibana is naturally not short of money. Apart from eating, he usually had no other place to spend money, so buying some high-end ingredients for the Zayaman family was just a trivial matter for him. But for Tanjiro, this kind of small matter has been a problem that he has not been able to solve for many years. Looking at their children with happy expressions on their faces, Tanjiro and his wife Aoi felt embarrassed but did not reject Jojo Tachibana's kindness. After breakfast, the Komatua family began to get busy packing up their luggage to take away. Tanjiro didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. It was because Tanjiro unexpectedly discovered that his family members did not seem to be as opposed to the move away from Kumotoriki as he had imagined. "Tanjiro, come here." Jojo Tachibana waved and called Iron Head Boy over. "Uncle Jushao, what's wrong?" Tita Wa ran over happily. After thinking about it for a while, Jojo Tachibana asked, "Is there a kind of blue flower near your home?" "This blue flower only blooms 2 or 3 days a year during the day." Chapter 44 Doma. Tituwa scratched his head. Tanjiro remembered that his mother seemed to have used this kind of flower to cook dishes for them. After Tanjiro told Jojo Tachibana this, a light suddenly flashed in Jojo Tachibana's eyes. "That's it. This makes sense." No wonder after Nezuko became a demon, she was not only able to control her appetite and maintain her sanity, but she was also able to overcome the sunlight and became the first demon who was not afraid of the sun. It turns out that the Komatua family actually eats blue spider lilies as a dish. Speaking of blue spider lily, can it really be eaten as a vegetable? Jojo Tachibana came to Komatua and asked her questions. Komatua said as a matter of course, "Of course. This flower is very fragrant, it doesn't seem to be poisonous." Hearing this, Jojo Tachibana was speechless. Is this an opportunity that comes from being poor? In a normal family, who would cook a flower with such a strange color and unknown origin? Tanjiro's mother, Aoi Komatua, is worthy of being the first-generation leader. She is really stubborn. Looking at the short plant with green leaves in front of him, Jojo Tachibana looked at Komatua curiously and asked, "Sister Koizi, is this the plant that can grow the blue flowers you mentioned that can be eaten as vegetables? Komaduaui nodded and said. This flower blooms during the hottest days of the year. We can dig a few and take them away. As long as we don't damage the soil around their roots, the blue flowers will probably bloom in a dozen days. The eyes of the 9 oranges light up. Will it bloom soon? That's good. I can take this blue-red spider lily back to Miss Tamayo for research. This was also the bait he prepared for Muzan and Kokushibo that they could not refuse. 2 days later, the Demon Slayer Corps finally arrived here in 2 carriages. Lord Narahira. An unusually loud voice rang beside Kyujo Tachibana's ears. Can't this? Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help but tickle his ears. Sometimes having 2 strong 5 senses is not necessarily a good thing. Looking at the tough and iron-blooded Fujiwara Naoto in front of him, Kyujo Tachibana could hardly recognize him. Are you little brother Naoto? Asked Kyujo Tachibana in confusion. Fujiwara Naoto nodded excitedly. It's me. Lord Naya Hashira, I'm Fujiwara Naoto who has been training for 2.5 years. I'm now a B-rank swordsman. Ah. Chijoju sighed softly. He was already trying his best to restrain himself, but his damn personal charm was so strong that he could always meet younger brothers wherever he went. Looking at the hideous wounds on Fujiwara Naoto's exposed skin, Kyujo Tachibana knew that his younger brother was worthy of the identity of a B-class swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Naoto, you did great. After the 2 of them chatted about the past for a while, they brought another team member with them to Tanjiro's home. After helping the Zayaman family put their luggage on a carriage, the group wasted no time and headed down the mountain in a swift and decisive manner. Only Tanjiro stuck his head out of the car window, still looking at the home that was getting farther and farther away from him. Kyujo Tachibana did not get in the carriage, but just walked quickly in front of the carriage, chatting with Fujiwara Naoto while keeping an eye on the carriage traveling on the mountain road. Although this mountain road is not narrow, one should still be careful when passing through it with a carriage. Looking at the knife wound on Fujiwara Naoto's neck that almost cut the carotid artery, Kyujo Tachibana couldn't help but feel curious. The wound was clean and neat, which showed that the person wielding the knife had very concentrated power. You should know that fighting with ghosts generally does not cause this kind of wounds, and knife wounds are even rarer. Evil ghosts usually fight with their bodies or blood ghost magic. Apart from Akaza and Kokushibo in the past, Kyujo Tachibana has never encountered an evil demon who mastered martial arts. So at this time, Kyujo Tachibana also vaguely guessed something. Naoto, was the knife wound on your neck caused by the newly appeared martial ghost? Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Naoto subconsciously touched the knife wound near the carotid artery. After a long while, he said with lingering fear. This is a sword style, Yagyu Shinkage-ryu, and she was injured by a female warrior named Yagyu Izumi Harumi. This female martial ghost is very powerful. After fighting with her, the rock pillar once said that Yagyu Izumi Harumi's strength is not weaker than that of the former upper-rank ghosts. Oh, how hateful that this martial arts ghost actually dared to appear blatantly in a kendo gym in Osaka. What's even more infuriating is that these people from the kendo gym clearly knew that she was a cannibal, yet they still protected her. If Rock Pillar Sama had not been there that day, I would have died. What happened next? Asked Chijoju, frowning. Fujiwara Naoto sighed helplessly and said. Before the other pillars arrived to support her, Yagyu Izumi Harumi escaped from the martial arts hall under the cover of those humans. Chijoju shook his head expressionlessly. In this world, there are always some little idiots who don't want to be human beings. As for those who aided and abetted the evil, Chijoju has only one word to say, and that is kill. Looking back at Mount Kumoto-riki, Kyujo Tachibana promised in his heart that he must make the evil spirits disappear completely during his lifetime. Late that night, in Kanagawa Prefecture, Doma, a severely mentally ill patient, wears a little red hat and holds a folding fan. His figure flickers on the street like a ghost. Suddenly, 4 figures, some tall, some short, some fat, and some thin, blocked Doma's way. The leader looked like a young man. The young man was tall, with a long sword hanging on his waist, but his face looked a little gloomy. As soon as he opened his mouth, a hoarse voice like that of an old man strangely came out of the young man's mouth. "You've crossed the line, Doma. This is not the place you should come." Doma tilted his head, looked at the four martial ghosts in front of him, and asked curiously, "So, you guys are going to kill me? That's really awesome. So, can you do this?" Doma stared blankly at the four warrior demons in front of him with a pair of colorful eyes, which had no emotion in them. The strange young Wugui snorted coldly and said, "I've heard about you from Lord Akaza a long time ago, and I'm sure you're right when I see you today. You psychopath, Lord Akaza is outside the city right now, waiting for you to fight." Doma's eyes lit up and he pretended to be surprised. "Really? It seems that Akaza still misses me. I knew that man wouldn't forget me so easily." Chapter 45 Breathing Method 2.0. These warriors could no longer bear to hear Doma's shameless remarks. Getting ready to take action. But at this moment, Doma opened the folding fan in his hand without any warning, and lightly fanned the four demons in front of him. Call. A biting cold wind blew over in an instant, and the expressions and movements of the four martial ghosts froze in an instant, as if they had turned into lifelike ice sculptures. "Mr. Akaza, I've come to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, Doma's figure disappeared into the street. 3 months later, Tanjiro, the Yang pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had recovered from his illness, officially came online. Following the crows in the sky, Tanjiro also began his demon-slaying mission for the first time in his life. Looking at the axe-shaped sun blade hanging on Tanjiro's waist and his slowly receding figure, Kyujo Tachibana could never let it go. "Why do you have to make an axe called Sun Blade just to get depressed?" In the eyes of Kyujo Tachibana, Tanjiro is the second heretic in the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though Tanjiro is very good at using an axe, can he really use the 13 sword forms of sun breathing with an axe? 36. Kyujo Tachibana expressed doubt. By the way, will Tanjiro learn from his father in the future? In order to hide his information, Kyujo Tachibana has never gone out since returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Yoya, has Miss Tamayo made any progress in her research? Yubayashiki Yoya curled his lips slightly, looked at Kyujo Tachibana and said jokingly, "It should be a little faster than your progress on the sleeping pillar." Hearing this strange name, Kyujo Tachibana's face darkened and he cursed angrily. "How can you be a lord like this? You don't even know how to take care of yourself. Don't let me catch that bad boy with a maggot heart." I don't know which bastard shouted it first. Now the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are secretly calling him Sleeping Pillar Lord. Ever since they returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters 3 months ago. In order to develop his own breathing method, Kyujo Tachibana would faint from oxygen intoxication every few days. It was not until this month that the rhythm and frequency of Kyujo Tachibana's extracorporeal breathing changed more and more, and the oxygen intoxication situation began to improve. However, this also indirectly helped Kyujo Tachibana verify that his direction was not wrong. As the way his body breathes gets closer and closer to his exclusive breathing method, the large amount of oxygen that enters the body will naturally be consumed more and more. This is also the reason why the number of times Kyujo Tachibana faints is gradually decreasing. However, those little bastards in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters had already given him a nickname, Sleeping Pillar. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Kyujo Tachibana snorted coldly, looked at Yubayashiki Yoya proudly and said, "I don't have time to deal with them right now. When I come up with a new breathing method, I'll beat their butts." Yubayashiki Yoya smiled cheerfully. He knew that Kyujo Tachibana would not take it seriously and he was just joking with him when he said these words. However, Yubayashiki Yoya was still somewhat curious and asked, Is that new breathing technique you mentioned really as powerful as you boast? You're not bragging to me about kicking Muzan and punching Kokushibo, are you? Upon hearing this, Jojo Tachibana rolled his eyes and said with disdain in his tone. What breathing method is so powerful? It's me who is so powerful. You are not a martial artist, so you won't understand even if I tell you. Yeah, just wait and see. When I master the breathing technique, they will be nothing more than 2 pieces of trash in my eyes. Are they worthy of being my opponents? When the time comes, just follow the plan and lure both of them out. I'm afraid that only one will come out and the other one will hide and not dare to come out. Then I really won't be able to do anything. Especially Muzan, the coward. After all, Muzan has used the escape technique before, and he doesn't want to be like Sugakuni Yoriichi, who was eventually exhausted to death by Muzan. What's more, Kyujo Tachibana is a short-lived person, time is even more pressing. Unfortunately, what Kyujo Tachibana said not only failed to comfort Yubayashiki Yoya, but made him feel that Tachibana was really bragging. Yubayashiki Yoya opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just thought to himself. Forget it, I won't discourage his enthusiasm. Let's wait until he figures out that invincible breathing method. But Yubayashiki Yoya had never thought that this day would come so soon. 5 days later, night. At this moment, Jojoju was sitting cross-legged under a big tree in the courtyard with his eyes closed. The long white hair fluttered behind Ju Tiaoju's head without wind, following the rhythm of the opening and closing of Ju Tiaoju's pores. As the body gradually adapts to extracorporeal breathing, and as Jojo Tachibana gradually changes the frequency and rhythm of extracorporeal breathing, he was able to maintain full strength, performing extracorporeal respirations for longer periods of time without falling into a state of oxygen intoxication. Kyujo Tachibana knew that the perfect breathing method that truly belonged to him was about to be perfected by him. Maybe, tonight. Puff. Kyujo Tachibana was completely immersed in his mind, as if he heard a slight sound, and the joy conveyed to him by every part of his body gradually overwhelmed him. All of a sudden, along with the opening and closing of the pores all over his body, the air within a 5-meter radius of Ju Tiaoju was suddenly emptied like a whale swallowing. At this moment, it has briefly fallen into a state of vacuum. The roar of thunder and lightning continued to come out from inside Ju Tiaoju's body, and the electric current was like thin snakes, rushing out of his pores. Even the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by the large number of active electrons on the ground and gradually gathered together. The next second. Boom! 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 The loud roars of thunder and lightning woke Yubayashiki Yoya from his sleep. Yubayashiki Yoya hugged his wife Amini, who was also frightened by the thunder, and said softly, "That thunder is really loud. Is it going to rain?" "Yes, I've never heard such loud thunder before. It feels like it's right next to my ears," Yubayashiki Tenon said in confusion. After such a shock, the two lost their sleepiness for a while. At this moment, a gentle knock on the door sounded quietly. Yubayashiki Yoya frowned. He knew that if it was not an important matter, no one would bother him so late. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yubayashiki Yoya asked outside the door. "My lord, there was a thunderstorm just now that accidentally struck the big tree in the courtyard of Master Mingzu's house. When we rushed over to put out the fire, Master Miyajoku asked us to bring you a message." "What message did the sound pillar ask you to convey?" Yubayashiki Yoya asked curiously. "Mura Hirasama said he's ready." Hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya was slightly stunned, and then his pupils dilated rapidly in an instant. Dear young talents, give the breathing method a cool name. Chapter 46, A Strike Beyond the Peak. The next morning, before the sun had risen completely, Yubayashiki Kyoya, who had been tossing and turning all night, impatiently came to Kyujo Tachibana's courtyard. After perfecting the breathing technique last night, Kyujo Tachibana, who had finally relaxed, had a rare late sleep. Bang bang bang. It's a pity that the rapid knocks on the door woke Jojo Tachibana from his sleep, which really disturbed his sweet dreams. However, after Kyujo Tachibana opened the gate, he saw Yubayashiki Yoshiya standing at the door with dark circles under his eyes, and his mood instantly improved. He's not like someone, at least he got a night's sleep, didn't he? Stepping aside to let him enter the courtyard, Jojo Tachibana couldn't help but tease. My lord, this is so confusing. If you use it carelessly now, you won't be able to use it in the future. You are so young, you must know how to exercise moderation. Hearing this, the veins on Yubayashiki Yoya's forehead suddenly popped up, and he wished he could strangle this bastard to death. He did it on purpose. This bastard must have done this on purpose. Who would ask someone to deliver such important news in the middle of the night? Isn't it obvious that you don't want him to have a good sleep? He is really a bad guy with a maggot heart. Ignoring Kyujo Tachibana's emotional interference, Yubayashiki Yoya went straight to the point and asked. What did you mean by that statement last night? What? Kyujo Tachibana pretended to be confused. Yubayashiki Yoya didn't stay for even a second, turned around and walked out the door. Upon seeing this, Kyujo Tachibana just laughed, picked up the Nichiren sword beside him, and hurried forward to hold Yubayashiki Yoshiya's shoulders. He said seriously. Yeah, let's go. I'll take you to see it. The most powerful force in this world. His footsteps paused for a moment, and Yubayashiki Yoya tilted his head and looked at Kyujo Tachibana threateningly. If you dare to lie to me again, I will expel you from the Demon Slayer Corps. I won't give you a dime of your pension. Kyujo Tachibana's expression changed instantly, and he begged for mercy. My lord. You absolutely cannot do that. Come on, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyujo Tachibana put his arm around Yubayashiki Kaya's shoulders and turned into a blue-yellow electric light, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared into the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. What? Where's the lord? Where did such a big living person go? In front of Kyujo Tachibana's courtyard, the swordsmen who were guarding Yubayashiki Yoya in the dark suddenly became chaotic. However, in just a few tens of seconds, Kyujo Tachibana and Yubayashiki Yoya had already arrived at the forest outside the headquarters. Yubayashiki Kazuya could not hide his shocked expression. Before this, when Kyujo Tachibana was not injured, Yubayashiki Yoya only knew that Tachibana was very powerful, but he had never had a direct feeling about it. He always heard others talk about how fast Kyujo Tachibana was, and today he finally saw it for himself. Is this the Thunder Sword Master who is famous throughout Neon? Jojoju said proudly, how about it? Now you know how powerful I am. Ha 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 ha. Yubayashiki Yoshiya's eyes glowed with light, and he asked anxiously. Ju, have you recovered your strength? Jojoju shook his head, his expression very serious. Yeah, do you have any misunderstanding about me? I haven't recovered my strength. I have surpassed this world and reached the peak I once reached. The me now can beat 10 of my past selves. Even if Yoriichi Tsugakuni appeared at this time, Kyujo Tachibana could give him a Buddha-like hairstyle with big bumps on his head. Of course, this is just Kyujo Tachibana's personal opinion. After all, it cannot be compared with people who are already dead. 37. But he was confident that he would never lose. After a while, Kyujo Tachibana and Yubayashiki Yoya came to a waterfall. This waterfall is not very big, with a vertical drop of about 17 or 18 meters and a width of about 5 or 6 meters. Yubayashiki Yoya looked at Kyujo Tachibana with doubt and asked. What are you going to do? Do you want to cut off this waterfall? Jojoju smiled and shook his head without saying anything. With a light swish sound, Kyujo Tachibana drew out the sun blade from his waist with his backhand. The sun blade Genhun that saw the light of day again made a long and cheerful sound. Kyujo Tachibana raised the sun blade in his hand towards the sun and looked carefully at the numerous tiny scars on the blade. This was the damage left when he fought Kokushibo before. The reason why he didn't take it to the swordsmith village to repair it was because he no longer had any use for it at that time, and he kept it with him just as a thought. But at this moment, things have turned around and things look rosy. The sun blade soul calming seemed to sense the owner's emotions, and the blade was constantly trembling. Kyujo Tachibana gently stroked the blade with his palm. His movements were extremely gentle, and the trembling blade also stopped along with Kyujo Tachibana's movements. Just watching from the side, Yubayashiki Yoya suddenly got goosebumps. This guy. Yubayashiki Yoya had never seen any normal person who would show such a perverted expression towards his knife. It doesn't seem like Kyujo Tachibana is looking at a knife, it's more like he's looking at a naked beauty. Yubayashiki Kazuya, who could no longer bear it, urged loudly. I said, have you had enough? If you keep on dawdling, it will be dark soon. Jojoju, who was interrupted, didn't care. He just smiled and turned to face the waterfall in front of him, which was formed by the spring water from the mountain flowing down. Yaya, get behind me and retreat 10 meters. Seeing that Kyujo Tachibana didn't look like he was joking, Yubayashiki Yoya didn't hesitate and obediently retreated more than 10 meters. Seeing that Yubayashiki Yoya was far away, Kyujo Tachibana opened all the pores on his body, and the air seemed to turn into invisible whirlpools, rushing towards Kyujo Tachibana's body frantically. Even Yubayashiki Yoya, who was more than 10 meters away, could clearly feel that the air around him became thinner in an instant. A dull thunder suddenly sounded from inside Kyujo Tachibana's body. Before the electric snakes appeared, Jojoju mobilized all the muscles and bones in his body, as well as the power brought by Thunder Breathing 2.0, which surpassed the pinnacle of this world. From bottom to top, swing the knife with backhand. Towards the waterfall in front of him, a huge transparent slash suddenly rose up from the bottom of the waterfall, sweeping up the water along the way, enveloping the entire waterfall, and gradually going upstream. Until there was a loud boom. The water was pouring down from the sky, soaking Yubayashiki Yoya, who was standing there. So you asked me to retreat 10 meters because you were positioning me, right? Chapter 47 Mountain Boy. 1 month later, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Yubayashiki Yoya brought Miss Tamayo to Kyujo Tachibana's house. Looking at the two people arriving, Kyujo Tachibana was slightly stunned, and then he laughed. He looked at Miss Tamayo and asked. Has it been made? A potion to suppress the body's division. Miss Tamayo nodded and took out 2 potions, one black and one red. The red one is for Muzan, and the black one is for Kokushibo. Although I don't know if Kokushibo, as the king of demons, has this skill, it's always better to be prepared. These 2 potions were tailor-made for the 2 Ghost Kings by Miss Tamayo using the blood of the Ghost Kings in the bodies of evil ghosts and martial ghosts. Jojo Tachibana took the 2 glass reagents and asked, how do you use it? Injection. Miss Tamayo explained in detail. If it is confirmed to be used within half an hour, you can use a syringe to draw it out in advance, or directly let the medicine inside touch their wound to achieve the effect. After saying this, Miss Tamayo hesitated for a while and asked. Mr. Kyujo, are you sure you can face Muzan and Kokushibo at the same time? Hearing this, Kyujo Tachibana stroked his chin and thought for a while, recalling the details of the final battle in Infinite City in the comics. After a while, Kyujo Tachibana looked at the 2 people in front of him with a serious expression and promised. If Muzan takes the bait of the blue blossom flower, he will definitely die. Of course, the same goes for Kokushibo. However, the specific plan for this matter depends on you, my lord. Regarding the matter of the blue-red spider lily, Kyujo Tachibana had already told Yubayashiki Yoya when he came back last time. Although Kyujo Tachibana did not explain the specific source of the news, Yubayashiki Yoya believed in Tachibana and did not ask any further questions. A few days after they returned to the headquarters, the vines that Kyujo Tachibana had brought back had produced more than 10 blue flowers one day. Fortunately, Miss Tamayo used some special potions to preserve the flowers intact, but it is not known how much of the medicinal effect was left. However, no matter how much medicinal effect it still has left, Kyujo Tachibana will not give Muzan and Kokushibo the chance to experience it. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded. He believed that once the blue higanbana that Muzan had been pursuing for thousands of years came out, these two ghost kings would not remain indifferent. After all, this flower can help them go one step further and overcome their only weakness, sunlight. Moreover, the Demon Slayer Corps at this moment should not be a threat to these two demon kings, as long as Tachibana's current strength is not exposed. Then this is an open conspiracy. This blue-red spider lily is the thing that Muzan Kibutsuji and Kokushibo are fighting for. A flower can have only one, but the Ghost King has two. Will Muzan be humble? Or will Kokushibo show his spirit of contribution and give the opportunity to the other party? When he thought that the cursed fate of the Yubayashiki family for thousands of years would soon end in his hands, Yubayashiki Yoya's excitement could no longer be suppressed and it showed on his face. After witnessing Kyujo Tachibana's strength that was beyond his imagination, Yubayashiki Yoya had never been so firmly convinced before. 3 days later, in the suburbs of Kumagaya Prefecture, Kyujo Tachibana, Yubayashiki Kaya, and the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps all came to an empty canyon. This is the place chosen by Yubayashiki Yoya for the final battle. Everyone carefully observed the environment in the canyon. Then everyone expressed their opinions and put forward their own suggestions. For example, placing huge rocks on the top of both ends of the canyon, setting traps at the bottom of the canyon, and so on. After that, the canyon was transformed for more than 10 days. The plan against these two ghost kings has officially begun. Yamato is a demon who was transformed from Muzan and has lived for over 100 years. However, Yamato is timid and cautious by nature and has never entered a big human city. Just like his name, he lives in these mountains all year round. His food comes from the hunters and farmers who enter this forest. During those first few decades, these humans occasionally banded together to rebel against him. At the most, more than 100 men from more than 10 villages around the mountain range gathered and ran up the mountain with bows and arrows, long swords, and even farm tools. However, the gap between ordinary people and evil spirits cannot be made up by the number of more than 100 people. In these people's eyes, the mountain boy's speed was like a ghost. His strength was enough to smash a boulder with one punch, and his body could recover from injuries in an instant, which made these ignorant mountain people despair. However, Shantong did not kill all the men. It was not because he was merciful, but because he did not want to waste food. He would not be able to eat all of them if he killed them all at once. They would only rot if they were left here. It would be okay to let them go. In order to survive and not starve to death, these humans had no choice but to enter the forest again. After letting those men go, it seemed as if these humans had some misunderstanding about him. Not only did they never resist him again, but every once in a while they would take the initiative to send a few human children to the cave where he lived. To this day, this situation has lasted for more than 80 years. However, even though Shantong had turned being low-key and cautious into his instinct, he still couldn't escape the attention of Boss Muzan. After the lower moon demons of the 12 demon moons died one after another, Muzan had no chance to rebuild the lower moon demons. Kokushibo set up his own sect and transformed many powerful warrior ghosts. Faced with the pressure brought by Kokushibo, Muzan certainly could not do as he did before and just capture a few demons to fill the positions of the lower-ranked demons. This time, Muzan sensed the 6 strongest demons through the blood he left behind. Then he summoned them to the Infinite City and provided blood to the 6 ghosts again. In the end, the 4 evil spirits who survived Muzan's blood were promoted to become the 12 lower moon demons. Shantong was one of the lucky ones. It was the 3rd of the 12 demon moons at this time, Shantong. Today is the weekly meal time for Mr. Shantong. The mountain boy walked towards the exit of the cave unsteadily on his short and thick legs. But the mountain boy who walked out of the cave was a little confused. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of me with a faint scar on his forehead, Shan Tong wondered in his heart. Are those humans so bold that they dare to change the recipe of Master Shan Tong without permission? A man with a dry mouth was sent here today. But Shan Tong thought about it. After eating for more than 80 years, it seems that it is not impossible to change the taste occasionally. Chapter 48. The Demon Slayer Corps is assembled. Looking at the dwarf-like monster in front of him, Tanjiro Kamado felt a strong feeling of disgust from the bottom of his heart. Extremely disgusting. What made Tanjiro feel disgusted was not Yamato's appearance, but it was the unspeakable evil committed by the mountain boy. Feeling the thick resentment entangled in Shan Tong's body, which was about to turn into substance, Tanjiro slowly pulled out the axe hanging on his belt, looked at the mountain boy with tears in his eyes, and said softly, "Poor children. Forgive me, please be patient for a while." This is actually the first time that Yamato encounters the Demon Slayer Corps. There was no way, it was hidden too well, so Yamato, who had lived for more than 100 years, did not recognize the clothes of the Demon Slayer Corps. Looking at this human man, Shan Tong felt a little puzzled. However, before he could do anything, Tanjiro, who had just finished speaking, had disappeared from Yamato's sight. Pfft. 38. In an instant, Tanjiro, wielding the sharp axe, had already chopped off Yamato's limbs. The mountain boy lost his support and fell down. Bright red blood continuously flowed onto the ground from the wounds on the mountain boy's limbs. Before Yamato could grow back his limbs, Tanjiro inserted a syringe into his back. This is the potion given to him by Miss Tamayo, which can suppress some of the evil spirit's regenerative abilities for a certain period of time. After the acupuncture, the careful Tanjiro not only broke the mountain boy's sharp teeth with the back of the axe, but also trimmed the mountain boy's teeth a little with the sharp axe. Only when the mountain boy posed no more threat did Tanjiro grab the mountain boy's hair, lift his head, and run down the mountain. Tanjiro's mission this time is not to kill Yamato. This lower moon 3 is just a tool for them to convey messages to Muzan. The rock pillar, Gyume Hiramashima, has a similar mission to Tanjiro. However, Xingming's target is a martial ghost that has reached the level of 12 demon moons. Why does it have to reach the level of the 12 ghost months? Because only evil spirits that have reached this level, with the blood of the Demon King in their bodies, are enough for Muzan and Kokushibo to sense the location where they died across the entire Neon, and view their memories before they died. A week later, night. The dusty rock pillar by Minjiu Xingmei, holding a chain hammer and a chain axe in one hand and a half-bodied warrior in the other, had arrived at the outskirts of Kumagaya Prefecture. It is about 1.5 kilometers away from the canyon that the Demon Slayer Corps had previously arranged. Deep in the canyon, in a simple wooden house, Kyujo Tachibana, who had already sent out all his senses, turned around and looked at Yubayashiki Kaya beside him and said, "Xingming will be back soon. Let's lock that Wugui at the entrance of the canyon later. Don't let him see me." Yubayashiki Yoya nodded. He should be cautious just in case. Even though the Demon King Kokushibo knew that Kyujo Tachibana was still alive, he might not be afraid of him. But when the day of the decisive battle comes, it is always better to keep it secret for a while longer. Another 5 days passed, and early in the morning, as the sun slowly rose, Tanjiro finally came to the canyon, carrying a wooden box containing half of Yamato's body. 2 evil ghosts used to deliver the message are already in place. 2 days later, after Tanjiro and Gyume had recovered, except for the 2 former pillar-level trainers, Style, Forest and the Lower Moon, Snow Pillar, Eri Hoshino. To be on the safe side, the 2 ghosts are being guarded at this time. The remaining core members of the Demon Slayer Corps have all gathered in front of Yubayashiki Yoya's temporary wooden house in the canyon. The pillar-level combat power are: the Sound Pillar Kyujo Tachibana, Yang Pillar Tanjiro Kamatu. Rock Pillar Gyume of the Island of Sorrow. Water Column Rin Taki Satoshi. The Flame Pillar, Rengoku Makijiro. Wind Pillar Xiang Shan Shinichiro. Yuzhu Yakong. A reader's nickname. There is also the former pillar level trainer, water breathing Rinteki Seikanji. Breathing of Thunder Jigoro Kawahima. Breathing of the Rock Ishikawa Manosuke. There are 84 Class A swordsmen and 268 Class B swordsmen remaining. As Yubayashiki Yoya slowly walked out of the room, the swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps all knelt on one knee on the wide plain of the canyon. Lord! The neat shouts instantly penetrated the entire canyon, and even the former Hwazu and Suezu, who were 100 meters away at this time, could hear them clearly. Although the two were not at the scene, they were still extremely excited. Their Demon Slayer Corps has been passed down for thousands of years. There have been tens of thousands of swordsmen from generation to generation. Although it has spanned thousands of years, they all had a common goal. And that goal seemed to be within reach. Looking at the hundreds of swordsmen kneeling on one knee in front of him, Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes reddened slightly. He knelt down and solemnly returned the salute to the swordsmen in front of him. Then a pre-war mobilization began. Looking at the many young faces around him, Kyujo Tachibana sighed softly. He wondered how many swordsmen would die after this battle. Although Kyujo Tachibana is absolutely confident in his own strength, he cannot just act rashly if Kokushibo and Muzan do not appear. These two are not fools, they can definitely see such an obvious trap. But the temptation of Blue Spider Lily is too great. They just couldn't resist. If Kyujo Tachibana behaves too outrageously, it's hard to say whether Kokushibo will or not. Muzan will definitely slip away. And the key point is, there is a ghost beside Muzan who he has to deal with personally. Because other people don't have the strength to kill her instantly. If this ghost is not killed first, Muzan can escape at any time. Yes, she is Mingnu, the girl from the Infinite City in another dimension who can be controlled by blood demon magic. This is a very rare vampire magic involving space. The entire Infinite City's alien space is centered on Mingnu and is extremely complex. Mingnu can control the entire Infinite City simply by playing the pipa in her hand. She can not only teleport the objects she senses into the Infinite City. You can even transfer any object within the Infinite City to any place that has the mark of Boss Muzan. The information I checked online said that it can be teleported to anywhere, which feels a bit unreasonable. It has been slightly weakened. I don't even know how Muzan lost in the anime. I threw all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps into the sea, or teleported one or two at a time and defeated them one by one. How can the Demon Slayer Corps be played? So the current plan is to lure Kokushibo over first, and when Kyujo Tachibana can sense him, kill Yamato and let Muzan ride on Naruto over. After the pre-war mobilization was completed, Yubayashiki Yoya had the two imprisoned evil spirits brought to one side of the canyon. At this moment, I saw a blue flower being carefully planted on the ground. Xing Ming twisted the chin of this martial ghost and forced him to look at the blue-red spider lily on the ground. Yubayashiki Yoya stood in front of Wugui and said coldly, "Kuroshibo, I am the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya. Does this flower look familiar to you? This is the blue spider lily, a flower that Muzan Kibutsuji has been pursuing for thousands of years. I don't know if Muzan has ever told you the true function of this flower, but I think you should be able to guess it, right? I will wait for you here for 3 days. If you don't dare to come, then it will belong to Muzan Kibutsuji." As soon as he finished speaking, Yubayashiki Yoya signaled Xing Ming to take action. By Minjiahu, Xing Ming raised his axe and chopped off the messenger's head in an instant. At the same time, Kokushibo in Kanagawa Prefecture immediately sensed that this martial ghost, who was comparable to the lower moon of the 12 demons, had died. Chapter 49 Ghost Dance Tsuji Muzan. After checking the memory of the dead warrior, Kokushibo watched the replay of his death and whispered softly, "Blue Bana." This flower does have the same pattern as the one that Muzan had asked them to look for. In his memory of hundreds of years, Muzan has indeed been looking for this blue flower. It can even be said that most of Muzan's energy is focused on this flower. Otherwise, if they put all their strength into dealing with the Demon Slayer core, the Demon Slayer core would not be exterminated but would have to lurk in the dark and be unable to develop. As for why Muzan was searching so hard for this blue flower, although Muzan never told them the reason, upper-rank demons like Kokushibo who have lived for hundreds of years basically already know it. Of course, these upper-rank demons know what Muzan desires most. Could it be that this flower called Blue Bianhua can help Muzan achieve his goal? Can you walk in the sunshine, live forever, and achieve eternity? Yes, as a ghost, what are you most afraid of? Sunshine, Sunblade? He and Muzan Kibutsuji, who have become the Demon Kings, are not afraid of even beheading with the Nikaran sword. Apart from sunlight, what else can truly kill them? Unless his brother, Yoshiichi Tsujakuni, who had been dead for many years, was resurrected on the spot. Otherwise, Kokushibo would not be able to find a way to kill them. After Kokushibo figured it out, he turned around and looked at the female warrior next to him and said, "Tell Akaza to come see me immediately." "Yes, Lord Kokushibo." As soon as she finished speaking, the female martial arts ghost disappeared into the house. Kokushibo was left alone, kneeling quietly beside the tea table. The bitter tea could not calm Kokushibo's turbulent heart. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. If you don't act when the time comes, you will suffer the consequences. He is Kokushibo, fearless. Late at night on the second day, Kokushibo brought a group of warriors and finally arrived in Kumagaya County after rushing. In fact, the Demon Slayer Corps chose this address with great care, although we don't know the specific scope of Kokushibo's activities on a daily basis. However, some time ago, the battle between Akaza and Doma in the suburbs of Kanagawa Prefecture was so loud that the intelligence organization of the Demon Slayer Corps found some clues. In addition to the changes in Kanagawa Prefecture, the main ones are the frequent influx of martial artists from other places, and the fact that no evil spirits under Muzan's command have been found within the area of Kanagawa Prefecture. Therefore, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps basically guessed Kokushibo's location. Then I chose a place that was not far from Kokushibo, but not too close either. You have to give him some time, but you can't give him enough time to call all his subordinates together. In fact, it doesn't matter whether these martial ghosts are killed or not now. The key to this battle still lies in Kokushibo and Muzan. As long as one of them dies, the other subordinate ghosts born from their blood will also die. After a while, Kyujo Tachibana, sensing the approach of Kokushibo, turned to Yabayashiki Yoya and said, 39. Here comes Kokushibo. After hearing what Kyujo Tachibana said, Yabayashiki Yoya did not waste any time. He followed the original plan and asked Hawazu to take Yamato to the Blue Higanbana and repeated the scene of the previous 2 days. After the expectant mother Yoya gave the order, Kyujo Tachibana said. In addition to Akaza, Kokushibo also brought 8 warriors. There are probably 3 who have reached the level of upper-rank demons, and the remaining 5 have all reached the level of lower-rank demons. Yabayashiki Yoya nodded solemnly, looked at the swordsman in front of him, and quickly issued an order. Wait until they reach the center of the canyon. Rock Pillar, Kyumeyum, go and stop Akaza. Yohashira Kamatu Tanjiro, you are responsible for keeping a close eye on Kokushibo. Don't attack unless he makes a move. Trainer Jigoro Kawashima. Seikanji Rinteki. Manosuke Ishikawa. The 3 of you will tie up the 3 strongest remaining warriors. Don't aim to defeat them, but try to delay them first. Other pillar-level swordsmen, each choose your opponent and fight freely. The remaining A and B level swordsmen, proceed according to the previous plan. I am here to wish you all good luck in fighting. Action! Kokushibo led a group of warriors to the entrance of the canyon unhindered, and then stopped. Looking up at the cliffs above both sides of the canyon, there was no trace of emotion in Kokushibo's dark eyes. Humans. Why can't I see the reality clearly? No matter how many ants there are, how can they shake a big tree? Kokushibo did not stop and disappeared at the entrance of the canyon in a flash. Meanwhile in Tokyo, Asakusa. Muzan Kibutsuji suddenly sat up from the bed. At this moment, the broad-forehead woman named Harano Rei on the bed was also awakened by it. Yu Yan, what's wrong with you? Harano Rei was just about to push down the lifted quilt to cover her skin exposed to the air. Just the next second, Muzan Kibutsuji no longer had the patience to play house, so he suddenly swung his tentacles and turned the creature into a puddle of mud. The annoying fly was swatted to death. Muzan was a little bit unbelievable and confirmed again the memory of Shantong before his death in his mind. The human woman in front of him forced the mountain boy's head to look at the blue flower on the ground. The human woman then spoke. Kibutsuji Muzan. This is the only blue flower in the world. And Kokushibo has already found this place. He will be one step ahead of you, ha 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 ha. You will never be able to become an eternal being. As soon as she finished speaking, the human woman raised her knife and the mountain boy's head fell to the ground instantly. Muzan had already confirmed it just through Yamato's memories. That blue flower was exactly the blue spider lily that he had been searching for thousands of years. No wonder he couldn't find her no matter what. It turned out that she was hidden by the Demon Slayer Corps. But why is the Demon Slayer Corps doing this now? What is their purpose? If they weren't sure they could kill me, why would they do it? Do you want to provoke a fight between me and Kokushibo? But Kokushibo can't kill him? However, facing the temptation of the blue-red spider lily, Muzan didn't have much time to think about it, so he decided to go there first. What the human woman said was right. If Kokushibo gets the blue higanbana. Squeak. 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 As soon as he thought of this possibility, Muzan bit his back teeth to pieces. He swallowed the broken teeth in his mouth and roared in frustration. Miracle! Summon the 12 Kizuki immediately. Teleport to the location where Shantong just died. Hurry! Hurry! Chapter 50, An Ordinary Decisive Battle, Part. When Kokushibo and a group of warriors arrived at the center of the canyon, looking at the more than 300 demon slayer swordsmen who were already ready for battle, Kokushibo smiled. You guys think you can stop me? Hand over the blue spider lily. I can consider not killing you all. There was never a moment when Kokushibo felt that he was so kind. But these human swordsmen don't seem to think so. Looking at these silent and indifferent swordsmen, Kokushibo gradually lost his patience. His right hand was already on the hilt of Hyokushin when he was about to take action. At this moment, Kokushibo's eyes inadvertently noticed Tanjiro standing in the front row of swordsmen. No, that's the exact wording. I noticed the pair of sun-wheel earrings that Tanjiro was wearing. That's it. Is this the trump card of your Demon Slayer Corps? Kokushibo looked at Tanjiro and asked, the man with the scar on his forehead, are you the descendant of Yoriichi? Tanjiro shook his head without explaining. Kokushimoten felt a little bored. Even if it was the case, so what? Did he really think that he could just find a descendant of Yoriichi and become the second Yoriichi? At this time, Black Death thought of Kyujo Tachibana, the human swordsman who almost killed him. But, that human swordsman should be dead, right? How could a weak human body survive such a serious injury? And Kokushibo remembered it very clearly. He used the alien longsword in his hand, Hyokushingo, to pierce the lungs of the human swordsman. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, it would be impossible for him to use the breathing method again. Kokushibo shook his head, dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, drew the longsword from his waist and rushed towards Tanjiro. The descendants of this country. Let me test your quality. Breath of the Moon, Type 1, Dark Moon, Palace of the Night. The alien longsword Suku Shenchu chopped towards Tanjiro on the head. Faced with this extremely fast knife, ordinary people may not be able to react in time, but for Tanjiro, who has comprehended the transparent world, the reaction time is more than enough. Tanjiro sensed it the moment Kokushibo activated his power, and of course the same was true for Tanjiro regarding Kokushibo. Tanjiro quickly pulled out the sharp axe from his waist, danced his body and used the force of rotation to chop the blade of Suku Shenchu right on the axe. Breathing of the Sun, Form 1, Round Dance. Looking at the axe that was blocking his long sword, Kokushibo's brows couldn't help but frown deeply. Using an axe to perform the sword form of Breath of the Sun? Now the descendants of the country will not use knives. He actually used such a lowly tool as an axe as a weapon. Is this a weapon? It's a farm tool. Kokushibo was instantly angry. He would chop this descendant who brought him shame into pieces. On this point, Kokushibo's views are unusually consistent with Kyujo Tachibana's. A swordsman using an axe is indeed out of place. As Kokushibo took the first action, the warriors under him also rushed into the formation of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman. In the eyes of Kyujo Tachibana, the rock pillar who was the second heretic of the Demon Slayer Corps, Gyume Hirame swung the axe and hammer connected by an iron chain in his hands and blocked Akase's way. Your opponent is me. Amitabha. A temporary command post in the canyon, inside a wooden house. At this time, Jujoju seemed a little nervous. Looking at the blue-red spider lily on the table, he asked softly. Yaya, do you think Muzan will come? The reason why he was nervous was not because he thought he would lose. Kyujo Tachibana, who was aware of his own strength, knew that this was impossible to happen. Even if two Yoshiichi came today, he would still kill them. Just so confident. What Kyujo Tachibana is worried about is what to do if Muzan can't come. Although there is the temptation of blue-red spider lilies, this guy is really afraid of death. This is also the reason why Kyujo Tachibana cannot attack casually. If his strength is exposed to Muzan in advance, I'm afraid this guy can hide for another 100 years. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and said calmly. Ju, you have to trust your own judgment. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. If Muzan doesn't come today, it can only mean that it is not destined to die. Yubayashiki Yoya's mouth seemed to be blessed. As soon as he finished speaking, Muzan Kibutsuji and his 12 demon moons suddenly appeared in the center of the canyon. 40. Seeing that Kokushibo was still struggling with a human swordsman, Muzan Kibutsuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. The troops of both warring parties stopped immediately. Kokushibo will not let Muzan get the advantage, and the Demon Slayer Corps is even more so. Their mission today is almost completed, and all they have to do now is wait for the order to retreat. Although there are still many A and B level swordsmen who do not know the inside story and cannot understand Yubayashiki Yoshiya's orders, fortunately they are all veteran employees of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though they may not understand, they will definitely execute them 100%. A troublemaker like Fushigi Miyabu was not brought along to play this time. The three parties are clearly divided. Kokushibo and Muzan Kibutsuji were both staring at each other, ignoring the human swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. In their eyes, other people and ghosts are just ants. No matter how many there are, it is difficult to pose a threat to them. The outcome between the two of them today will determine the ownership of the blue spider lily. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, Kyujo Tachibana transformed into the sixth character, restrained his breath, and used his perception to stare at the female ghost next to Muzan, the upper three, Naruto. Following the blind spot of vision, slowly approaching it, Muzan Kibutsuji casually glanced at this group of human swordsmen. He said expressionlessly, "Where's the blue spider lily? Hand it over." Seeing that this group of human swordsmen had no reaction, Muzan laughed coldly. He had been fighting against the Demon Slayer Corps for thousands of years. How could he not know the inner weaknesses of these hypocritical human swordsmen? If I can't get the blue spider lily tonight, you will all die, not just you. I'm also going to kill all the humans in Tokyo. Muzan, who said this, had an extremely ferocious look on his face. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately changed color. They had no doubt that the inhumane and oppressive Ghost King in front of them would definitely do it. At this moment, a gust of evil wind swept past, and the air scattered in the void seemed to be sucked away by something. The human swordsmen and evil spirits in the canyon all suffocated for a moment. Kokushibo and the many breathing swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps felt it more obviously, but in just a moment, the air concentration returned to normal levels. Boom! At this moment, an extraordinary thunder suddenly sounded. Kokushibo's expression changed drastically in an instant. This familiar sound of thunder, could it be